Okay, Mike was muted. Yeah, how y'all feel, man? Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to entertain y'all this evening. Hopefully you guys will, and ladies, will be thoroughly entertained. Shout out to the homie Al Money. Dub said, salute, smash the like. I couldn't agree more. Thank you, bro. Hey, look, shout out to Bolas. He said, what's the new excuse now? We're going to talk about it. Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones. Mike Jones got a new channel he about to start making. I think he call it, Watch for the Hook, I think it's called Watch for the Hook. Check out Mike Jones. He said he's gonna start dropping content in 2024. I'm gonna check you out, Mike Jones. I'm gonna be right there in the comments. As soon as you go live, I'm gonna be like, fake news before you even get started, before you say a word. I'm gonna be in your comments doing the same thing. He said Victor Conte put that information out, not Spence fans. Well, he did the interview on a Spence fan channel held by a Spence fan, and they was trying to push that narrative. But we're gonna talk all about it on this episode. This is the last episode of 2023. Y'all know I'm still gonna try to get in and do my New York. I said my New York show, my New Year's show tomorrow. He said it came. He said, "Who's a part of Crawford's team?" Oh my God, you came. It came put. Victor Conte, who's a part of Crawford's. It came put. Bro, what are you talking about? But shout out to Mike Jones. Like I said, Mike Jones, you said you're going to start dropping content in 2024, right? Watch for the hook. I'm going to be right there watching for the hook and see what you're going to put out, what you're going to produce for us. But shout out to you. Yeah, so I'm going to start the show off. We got a lot of good content, a lot of good topics we're going to talk about on this episode. Whether you agree or disagree, Mike Jones, for you to be typing, that means you subscribe. So you're a friend to the show, in my opinion, even if we disagree. But I know you've been riding with Spence for a long time, and you've been rocking with me for a long time, too. You know where I stand on it. I never hid it, Mike Jones. I never hid what side of the street I was on when it came to these guys, Spence and Crawford. So we're going to talk about that on this episode. Got to talk about it as well. Teddy Atlas said Mike Tyson was never great. Do we got to put a case on it? Or never heard of it?
Never heard of it.
Also, we're going to talk about Cam Newton. Cam Newton is on this show. Talks about white teachers teaching African-American history. He didn't like that. We'll talk about it. Does he have a case? Got a point? Also, Russell Simmons and DJ Akademiks, they're kind of tied into those next two topics. We'll discuss that as well. Russell Simmons breaking his silence on those Me Too allegations that made him get the hell up out of here. He fled jurisdiction. So we'll talk about that as well. Play some excerpts from that interview. Of course, DJ Akademiks exposed his damn self. What?
Never heard of it.
Who does that? All right. But we'll talk about it all on this episode. Smash the like button on the way into the room. Wish you guys nothing but health, wealth, and prosperity. Again, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to entertain you guys this evening. Last show of 2023. Let's make it a good one, all right? Let's get it.
This is my passion. This is what I love to do. But some days, sometimes, I'm just like you, man. I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job. From a good dream I wake, sun rays on my face, planning out my day, hoping this ain't the one that I catch a case. I feel so good, I feel so straight. My manager keep calling me saying, hurry up, you late. Hurry up, you lay off. Y'all, man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Been trying to play it cool, but it's hard to play it off. I've been hanging on to this bush, cause my car still ain't paid off. I know I'm on my way up. My boy just got laid off, so y'all, man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. These hooks is so ratchet. These niggas is so sneaky. Y'all don't even really pay enough for y'all to only pay bi-weekly. I'm trying to double up my cash. Take this job, shove it up your ass. Yo, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. We're the reason why your stockholders always stay afloat. Yet I'm asking, are they hiring? Like everywhere I go, schedule will say 9, but I think it's fine if I clock in at 9:04. I work 40 hours a week plus overtime just to be bro. So y'all, man, I hate this job. Hate that I applied. So much has transpired since the day that I was high. Told me I could advance, but you were telling me lies. Gotta give your notice before I quit, but you don't say shit right before I'm fired. Damn, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. You and your procedures. You and your protocol. You and your policies. None of that shit don't apply to me. You and your quotas. You and your standards. You and your 2 sick days a year. Y'all niggas bananas. Wonder why the postman's posted with hammers. Going postal with Popo on camera. His wage got him enraged. Stressed out, it's hard to maintain. He flips the middle, grabs his. He said, if you don't get the picture, I quit. You ain't shoot, mother. Man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Look, man, I hate this job. I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you. I'm out here trying to take care of my family. Damn, I hate this job. It's not always glamorous, for real, but I do what I gotta do for me and mine, you know? Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you, nigga. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job.
The views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers, commentators, experts, and or the host. They do not explicitly nor necessarily reflect nor represent the channel's policy or the views held by the channel or broadcaster. The broadcaster or its channel cannot be held accountable for all or any views expressed during the program. Basically, if I didn't say it, don't come for me. You come for the person who said it. And please don't sue me for somebody else's words. With that said, let's start the show, motherfucker.
This that squad sound.
All right. We live again. What's popping, man? What's going on with y'all, man? Happy New Year. Early Happy New Year to y'all, man. Early Happy New Year. What y'all got going on? How y'all bringing in the New Year? Let me know in the chat now. Yeah. Let me know in the chat now. How y'all gonna bring it in the New Year? What y'all got planned? Anybody gonna pull up, kick with me on the game night? I'll probably try to Pop up on y'all, do a game night tomorrow. My bad, moving the pistol. Hear that shit moving around? Yeah, gotta stay ready. Somebody might come in here right now and be shooting right here on some John Wick shit under the shoulder. All right, let's talk about it, man. We got a lot of good topics on the docket. Not even gonna hold you. We got to jump right into them. Let me do a shout out to all the members of the Patreon. I will be doing the Patreon drawing tomorrow on our New Year's episode. We'll be doing that Patreon drawing and giving a lucky Patreon member some cash. You guys support me and always give to me. I want to make sure I give back to you guys as well. And the ladies, you ladies and gentlemen. All right. So we got a lot of things to unpack. Let me make sure I got the phone line intact because I'm going to open the phone lines up. I'm going to drop the link out there too for this panel. Bear with me though. Bear with me. Bear with me. No technical difficulty there. Check 1, 2. All right, let me plug this in over here. We're gonna share this out, but we got to get right into this Russell Simmons. The content thing that's going on. Y'all hear me? Hold on, let me reset my here. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. How's sound? Can y'all hear me? I could not hear y'all. Nothing. Only the music playing in the background. Nothing. Shout out to Lisa Bells. What up? Food Revolution, AK Foodie with the beauty. Let me see something. Yeah, that shit low. All right, let me see. We'll figure it out though. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear me. If y'all can hear me, that's fine. Let me go over here. Let me get this clip queued up because I was not ready. In here on Daddy Duty. So let me see if y'all can hear this.
You and your quotas. You and your standards.
Could y'all hear that? Y'all can hear the music playing in the background right there? He said, okay, y'all can hear me. All right. For some reason, I cannot hear the music right here. Damn, it's bothering me. It's bothering me a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna figure it out. Hope I do not have to reset the whole board. Damn, I hope I don't gotta reset my mixer over here. But I might have to do it. I might have to reset the mixer. But in the meantime, in between time, let me do this. Let's hear this clip. Now, this Victor Conti clip that my guy Mike Jones was talking about is going around. I cannot. This is starting to bother me. He said, okay, y'all did hear the music and y'all can't hear me. Can y'all hear the drops? Can y'all hear that? Let me know if y'all can hear the drops. Clip said y'all can hear me and y'all heard the music. Okay, Happy New Year's, everybody. Connie Nigma, what up, man? Happy holidays to you. This is bothering me. I'm gonna have to reset the board. Bear with me. My bad. Gotta do it. So let me find this. I'll go to Old Boy channel. Old Boy got it already chopped. Let's see. Sorry about the delay. There we go. There we go. Now I can hear the music in my ear a little bit. Cam, what up, Cam? All right, let's get into this. Let's get to chopping this fable. Saw this clip going around. Our guy, Marty, the manager. I call him our guy because he's in this community as well. I met Marty too. I met Marty in Vegas at the Spence Crawford fight. He seemed like an all right guy. He definitely was rooting for Spence. He definitely was a Spence fan. Definitely. But that didn't mean he and I couldn't sit with each other, you know, have brunch, have a drink, kick it, whatever. You know what I'm saying? He's not my enemy. The mindset of some of these Spence fans is definitely my enemy when it comes to what transpired after the fight, where you can't accept the loss. Your guy lost. And after the guy lost, a lot of y'all lost your mind. You know who you are. You know who you are. But let's play this clip and let's react to it. And I'm going to open these phone lines up too.
Now, I'm going to say one more thing that I probably shouldn't say because I don't want to take any credit away from Terence Crawford. But I know something that Earl Spence did before that fight that to me was extremely stupid. And that...
What'd he do? What'd he do, Victor? What did he do?
Is he got to Las Vegas and 7 days out from the fight, he decided that he was going to go run 5 miles at Mount Charles.
I want to hear that.
Hold up. Now, we had heard some things like this before. That Spence went out there and was running up the mountains in the desert to eat. Who else said that? I think that was Virgil Hunter said that before the fight.
That is, he got to Las Vegas and 7 days out from the fight, he decided that he was going to go run 5 miles at Mount Charles at an elevation of 8,000 feet. You should never, ever do that without what they call acclimation. You can develop what they call altitude sickness.
Altitude sickness. All right, Showbiz, the adult, chopped that up right there. I gave him his credit for chopping it up. He did not give me credit when he took my content, but that's neither here nor there. Altitude sickness is what Victor Conti is calling it.
You should never.
And guys are running with it. I've seen some Spence fans, they running with it. It was like, oh, that's what it was. Wasn't the skill, will, and determination of Terence Bud Crawford. It was the jogging in the desert heat, altitude sickness.
It never heard of it.
I never heard of it. Now, maybe this is a real thing. I'm not a doctor. I just play one on YouTube, okay? But fam, let me hear this again. Again, you can go to Manager Marty's channel and check out the full interview that he did with Victor Conti. I'm not about to play it.
Now, I'm going to say one more thing that I probably shouldn't say because I don't want to take any credit away from Terence Crawford. But I know something that Earl Spence did before that fight that to me was extremely stupid. And that is, he got to Las Vegas and 7 days out from the fight, he decided that he was going to go run 5 miles at Mount Charles at an elevation of 8,000 feet. You should never, ever do that without what they call acclimation. You can develop what they call altitude sickness.
All right, so altitude sickness. Anybody buying it? Anybody gonna buy that? I'm not. Here's the deal, y'all. Here's the real for real. Clip said, Derek James drop, please.
Hey, let me stop that shit. That's some dumb shit.
One more time.
Hey, let me stop that shit. That's some dumb shit.
Yo, my man. Couldn't it be just Terence Crawford had the pre-camp? Could it be his team was better prepared? Could have been the layoff for Errol Spence? Could have been just a style matchup in general was just a stylistic nightmare. It could have just been those things, right? Why do we have to discredit the guy's victory? Because here's the deal, and here's the real for real. Errol Spence Jr. has said none of this. Errol ain't said none of this. Errol said, hey, look, I'm from the old law, and even if I had an excuse, I wouldn't give you one. Round of applause. Remember they used to do this when you were a kid? Round of applause for Errol the Truth Spence Jr. That's a man. It's a real man right there. He got to take his lumps. And boy, he got a lot of lumps too. He did get he took them lumps. Boy, he took it. Shout out to Harvey Dock, because if Harvey Dock didn't jump in, Errol Spence would still be in the ring fighting right now, December the 31st. Still be in that bitch swinging like this. Oh, it was ugly. Masterpiece sneakers. All right. Make sure I got these phone lines open. I'm gonna take some calls real quick on this first topic. I'm gonna zoom through these. I want to get some of my get the topic, roll through them. Then I'll drop the link out there, let you guys join the conversation or call in. Don't wait though. Don't wait. Please go ahead, call in. Are any of you guys buying the altitude acclimation theory? Or do I need to put a case on it? Never heard of it. Is this some Derrick James bullshit?
Hey, let me stop that shit. That's some dumb shit.
I don't know. It's very possible though. Let's keep it a buck. That doesn't sound like something you should be doing though. Going from Texas heat, running out there to Vegas heat, and out there running 5 miles the week of the fight. Maybe he was trying to get that last cut. Maybe that he thought he was acclimating. Foodie said, put a case on it. Philip H, the all-time great. What up, fam? Lisa Bell, she never fails. What up? See my homie Clips. He said, it's all snake oil and horse feathers. All right. She said, man, stop that shit. That's some dumb shit.
Hey, let me stop that shit. That's some dumb shit.
All right, my boy Cam said, what up? Shout out to Lisa Bells. All right. Let me play this next clip, man. I just wanted to touch on a couple of these topics. I'm going to run through them real quick. Well, these first two. Mike Tyson and this part right here. Now, let me go to this clip right here. It's Teddy Atlas, right? Talking about Mike Tyson. And he says Mike Tyson was not great. Let me start right here. Was Tyson great? Was Mike Tyson great, or was he overrated? Because growing up, I always thought Mike Tyson was the man. It wasn't until I got older and started being in this space right here with y'all where I hear people say Mike Tyson wasn't shit. And I'm like, really?
Never heard of it.
What makes you say that? Then we start breaking down the resume, and I'm like, damn, these niggas heartless, bro. Because the way I look at it, man, when you really start breaking down anybody's resume, you're gonna find some guys on the resume that you like, damn, he fought him. Ali fought him. George Foreman fought him. Frazier fought him. Like, even guys that are considered all-time greats has some names on that resume that you can put an asterisk beside it and say, why are they fighting them? So let's be clear. He's not alone in that fraternity. But let's play this clip right here. This is on, you can go to Lex Clips, that's Lex Clips, and you can find this full interview. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but let's hear what Teddy Atlas had to say. I'm jumping right into it, man, because when I drop that link out,
Mike Tyson is considered.
I know when I drop that link out there and these phone calls start rolling, y'all know how it is. We just keep rolling. So make sure I get this clip out first. See what I mean? Spoke too soon. 912, what it do? Tell me your name, where you from, family.
What's up, Market Mark? That's your boy Goldie, baby.
What's poppin', my G?
Not much, baby. What's going on with you, man?
Man, these topics this week been just for you, baby. I know you love your Terence Crawford content over here, so I make sure you gotta feed the people. You can't lead people unless you feed them. So gotta feed you this content. Talk to me. What you think of the the altitude sickness that Errol Spence possibly encountered.
You know, I don't know if we've seen it out, but you know, Coach had him on first. Had the contract on first. Did you see that?
I missed it. I was working my ass off leading up to the Christmas holiday. I got to check the playback.
Yeah, Coach had him on that. He said the same thing on Coach. You know what I'm saying? And then the man, the monitor man, look, man, he the jackass to go out there and do that, win that shit. We say that shit a long time when we first heard about it, but he out there running in the desert.
Yeah.
But regardless of what, you feel what I'm saying? Regardless of what, you're a professional boxer. You feel what I'm saying? You should know better than that. Your coach and everybody should know better than that. A week before the fight, man, you out there running in the fucking desert. You're already training in that Texas heat, and you going out there in the desert and running them up. Man, you crazy as fuck. You feel what I'm saying? Come on, man. You got to do better than that. You know, what he did, the coaches get him more excuses now than you to talk about what was wrong with Earl now. You feel me? They just need to accept the fact that man got his ass whooped. Everything he see he gonna do to Bud happened to him. There's a one-sided ass whooping, that's what he got.
Oh yeah. Gonna happen again too, if you ask me.
Man, listen, I don't know why everybody think it's difficult. Earl, if they go to 154, it's like Earl gonna get some Superman strength and Terence gonna get weak. Come on, man, be for real. Be for real. That man gonna put them hands on Earl's ass, man. I hope I find somebody else to bet me I can win some money. Yeah, there ain't nobody want to bet me this time. Remember for a while.
Yeah, you had to get him that first time, Mr. Golden.
Yeah. I gotta get the hand the first time. I got the hand the first time. I can't get him this time here.
Nah, you ain't
I ain't gonna find nobody.
You might find
you got
one fool out there. They make a sucker every day.
Man,
So you might find
man,
one.
listen, let me see something. Man, all of them talking about the end. Now what I'm gonna go do a damn thing. Mm-hmm.
The key is making sure you get paid. They'll make the bet. The key is making sure they pay you after the bet.
No, we got a whole lot of them disappearing because they owe people some money. And they can't back and pay nobody. They ain't been back on YouTube since.
Yeah. That's how it be. Dudes make these bets.
You make these bets and don't live up to their bet and everything else. So I'm waiting on a million excuses they're gonna have if we ever get the fight and Bud beat his ass again. What the excuse gonna be this time? He overweight.
I don't know what they're gonna do. I ain't trying to hear no excuses though.
Yeah, I ain't trying to hear nothing. If I don't want to hear no excuses from my boy Wilder getting his ass whooped, I don't want to hear no excuses when them niggas there. I don't want to hear nothing. I ain't accepting no excuses for Wilder, and I ain't accepting no excuses for the Earl shit.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
But but honestly, I don't think we're gonna have the fight.
What?
It never heard of it.
Oh no, they having a fight now. They're having a fight. Why would you say that?
Because I just feel like the fight ain't gonna happen. I just got that feeling not gonna happen. It's just like they just trying to hold that shit up for a whole year. And I think it, to me, honestly, it should be a limitation on that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? It should be with a deadline that the fight shouldn't happen. You know, the contract says for the end of December.
Right.
Okay. I don't want to do it in a whole fucking year for a fight to happen. We're already going into 2024. Now we got to wait the summertime to get the fight again.
Right. I hope not. I hope we're not waiting that long. Hopefully it's in like March, April, or something like that at latest.
Shit, that's still too long, man.
I know.
That's still too long. You know, this year, look at the fight that happened about February. I think it's by March. It's dead. You feel what I'm saying? It's gonna be dead because right now y'all holding Bud up for doing anything he want to do.
But
if Canelo wasn't so,
go ahead.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. What you about to say?
If Canelo wasn't so, okay, I'll fight you next. He can't fight him. He on the contract with Earl. Obligation with Earl.
Right.
I left Earl say, okay, you go ahead and fight Canelo, and you come back and fight me later. to get Errol enough time to heal up. You feel me? But other than that, they're not going to do it. They're not going to allow the fight here to fight nobody else.
But Mr. Golden, you don't think this right here is helping the rematch? Like the fact that the rematch is taking a little time, Errol needs that time. You don't think that makes people more people willing to support a rematch? Because if you would have did it right after the fight, people would have been like, man, I don't want to see this twice. But giving it a little time, Errol, and also if it's true that they're going to fight at a different weight, I mean, that helps the rematch, right?
Well, to me, I don't think so.
Tell me
I'm
why.
gonna just keep it a buck. I don't think so, bro. That's like a lot of people already did look at it. Errol, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Errol was exposed.
Say Errol what?
And the time Errol was exposed. He's a one-dimensional fighter. We all do that. We all knew that. So what can he do? He did like Wilder. You know what I'm saying? You can't. You can't change that in a couple of months. You know what I'm saying? You can't change that in a couple of months. And nothing he can do that can justify what Terence going to do to him. You know, he might come in a little heavy. He might try some new stuff. But the outcome going to be the same thing.
But Mr. Golden, if what we're hearing is true, maybe the outcome would be different if he's not running in the desert, you know?
Man, that shit ain't gonna happen. That man gonna run in the motherfucking AC all the damn like shit still gonna happen, right?
Shit. All right, well look, let me play. Look, go ahead. I'm after you finish your next line, I'm gonna play this call. I'm gonna play this clip from Teddy Atlas, and I'm gonna open it up to everybody so everybody can pull up, join the panel, talk some shit with me. All right.
I'll see you in a minute.
All right, my brother. Slow. Shout out to Mr. Golden, Stay Holding, aka the Back End King. All right, shout out to my brother Electro Jed, stay getting his bread. I see you, homie. Happy holidays to you and yours. D Young, what up? Alonzo, what up? He said YTBC legend. Electro Jed. All right, D Young in the building. Philip H, the all-time great clips. All right, let me play this clip.
That's all that matters.
All right, let's hear this. Teddy Atlas says Mike Tyson was never really great.
Mike Tyson is considered by many to be one of the great boxers, one of the greatest boxers of all time, heavyweight boxers. What do you think on the positive side made him great?
I don't know if he was ever great.
Stop right there. Buddy threw Teddy Atlas the alley-oop. Teddy Atlas blocked his own shot. He was like, psh, bye, humbug. I don't know if he was ever great. Get that shit out. Teddy Atlas, man. Teddy Atlas definitely showing us that he don't give a damn about boxing. The more we hear him on his show, he definitely be bigging up that MMA and be shitting on boxing every chance he get. Let's play some more.
I know he was sensational. I know he was the greatest.
Okay, so stop right there. He said, I don't know if he was ever great, but I know he was sensational. Okay. Let's hear the next one.
Mix of maybe speed and power.
He was the greatest mix of speed and power.
I know he was one of the greatest punchers from either side of the plate.
One of the greatest punchers from either side of the plate.
Left or right. There's been great punches with just the right hand, like Ernie Shavers and Deontay Wilder and Max Baer. I don't know if there's ever been anyone who could punch as good as he did on either side with either hand, other than Joe Louis and a few others. I don't know if there's ever been such a combination of speed and power.
Just compared him to Joe Louis.
To that pure level that he had. And it was a pure level. I don't know if there was ever as good a fighter as Tyson was, where maybe one night he was great, where he wasn't tested, but he might have been ready to be tested that one night against Michael Spence. And when he took him apart in 90 seconds, I think I saw a great fighter that night. I don't think you can be great unless you have all the requirements of being great.
What does it take to be a great fighter?
Listen to this.
Truly great.
to not rely on someone else's weakness to be strong. To be strong on your own. Too often he relied on other people's weakness, whether it's by being intimidated or whether it's because his talent was so much greater than theirs that it was like putting a monster truck in there with a Volkswagen, and the Volkswagen was going to get crushed. No matter how much horsepower the Volkswagen might have had under the hood and you put under the hood, it was going to get crushed. The monster truck was not going to allow it to be a contest. And to be able to find a way when your talent wasn't enough. He didn't find a way when his talent wasn't enough. And I'm not making statements if I'm not ready to put some evidence, like if we were in a courtroom, Exhibit A, when he fought Buster Douglas, Buster Douglas matched his will and didn't get intimidated, stood up to him. He didn't do what most people did. He didn't submit even a little bit. Not that night. He had in the past, but that night he didn't. Why? Because Buster had a secret weapon that night, his mother. Buster's mother had died a few months previous. He loved his mother very much.
Remember that story. Let's fast forward.
Reason to be strong enough. When his mother died, he had a reason.
Let's fast forward.
Where he had to be more than talented, more than a.
He was like, here we go. Let's hear this part.
Puncher, more than a guy with scintillating speed, and he wasn't. And then that night got followed by another night with Holyfield. Holyfield wasn't as talented as him, as big as much a puncher, but Holyfield had the character. He was strong in ways that Tyson wasn't strong. He was strong in a way where he could find a way. He was willing to find a way. He's willing to go to the cliff to truly die before he submitted. A lot of stuff is just words. Yeah, they're going to have to carry me out on the shield. Yeah, sure, okay. Yeah, until it comes time to be carried out on the shield.
Fact.
Sometimes there's people that actually mean it.
Yeah. I tell you what, Errol Spence made it July 29th because he was willing to be carried out of there. Harvey Dock saved him. I still think Harvey Dock stepped it a little too early.
You think Mike didn't have that?
Well, all right. Let's just say arbitrarily, I don't have his record for me. Let's say it was 55-5. I know he had about 5 losses. All right, let's say it was 55-5, right?
Now, listen to this.
I have a saying. A fight's not a fight until there's something to overcome. Until then, it's just an athletic exhibition, contest. Yeah, who's a better athlete? Who's got more quick twitch fibers? Who's more developed? Who's in better this? Who's more developed in those physical areas? But a fight is not a fight until there's something to overcome. Okay. So if you go by my definition, not Webster's, my definition, which I think means something. Mike Tyson was only in 5 fights in his life. The 5 fights where there was something to overcome, and he didn't overcome it. Now, I know people hate me for that.
But he loves Loma, though. So does that mean Loma lost all his fights? Haney, T.O., Salido, when he was tested and he lost? Does that mean he's not great? Because Teddy Atlas said the 5 fights he lost are the 5 fights he got tested and he failed, which that means he's not great. Another thing, Teddy Atlas, like I said, Teddy Atlas started off his soliloquy here. Shout out to the homie Technique, said he understands what Teddy Atlas is saying. Teddy Atlas, you can't compare him to all-time greats like Max Baer and Joe Louis and shit like that, and then say he's not great. He's a great puncher. He the greatest mix of speed and power. He the greatest puncher from either side of the plate. You name it, all these reasons why he's great, then say he's not great. And Teddy Ellis was a part of this guy's career. So if Mike Tyson wasn't tested early on, what does that say about you and the guys who was running his career early on? Shout out to my guy, Old Man Boxing. Shout out to the homie, Old Man Boxing. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to him. Tell him marqnash sent you. He brought this up when he broke this video down as well. Let me take the next call. 330. You got the flow. Tell them your name, where you from, family.
Peace, marqnash. Peace to the neighborhood. This is the one and only, the incomparable, that guy Eclipse. Broadcasting live from the great state of Ohio in the 32nd.
Shout out to Ohio. Let's go. What you got for me, Clips?
Okay. All right, I'm gonna work backwards. Let's stay on Teddy. Teddy's right. And as a lifelong Mike Tyson fan, Tyson is probably the reason why I have such a love for the sport. Being an 80s baby, that was just so big in my childhood. You know, like I always tell people, I've never seen a fighter where the whole country stops to watch a 90-second fight and was thoroughly excited and talked about it for years. And, you know, then for years afterwards, I've never seen another boxer where I was 30 years later, I'm still talking about a 90-second fight. But he does have a valid point. I remember when I met the McBride, the white dude who beat Tyson, he was training here in Ohio. I always felt bad. I tell the story. I told him the same things like Teddy said. Tyson has kind of a bully thing about him to where if you're not intimidated, you could win. Just fight your fight and remember that you're bigger. I'm 5'9". Tyson's barely my height, only he's wide as hell. To where some of these heavyweights, like these dudes are 6'1", 6'2", but Tyson's intimidating them, and they're surrendering their length and they're surrendering their height and all their advantages because they're letting Tyson walk them down. So in that regards, Teddy's right, because the 5 times where Tyson fought somebody who wasn't trying to cede their height and cede their advantages to him, Tyson couldn't climb that mountain. However, I do think Teddy's assessment is peppered by his own personal feelings, and I could joke all I want to, but if the story is true and somebody did try something with my daughter, I'd probably always look at them with a little, you know, niece. I'd always look at them different. But
his niece.
Just niece, yes. But, you know, saying objectively speaking, that wasn't 100% hate. Teddy did have some very valid points.
Yeah. Yeah, but he was a kid, she was a kid, and that was what, almost 40 years ago?
Exactly.
I think Mike has apologized for him and shit. Didn't Teddy say he pulled a pistol out on Mike and fired the pistol by his head?
Oh, yeah, Teddy tried. Yeah. Teddy wilded out. Like the story with if it wasn't for Cuss or Customado's wife getting in between them, that that would have been a thing. And like I said, as a father, I could understand how once certain allegations, especially like what Teddy believes happened, yeah, you're like, fuck that dude for life. But when you take all that and just objectively look at what Teddy said, there is some validity there. There is a there. It might be peppered with personal bias and a little bit of hate, but this is a lifelong Tyson fan who thinks the world of Tyson, who is not so blinded by my love for Mike Tyson to rob me of the fact that I know boxing and I know what I'm looking at. And Tyson had several moments where all he had to do was rise to the challenge and find that other gear. But when he couldn't bully him, he couldn't beat him.
I'm listening.
It's okay. And so that's where I'm at with Teddy's thing. Like, we'll go into that, as everyone's building. But the last thing with the Crawford and Spence, first of all, stop making, like you said it best, Errol ain't making excuses, y'all niggas shut up. You know what I'm saying? Errol ain't saying nothing, y'all niggas just stop. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if that really was the reason, then that's still Errol lost. Because like I typed in the chat, if that was the reason, that goes to show you what the fuck is going on in Errol's camp. You mean to tell me that nobody, Derek James, nobody in the camp, the nutritionist, nobody says, hey, man, you shouldn't be running out in the mountains, to altitude sickness or whatever the fuck that is. Right. Nobody's telling them, hey, don't do that. Errol Spence, were you so psychologically dominated by Terence Crawford that you saw Terence Crawford running in the mountains and now your little dumbass, I got to go run in the mountains too, not knowing that Terence does this all the time. His body's been acclimated.
And he's not running. And Terence was running in Colorado. He's walking up the mountain. He's walking up the mountain too. He's walking up that mountain. Every training camp.
But you know how it is. Yeah, you know how it is. You get that goofy nigga in the gym He sees you benching 175, and all of a sudden now this nigga want to try to put 225 on his bar. You know, it's to where it's like, and so Errol, if you wanted to do that, by people in your camp admitting that, people in your camp are just admitting just how fucking reckless your camp was. Because at some point, as a boxer, we said this about Deontay Wilder. Now, we could keep talking about Wilder not working on his legs, not working out on things, but at some point, that's his trainer and that's his camp. Because, hey, it's one thing to be a yes man because you're the one signing the checks, but it's another thing to say, hey, man, if you're paying me to do this job, you need to listen to me. If you're paying me to train you, then I got to train you. And right now, I say you need to work on this. Right now, I say, nigga, why are you running in the motherfucking mountain 7 days from the fight?
What clips?
And if that fighter can reel themselves in and respect that his trainer is saying, hey, what are you doing or don't do this, then that shows you just a fundamental breakdown on so many levels.
But clips, Kenny Porter said it best.
I mean, you know, when the guys get to certain levels, they believe they know what they're doing and they don't necessarily take all the information. So
that's where we at with it. Guys don't take all the information.
That's where we at with it. Hey, Mark, what did Kenny say? You know, it was an easy decision for me.
It's easy.
It was an easy decision. I told my son, stop doing that dumb shit. He went in there and kept doing that dumb shit, got his ass knocked down. All right, we gonna stop this fight.
Goddamn white man.
Yeah.
Hey, let me stop that shit. That's some dumb shit.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna let you get back to cooking up, man. But yeah, that I just want to call in real quick before I lost my train of thought on those two topics. But Teddy did bring up some points, but I do think the way he said it was more or less peppered by his personal feelings towards Mike Tyson.
You think? You think?
Just a bit.
All right, my man. Let me play this next clip.
All right, peace.
Shout out to the homie. That guy clips 330 early.
What do you mean by that? Your
back is broken.
What, a vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal.
Good call. Let me play this next Teddy Atlas clip.
And he didn't overcome it. Now, I know people hate me for this, including Tyson. I understand him. Hate me. Oh, you're a hater because you weren't with him. You didn't make the money because this, because that, because you got betrayed.
You brought it up. You wasn't with him. You didn't make that money. That's why you're a hater. You was there early, but when you weren't there when the big bucks start rolling out. I didn't say that. Teddy Ellis just said that.
I think I'm better than that. I hope I'm better than that. I believe I'm better than that. I'm not a hater. I've broadcast fights for 25 years on ESPN where there were some people in the corner I did not like. And if they did a good job, this guy's doing a great job. And then there were guys that I liked and I had friendship. He messed up. And we weren't friends no more. Friendship got to be tested. Remember that? So we weren't friends no more. But why did I do that? Because it was my job. It was more important for me to left with this.
Fast forward.
Always had an ability. I've done a lot of things wrong.
Fast forward.
It's not what's in front of you for those 5 seconds, for that moment in life.
Let's hear this.
It's what's left behind you when those 5 seconds are gone. When whatever it is that you're dealing with, you know, whatever that moment is, whatever that moment. What you do in that moment, the action of that moment is going to stay with you and be you. It's going to become you. What you face for that moment, whether you
fast forward, I want motivational shit.
Like, that's what matters. That's all that matters. You know how many times I went and I there were things, whether it was with this one, with Tyson, with that. I didn't want to be there. I was scared to death. But I was more scared. Living with regret. How I would have felt.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in solitary confinement the rest of my life with that freaking guy in the cell next to me called regret. Yeah. I don't freaking want to be next to that guy. If I want to freaking go down that road, I'll watch Papillon. You know what I mean? And then I'll get my fill from that.
Whatever, man. Let me fast forward.
I was around guys years for me. I know it'd do great promotional work for me.
All right, but that's it. Yeah, that's pretty much it, though, because now he's talking about himself a little too much for me. All right. Let's see what they're saying. Philip H said, who in their right mind puts a gun to a teenage boy over him trying to get with your niece? He said Teddy could have handled that entire scenario wrong and everything after it not apologizing, not teaching Mike. Okay. Clip said he went from hating on Mike to giving a TED talk. Nice play on words. Philip H said proper behavior as a kid, which would have helped Mike later. Yeah, he could have definitely helped him, right? Lisa Bell, she said, that's why Michael Moore left his pathetic ass. Talk to him, Lisa. Clip said, I'm not a hater, says the hater. Champion Heart, he said, salute to the beautiful food revolution. He said, I agree. Teddy was very jealous of the relationship Tyson had with Customato. A lot of people are saying that. A lot of people are saying Teddy was jealous of the relationship that Customato had with Mike, and it was like Mike could do no wrong. All right. Well, that's it on my first two opening topics, man. I appreciate y'all indulging with me. Let me talk to y'all for about an hour. I'm going to drop the link out there now and see what y'all talking about out there. I'll open the panel up because the next two topics are definitely more of a group discussion, and I want to know what you guys and ladies think about that. So let me make sure I got this link out there, and I will pin the link at the top. So when you pull up, you don't have to ask me, yo, where the link at, Vin? Where the link at? The link is pinned at the top. So let me switch this. Bear with me. Let me pin that at the top so I don't have to drop the link all night. All right. So that's where I'm at with it, man. I'm gonna go right into the next topic. So if somebody pull up, we can like Clip said, we can reverse engineer this thing. You can go back to the topic that you wanted to talk about. But I'm definitely on to the next one because at the end of the day, what can I say? Teddy Atlas, you can't name 5 things why Mike Tyson is great. Didn't say he was not great. Like, listen to this. Some people just got here.
Sure. I know.
What do you think on the pot? So Mike Tyson is considered by many to be one of the great boxers, one of the greatest boxers of all time, heavyweight boxers. What do you think on the positive side made him great?
I don't know if he was ever great. I know he was sensational. I know he was the greatest mix of maybe speed and power ever. I know he was one of the greatest punchers from either side of the plate, left or right. There's been great punches with just the right hand, like Ernie Shavers and Deontay Wilder and Max Baer. I don't know if there's ever been anyone who could punch as good as he did on either side with either hand, other than Joe Louis and a few others. I don't know if there's ever been such a combination of speed and power to that pure level that he had, and it was a pure level. I don't know if there was ever as good a fighter as Tyson was. For maybe one night he was great when he wasn't tested, but he.
And when he brings that up too, he brings up the Spence fight. He said he could have been great, but he wasn't tested. I hate when people say a fighter isn't tested because you don't know what they're going through in the training camp. You don't know what they're going through in their minds. Tyson has been on record saying, he said, I was scared before every fight. I was scared too. He said, you got to be crazy not to be scared. This guy's going to try to kill you. He's trying to take your head off. He's going to embarrass you in front of God and country. But that's the test. When you go in there and you still do your job and you come out victorious, that is the test. Just because the fans don't see him in there on the stanky leg, getting dropped, getting up, nose bloody, eye swole, lip busted, broken jaw, that doesn't mean he wasn't tested here in the heart, here in the mind, the mental fortitude. Teddy Atlas got to get off that damn gas, man. Putting a case on Teddy Atlas, bro. I'm putting a case on Teddy Atlas. Go ahead, Clips.
Yeah, man. Teddy got to relax, man. Like I said earlier, I agree with the direction he's moving in. I don't agree with how he's moving and why he's going in that way, because I mean, oh, so much to unpack there. Like, it's like, come on, man. Like, you can't. All right, I'm gonna try to rephrase. Fuck it. I was gonna try to rephrase what I put in the private chat, but that's the best way I could sum it up. I'm sorry. Like, he's literally, like, pause. He's literally riding Mike Tyson's dick just to shit on him. How can you give that man that many compliments just to look at a man and be like, no, but he was never great?
Never heard of it.
Like, you know what I'm saying? I would respect Teddy if Teddy just flat out, just outright just shitted on him. You know what I'm saying? Just like, nah, man, Tyson wasn't that good, man. Fuck that. He was just bullying niggas, blah, blah, blah. You can't just enumerate all these ways that Tyson was a once in a lifetime talent that you don't see. You don't wait, oh, well, we'll have another Tyson in another generation. Like, no, we probably won't see that for some time. And he just enumerated all the reasons why you will not see a fighter like Tyson probably ever again. And then said, no, he's not great. Both can't be true, Teddy. Both can't be true.
Blew my mind, bro. Blew my mind. Let me go. Shit. You want to get right into this Cam Newton shit?
Yeah, man. Hey, man. Yeah, you driving. I'm riding.
Look, let me play this clip. So Cam Newton, I'll play a short version of it. Cam Newton, as you know, Cam Newton has a podcast. I forgot the name of it. Forgive me. Just type in Cam Newton podcast. It'll pop up. He's very popular, right? Cam Newton, in his podcast, had this to say about public schools. I'm sorry, private schools, because these kids are in private school. You know, that's Cam Newton. These kids go to private school. But what he had an issue with white teachers. I'm trying to find the clip. White teachers teaching African American history, Black History Month. Let's hear it.
I'm going through an issue right now with my children. All of them have education from private schools. When my daughter came home, it was February, and she said, Dad, a white person is teaching us about Black history. And I was like, yo, that's not right. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, we all are entitled to their own opinion. And I'm like, if a white person is teaching about Black history, can a Black person teach about
white culture?
You know, Caucasian history. You see what I'm saying? European history. And I'm like, you could, but it's going to be some things that's left out. You know what I'm saying? Slavery. How did Africans move to, America? And
now,
things.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Because when I was going private school, all that, I'm going to be completely honest, I didn't have a lot of Black teachers.
Mm-hmm.
So 9 to 10, your kids are probably going to school with teachers who they're not letting Black teachers.
Did you have Black
come
history in high school?
No, I don't think I had that.
That's the problem.
But I'm going.
And the two ladies he talked to, as you can hear, one lady asked her, she told him, she said, hey, look, I went to private school and all of that, and I didn't even have a lot of Black teachers. And then the other girl said, well, did you take Black history or African American history in high school? She said no. And she said that's part of the problem too. Clips, what do you think about this right here?
There is there's a surface level point that Cam's making that I agree with, but on the deeper level, it doesn't matter who the teacher is, as in my opinion, as much as what is the curriculum. We have a lot of public schools and private schools and even Black universities, HBCUs, with all Black tenured professors and everything, who the curriculum is designed to limit what they are allowed to talk about and teach you. So, you could have 1,001 Black teachers, but if that school board and if that curriculum is saying, hey, you don't talk about this, you can't talk about that, or when you talk about this, you can't go in depth about that, well, then we'll still bump into the same problem. And the real thing is, when we start, especially when we're talking about history, Are we teaching children a historical narrative? Or are we teaching our children an historical account? And at what age and at what time are we going to be honest with the children that we're teaching and explaining to them what we're doing? Like, if we continue to teach American history as it is taught right now in America, I would have no problem with it as long as teachers make it very clear to children that this is the American narrative. But when they present it to children like these are the facts and historical facts, knowing that so much has been, redacted and omitted, now we enter that slippery slope. So I think it's more about curriculum than exactly who's teaching.
All right, next guest, Marcus Lewis. Y'all related?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm looking at him right there. He looked like Ken Folk right there. What up, cuz?
Marcus, your mic is muted, my G. Unmute your mic.
All right, what's up with it, Mark, man?
What's popping with you, my guy?
Man, I can't call the man waiting for Earl to come back and redeem himself. But I want to touch on this Cam Newton subject, man, because out here in Texas, it's becoming a real touchy subject, like in Florida, man. You know, they trying to write us out of history, man. Well, not necessarily write us out of history, but kind of like, stepping on what our ancestors went through, man. You know, like the guy out of Florida, man, the governor out of Florida, saying that basically we gained skills from slavery. That's what they're teaching in the history books for as African American history, and I feel like it started at home, man, and that's a lot of us. That's a lot of us problem as our people. You know, we kind of sit back and expect the school system to educate our children when education should start at the house. You know, and I teach my children. I've taught my children, and I'm teaching my grandchildren. You know that I'm 43, man. I don't know how old you fellas are. I'm 43, and coming up, I remember being in elementary school, and having that 1 month, Black History Month, and all we were taught was that slavery and on. We didn't know nothing about Africa. Or us being queens and kings,
right?
We thought our history started as slaves, and we much more than that, man. So it starts at home. You can't expect somebody from a different nationality, or culture, or race to big us up, because bigging us up and who we really are is putting them down. You know, it's still a superior and inferior situation in my eyes. And they can't teach us us without making themselves look inferior. That's just my opinion.
For sure. Stay with me. Foodie with the beauty, AK Food Revolution. Badass blonde in the building. Talk to me, Foodie. What's your take on this Cam Newton? What Cam Newton had to say about white people teaching his black kids about African American studies?
What up, Mark? What up, everyone? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I was going along the same lines that Clips was going. It's not about who teaches it; it's the curriculum, what's being taught. Especially when you're paying your money for your children's education. You knew when you decided to enroll your kids in that school what the teaching staff looked like, and you knew what the curriculum was going to be about. And if you didn't like the curriculum, then you didn't have to enroll your children, or you could have decided that you wanted to meet and change some of the things in the curriculum. So I really feel like it's about what is being taught, not who is teaching it, because anybody can teach a lot about anything. All black people or all black teachers don't specialize in African American studies or African history or anything like that. And there are some white people who are experts about it and can teach us a lot about ourselves. When I was in school, I don't remember very much about any cultures really being emphasized on. They taught about systems, about governmental systems for the most part. That's what they teach us, because school is not to teach you or to educate you, it's to socialize you. They teach you how to be a good system. To be a good citizen in America. They're not really trying to educate you in general. So that's why I'm not a huge proponent of public school or private school. I'm a huge proponent of homeschooling. So.
Go ahead, Clips. You want to respond to anything? Go ahead.
No. Once again, you know what I'm saying? Happy New Year's to you, Foodie Sister, you know what I'm saying? And I agree with you 1,000% with all the controversy that is surrounding CRT, or critical race theory, or as Webster Merriam's dictionary would call it, telling the goddamn truth. You know, it doesn't matter who's teaching. If you have a state that says you can't say these things, if you have a state or a county and school board that says, Mr. or Mrs. Educator, if we get enough emails from parents saying that you're teaching this, we're taking your job, we're snatching your tenure. I don't care if you have nothing but black teachers in that school. It don't matter. But but once again, I feel, Cam, and I think that I think that's what's going on with our people right now. You know, our energy's right, but we shooting in wrong directions. You know what I'm saying? But I feel the energy. But yeah, we need to really work on the curriculum and work on, I can't stress it enough. I'll just end it here. Are we teaching history, or are we teaching a narrative? Both are fine. The only problem is when you do not distinguish the difference between the two. Now you're getting into propaganda and indoctrination when you blur those lines.
I got a question for the panel with what Cam said. I feel like if more people in his position, his financial resources, if they feel a certain way about what's being taught, I want to know why them brothers don't support Dr. Umar in the schools he's trying to build. Is it because you don't want the blowback?
That's why.
Shout out, Dr. Umar, that could get problematic for different reasons. That can get problematic for different reasons. I'll say this, Brother Lewis. I'll say this to you. A person in Cam Newton's position, he could have his children privately taught, have private tutors, and if he wants them socialized, he could still have them go to public or private schools, but he could have them privately tutored. In fact, if I was even a fourth of Cam Newton's financial and social status, I know me, that's what I always wanted for my children. I just was never in a position to pull that trigger to where I could have my children privately, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, privately tutored. And then when it gets to a certain age, because in Ohio, we could do a lot of homeschooling. We could actually homeschool them all the way to damn near graduation, that they graduate high school in this state. I would have them homeschool, and then at a certain age, maybe middle school or so, I send them to public school still so they could learn social skills and shit like that. But I would have them now understanding, no, I want you to get good grades in school, but yeah, you're still coming home spending your 3 and 4 hours with your tutors. Give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? One, that would just be to keep them busy. You know what I'm saying? You got school, then you got your private classes. You ain't got time to run the streets, motherfucker.
Yeah, and that's what I did. I didn't necessarily private school my kids. My older children. Me and my wife had a lot of help from her mom and her dad. She was an RN. I was over the road trucker. And so my in-laws, they were Nation of Islam. So they went to the Sister Clara Muhammad School from pre-K to 6th grade. So their education, not just the teaching, but the education was different. So when they got to middle school, 7th grade, they were far advanced than the other kids. From a historical teaching and a curriculum teaching, whether it be science, math, English, just the curriculum was different. It was more strenuous.
Exactly. Real quickly, I want to shout out to thank you for sharing that, and thank you for bringing that up. I just wanted to take a second to shout out to all the brothers at the temples and the mosques, all the local black churches who still do stuff like that. Where, yeah, you know what I'm saying? We still got outlets like this in the community. I just think these resources aren't tapped enough. We still got churches, mosques, synagogues, and all like that where your kids can get a fuller education. And like you had said earlier, Marcus, like we can't just say, oh, well, I sent my kids to school and they didn't learn nothing. Well, then you're being lazy as a parent because you're putting the onus on someone else to raise and prepare your children for the future. Don't get mad if they set your kids up for failure. Your kids ain't their priority.
Yeah. Go ahead, pass it around. I'm enjoying the conversation. I'm a fan of the show myself. Look, I'm hosting, but I'm a fan as well. I'm enjoying the conversation and the trade of dialogue. Foodie is here as well. Foodie, you got something you want to add to this? Or you ready to get into this Russell Simmons smoke?
Well, yeah, both. But I was just gonna say, I grew up in a multicultural community, and I grew up with a lot of everybody knows I'm a Valley girl. I'm from the San Fernando Valley and other valleys of California. And I know kids who grew up in all Hebrew schools, kids who went to Muslim schools, kids who, took Chinese classes and went to public school. And I think that the thing that made them learn a little bit more wasn't because that they just learned their histories, because they were smaller class sizes. So the teachers could focus on smaller amounts of kids, and you can get individualized learning. So we can't just amount it to just learning about their culture, because these kids are out here still making the same mistakes as everybody else in America. They're still fucking up like everybody else and learning on the job just like everybody else. It didn't make them any more superior just because they know more about their culture. You still have to learn about American culture if you don't live in America. And that's what I'm saying. Like I don't think that just separating kids from the generalized culture and not letting them be in contact with kids that are from other races is a strength. I think that's a weakness, because we're in a worldwide economy right now, and if you don't know how to deal with people who don't look like you, then you're gonna fail. So.
I mean, that's true, but what I was getting at is, I just feel like the American school system the public school system is trash. I mean, if you look at statistics, we lag behind almost every country.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think everybody would, but that wasn't the subject we were talking about. We were talking about black kids being taught black studies by white people. That was the subject matter.
But sure, we can expand it to what homie talking about, because he got a good point. But I want to add to that though, Marcus. You do realize we don't value education as much in this country. We don't value it. Most countries, modern countries, and our supposed to be first world countries, they do better with their education. They do better with their healthcare than America.
That's a very valid point, Mark.
We call people third world countries, but they got more doctors than us. They
Cuba,
make more,
best doctors in the world.
Call them. Hey, look, say they're third world countries, but they have better healthcare than us. They don't leave the hospital with a bill after they have a baby.
Yeah, like the brother just said, man, you got countries from all around the world sending their doctors to Cuba to learn what they do and to be taught over there, because They got one of the best healthcare systems in the world.
I'm just saying. But go ahead, Foodie. What you got?
Yeah, that's definitely a myth, not a fact.
What you mean? What's the myth and what's the fact?
Well, yeah. American school system has failed, but it's failed in specific areas, and that's STEM. So in other countries in the world, they emphasize on science, technology, engineering and mathematics more than they do in America. People still have to learn English in order to get the best educations in the world. People go to school over there in Armenia, in Middle East or whatever, and they still can send their kids over here to Yale and Harvard and Columbia to get the best educations in the world and to work into our economy. They don't send them back over there to work over there in India, in Japan or whatever. They still stay over here so that they can benefit from what we have to offer here in America as far as an economy. So we can't be failing in too many areas. If you get your basic educations over there in a different country, and you come over here to get the best education in the world, and then you stay here also in order to benefit from the economic structure that we have over here in America, the capitalism that we have over here in America. Because I work with people from all over the world on a daily basis. Like I said, California is a melting pot. I work with a doctor from India today who was listening to.
And I got a caller on the line too. I got Lisa Bells on the line.
Okay, go ahead.
No. I want you to finish your point. I just want you to be mindful of somebody on the phone.
So we can't say, we're not failing in every area. We do have to definitely kick it up in the STEM areas, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, before I go to Lisa Bell, I'm just let you know the data says that other countries are living longer than us, that we call third world countries health-wise, like because they don't leave the hospital with a bill. Lisa Bell's 908. Talk to me, family, all the way in New Jersey.
Yeah, how you doing?
Peace to you, sister. How you doing? Happy holidays to you and yours again, and Happy New Year to you.
Yeah, happy holidays.
How you doing, Miss Lisa?
Happy New Year's to everyone.
Hey, babe.
Hey, what's up, Foodie? What's up, Clips and Marky? Happy holidays to everyone. This is a great topic. I feel that this is just me. And of course, I didn't devise the curriculum or anything. I'm not an educator. But I feel like some of the things in the curriculum is a little outdated to me. Like, I get like we need English and math and science and certain things. And the fundamentals, we do need that. And it depends on what you're striving for and what you go for. And some people go into higher education, they get their college down, but then they go into higher education. But for me, some of the stuff is just a little antiquated because some of it is, it's not about like common sense or how to survive in the world. Because everybody's different, like I said, it depends. But for me, as far as us as a people, I'm not really, at this point in my life, I'm not really impressed with a good sharing ass. I'm good with a good doing ass. Because, we love motherfuckers that speak like Shakespeare and charismatic motherfuckers standing at the podium and all that shit. See, at this point, none of that shit mean nothing to me. It's boots on the ground, what you doing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, all that, because I can be seduced by words, because words are sexy. Words are very sexy. And if you go up there and, yeah, that's right, brother, share that shit. You better work and all that shit. You know what I'm trying to say? And I'm up here like, damn, words are sexy, man. I could be, man, it's about what we're doing today. And I'm not like I said, I haven't done my best at it. But what I'm saying is some of the things with the curriculum, like, and don't get me wrong, I'm not blaming everything on the school. I don't blame things on the school system. It starts at home.
You're moving around a little bit. You moved away. You said you don't blame things on the school. What you say right after that?
I said I don't blame everything on the curriculum. A lot of it is also at home. We still have to teach our children at home. Because to me, the curriculum is indoctrination. no critical thinking. Even in college, it's indoctrination. All right, I'm done. I'll be in the chat.
We listening. We listening. You was cooking.
But it's the truth, though. I mean, like, you know, one thing I remember I read in what was that book by Carter G. Woodson again? The Miseducation of the Negro.
Right.
I never forget. He said, and it blew my mind. He said, a person that owns a food truck is better off than someone that's the head of a Fortune 500 company. And it went past me. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean?
Right.
About ownership. You know? And he was the second man. Yeah, he was the second black man in the U.S. to get a doctorate degree after W.E.B. Du Bois. Yeah.
Nice.
But, yeah. So I'm not going to hold up the phone. Yeah.
Well, Lisa, you know you're more than welcome.
Smoke,
you know you more. Just don't go outside and smoke, man. Niggas stress me out. Well, you're more than welcome to call back anytime. 3-4 times during the show. You can call back anytime you want. You already know the lines. We keep the light on for you. All right.
All right. Peace.
All right. Peace and blessings. Love you more, man. Shout out to Lisa Bells. Lisa Bells, she never fails.
Beautiful. That was beautiful.
All right. Champion Hart, jump in the conversation, my brother. What you think about the topic? What you got?
So, my brother, salute to you.
Peace to you.
Right. Clips. Salute, brother. My sister Beauty. What's happening? Yeah, man, this is a good topic. What Lisa was saying, you know, she was making a lot of sense, and you know that was one of the reasons I jumped on, because you know it is about even you know being coming up in public school school system and going to predominantly you know black schools. There was still a lot that, because of the curriculum, there was still a lot that I didn't learn, you know, about Black history. Thanks to my grandmother. I don't know. I may be telling my age. I'm sure I'm telling my age here, but back in the day, there was a
that beard is telling your age, my brother.
Hey, don't he look like King T'Challa's daddy right now with that beard? It is hard for a good man to be a good king.
All love. Go ahead.
But back in the day, man, there was encyclopedias that you could buy, and they came like in there was 2 different colors in the sets. It was like a burgundy set you could get, or like a dark blue set that you could get. And they were alphabetical. They were
the Encyclopedia Britannica. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But they had a brand right under that though. Like if you couldn't afford the Encyclopedia Britannica, they had like another level.
Those were the green ones. Those are the green ones you're talking about, Mark. The green ones.
Hey, look,
the green ones. Okay.
A level under than that, where it wasn't even A through Z. It was just good topics. It was like arts and crafts, health.
Right. Yeah. I remember that.
Right. You know.
12.
Yeah, my grandmother, man, she taught me, you know, through those books. You know what I'm saying? Regardless to, you know, she didn't depend on what I was learning, you know what I'm saying, in school. You know what I'm saying? I really appreciated her for that. You know, at the time, I didn't understand what she was doing because, you know, I was young. You know, I didn't understand what she was doing, but she taught me a lot, you know, through those Britannicas. And there was a lot of things that I didn't learn in school that I learned, you know, that I learned there. And then also, you know, we had family members who were part of the Nation of Islam. And, you know, there was a lot of things that we learned, you know, from those family members as well.
So my question for you is the topic that I have for this right here. Cam Newton, did you hear the clip I played? It's about a 40-second clip. Did you hear it?
Yeah, about the white teachers teaching Black history.
in his at the private school, and he's surprised
at the private school. Yeah, well, you know their whole thing, man. I mean, he can, you know, he can. Well, their whole thing is that, you know, like my man, what's his name, Maurice. Was it Maurice? I think he was saying is that what they're trying to do now is
MARQ.
Okay, yeah. What they're trying to do is rewrite history. You know what I'm saying? Because you have certain governors in certain cities that are saying that, you know, Black history is not to be taught. You know what I'm saying? So in the private school where they're doing this, you know what I'm saying, is again, it's the curriculum. You don't know, you know, what they're teaching, how much truth that they're teaching in what they're teaching. You know, you have to keep in mind that, you know, history is just how it is. It is what it says. It's his story. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, there are things that, you know, I'm sure that even in private school they're not going to learn.
Yeah, and I think I like what Clip said. He said, Cam Newton, you can subsidize that. You rich.
Yeah, you sure can.
You can get a tutor and you can fill in the blanks for him if that's what you're trying to do.
Right. If that's what he's trying to do. But, you know, you don't have to be a Cam Newton. Like, you can't. You can subsidize. You know, any parent, you know, can subsidize.
Here, the Black
right.
This Black era right here. This
More
Black
than in
era.
any other time in history, you can verify facts.
The internet is for more than porno and cat videos.
Right.
You are being robbed if you use your internet just for porn and cat videos.
Right. You deserve to be lost if you are only using it for fucking porn.
Right.
You deserve it. You earned that. You earned that.
Hold on, Foodie. It is some good porn out here now.
That is a lovely variety. There's a, you know.
I said only porn.
She said only, yeah.
But we're in a weird time.
You only go to OnlyFans, then you're being robbed.
I mean, no, but bringing it back to a serious place. We're in a weird time, I believe. We're in a place where I remember when my son was like in 4th or 3rd grade. And we sat with a teacher, parent-teacher meeting, and the lady gushed for 20 minutes about my son's handwriting, and because I would get on his ass about writing in cursive, and me and him would go back and forth back then because he's like, I ain't got to write in cursive. They don't teach. I'm fuck you, nigga. You gonna learn how to write in cursive. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck. Right. You know what I'm saying? And everything. And she's going on, and naturally his mother's just loving the compliments. And then later on, she's like, oh, you was being mean to the teacher. And I'm like, no, like, why are you trying to act like, oh, wow, he could write in cursive. He's so amazing. You should be ashamed that you don't teach your kids to write in cursive. These kids don't know certain basic things.
Right.
And it's because you're not teaching them and other parents aren't teaching. Then we say, oh, well, the public schools are failing. Well, most people vote down any levy on their local ballot. So the schools ain't getting no money. You keep putting in these stupid politicians who got their little culture wars going on. Hence the CRT thing. That's why I said, I don't care if it's white, black, man, or female. If the curriculum is cuffing the educator's hands, well, that's the problem. Remember, the word education comes from the Greek prefix educai, which means to bring out from within. That is the exact opposite of indoctrination. Indoctrination is putting in and stuffing and filling, in fact, emptying whatever the person has and replacing it with what you want to put in there. We're not pulling out knowledge. We're not pulling out greatness from our children. Like Foodie was saying, other countries focus on STEM. They still fund the humanities, the arts, the crafts, the theater, things like that. Things that spawn growth and spawn, you know what I'm saying, thought and real intricate thought in the human mind. You need these things to truly develop.
Yeah. Go ahead, Foodie.
Yeah, and another thing about education, because I was really into that shit when my kids were in high school. Like over there in Switzerland, or in the Netherlands, or whatever part of country they call that, or the world they call that, the whole area, Finland and all that kind of stuff. they learn their best from when we were at our best in America in like the 1950s. And what they do is like they don't do standardized testing. They don't do A, B, C, D, choose all. They make sure that the kids know that shit, but they spend less time in school than we spend. Our kids go to school 6, 7, 8 hours a day, and their kids go to school like 20 hours a week. And then the plus side about their socialistic society, I'm not upping socialism or anything like that, is that the classism as far as education is all on the same level, meaning like the governor's kids go to school with the kids that are getting free lunch, right? So they don't feel that superiority or inferiority based on how much you can afford to pay for school. Everybody gets the same basic level education, and then they go to school. They go to college is free. The books are more expensive though, so it's not free. You know what I'm saying? They get their money somehow. But the whole thing about standardized testing, when we brought standardized testing into America, that's when we started failing, because you can just abracadabra your way all the way through and possibly just get a passing grade. So we're not teaching our kids any education. We're teaching them how to pass tests. We're not teaching them how to get education. I know this just from being in nursing school. You learn how to pass the test, move on. Pass the test, move on. Get your license, move on. You're not really remembering anything. You learn everything on the job. The thing I was going to say about healthcare in socialized countries versus America, where you have to pay to per visit or pay an insurance company. I have people come down 6 months out of the year to where I work in California from Canada. They have socialized socialized medicine. They don't get the level of care that we get, because you could sit there with with pneumonia in the emergency room for 24 hours and never be seen and die of pneumonia because you weren't high enough on the priority list. Their hospitals are in shambles. The doctors and the nurses are quitting because they're not getting paid enough. This is also in the UK as well. They're just not getting paid enough. So their system is actually falling. It's not really doing very well. They're coming over to Saudi Arabia, to America, and to the richer paying countries to work. So that system kind of isn't working to their advantage. Just because it's free doesn't mean that it's quality.
Well, I've always held on to the idea that you pay for what you get, and if it's easy, it ain't worth it. I remember the old white dude I used to work with used to always say this, and I still repeat it to this day: free schools, dumb kids. And honestly, I think you got to put skin in the game, because we don't have skin in the game. Like the brother was saying earlier, a lot of people, they just put the onus on the teachers. I sent my kid to school. Why my kid so damn dumb? Like Foodie alluded to. I mean, hell, you could abracadabra your way through. I mean, I ain't even gonna lie. I spent a lot of time in school, coming to school, skipping half the damn semester, coming in high and being able to abracadabra and get a B or a C on the quiz.
Look, some days I didn't even come to school until 5th period because I was bored of being at home.
Man, who you man, I tell people all the time,
I'm not going to school today. I'm gonna sleep in, and then I'm bored. I just go to 5th period, just show up 5th, 6th period, and I'm good. They didn't even fucking know. I tell my son and everybody all the time,
I had such good attendance because I would go to school like during the beginning, because the first few periods you want to holler at the bitches, make your bops, catch your plays, and then by 3rd period or something, nigga, I'm gone.
What y'all think about what Nick Rich said right here? She said if it's public schools, then it's funded by taxes, right?
Yeah.
Well, if you look at I don't know if anybody looks at what their property taxes, if you own property, how much of your property taxes actually go to schools. It's fucking sickening. It's like 1%, or in some communities less than 1% of your property taxes go to public schools. So a lot of our taxes aren't going to that shit. And then if you live in a community like there's a lot of communities in California where they're just building. And so you buy a house, you pay the property taxes, and on top of the property taxes, they have Melrose. Melrose is a tax that is, if you're in a developing community that's new, to build the roads, to build the schools and all that kind of stuff, that shit don't even fucking touch So you're sitting there, you're paying for your property taxes, you're paying your HOAs, you're paying your Melrose, and that shit ain't even really going to that much to the schools. So that's what you really need to get onto the local level and to your and to the state level and talk to your governors. And we need to like basically redirect where our tax money is going, because we really don't have any control over where it's going. Or even how much we're paying, but we definitely don't have no control over where it's going.
All right. Yeah, anybody got anything else on this, or y'all want me to go to the next topic? Shout out to Tyson Garcia. He said, blessings, Mark. No blessings to you, fam. Shout out to Connie Nick Rich and his bitch. Shout out to my sister Nikki in Central Florida. Shout out to her and Mr. Rich. She said the lottery funds fund school as well. Absolutely. But teachers are still getting paid so low in this country. Shows you how little we value education.
That's a shame.
Well, that shows you how much actually of the money that we're getting, from the lotteries going to them. It's bullshit.
It's cap. It's cap.
Yeah, it's an ideal. It's not a reality.
Let me read a couple more of these. Philip H says, for example, if they want to vote out teaching slavery, they'll put it under a road closure vote day. He said they'll put it under a road closure day or park lights.
That's true.
Like they hide the.
That's definitely how they do that.
That's definitely
yep. Like, look at, on a national level, look at what's going on right now. They tried to put Ukraine and Israel funding with border protection, and that's why, none of those three have anything to do with each other.
Because they bombard you with so much information that you just say, fuck it, I'm just going to abracadabra my way through it.
Yeah, exactly. You hold your nose and you just
I got to make fucking dinner. Damn, I'm tired of fucking voting today. I'm done.
Right. Reggie Morrison says this. He said the word Africa itself ain't African. It's Greek. The whole out of Africa theory was created by a European named Charles Darwin. His whole point is your family is responsible for your education. I understand that to a degree, where you're saying, yes, your family is responsible for your education, but I tell you what, if your family don't send your ass to school every day, and you just missing school, they will come lock your ass up at your job.
Right.
So you got
that's not because your kids are getting educated.
No. You gotta. No, I understand what he's talking about. Education. Yeah, your family's responsible for your education, but you still got to send them to these schools, or you got to private school them. You got to be able to afford to put them in private school, homeschool, have somebody available at home, and it's expensive to have a child nowadays. Like daycare is like $200 a week, shit like that. Like this, like the way that she was set up. Everything, the price of everything is going up, but wages aren't going up. Shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you get the richest people in the world pay no taxes because they have finessed it to the point where they say, well, I make so many jobs, I shouldn't have to pay taxes because I give so many people jobs and they pay taxes. So I shouldn't have to, bro, but you worth $1 trillion and shit like that.
Yeah, your tax, your 30% is way more than these 30 people's 30%.
Oh man, but I think another issue is too a problem that we have in this country when the citizens see their tax dollars going overseas, when we hear $750 billion for a new defense contract, $750 billion, but they tell you, we ain't got no money for your Social Security. We cutting that every year. The retirement age going up. We can't raise minimum wage. $2.13 for a waitress is we still paying waitress $2.13.
I got paid $2.13. I got paid $2.13 in '99. Yeah,
shit like that. Minimum wage, $8.25. Minimum wage what? $7.25, $8.25, some shit like that. Come on, fam. You cannot live off of that.
Well, you heard. Well, Foodie knows about this,
bro. Y'all ever seen a carton of eggs, a loaf of bread, milk, gas, like just the basic, the bare necessities? It's just costing Americans an arm and a leg, and then you get your politicians, whether locally or even throughout the bodies of government, it just seems like they get bought off. It's like legal bribery. Everybody knows it. Nobody says nothing. You get politicians that start off their whole life, they are civil servants, but when they retire, they're multimillionaires. How did you do that? How you do that? Oh,
you don't have term limits.
You get to bet on the stocks. Why you get to bet on the stocks?
Well, you know,
because we don't have term
speaking
limits.
engagement
Also
fees. They
term
have book
limits,
deals.
Foodie, term limits too. Term limits breed corruption. When you don't have a term limit, that's breeding corruption. But I digress. Y'all know I get on this soapbox shit.
Oh no, you're right.
And I'll just start preaching and I get mad.
Now, Mark, we've talked about this several times. Term limits. The fact that there is no checks and balance on the judicial branch of our legal system, to where technically you could do this about a president, you could do this about a politician, but as we're seeing with the Trump thing, now we have a Supreme Court filled with Trump appointees who's about to decide whether or not Trump should be able to run for president again. I mean, many of the Supreme Court justices should, by law, have to recuse themselves. But will they? Hell, fuck no. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, the systems are all rigged, but some of the systems that we really need to be voting on, we don't, like criminal reform. So if we were to able to vote on criminal reform, one of the things that they could say is that once you've done your time, you can vote again. You shouldn't have to do your time and then not be able to vote for the rest of your life if you have a felony. That's bullshit, because that's just
Still got to pay
people.
taxes, right? Because you still got to
Right, and you still got to pay taxes. You still got to do everything.
Hey, look,
everybody else has to do, but you're not an equal
representation.
citizen. Yeah,
That's taxation without representation.
right.
That's part of why America was created. But
Well, that's part of the reason why they do that, is because then they have a large group of people who can no longer vote against them. Because who do you think that they would vote for? The people who put them in jail and kept them in there in the prison industrial system, or the people who would be against that? We would have better representation. We would vote for better people who are going for what would really make change in the world. We don't have anybody in government that looks like the average American, ages 18 to 40 years old, up there, and representing us whatsoever.
It's all white men. Let's just keep it a buck.
Right.
It's built by old white men for old white men, and that's still
and not just looks like. I mean, thinks like us, who was raised like us, or anything like that. Who went through any of the things that we go.
You get some sprinkles of to make you feel like you get some diversity, but
yeah, at the end of the day, like Mark was alluding to, the little sprinkles of them outliers within the government, they either get shouted down or they get bought off and you know what I'm saying, and sold out over time. And what Foodie and you were saying alludes to our previous conversation this week with Jerry, that, you know, you can't say we're in a post-racial world if you in a society when you got to understand the very fabric of America. Like, the shit is rigged a certain way. The only people who truly enjoy the freedoms of America are rich white folks and, say, Quakers and Mennonites, Amish people. How come there is no group of people of color who are allowed the same type of, you know what I'm saying, sovereignty and immunity that the Quakers, the Mennonites, and the Amish are? Well, I live here in Ohio. These motherfuckers do what they want to do. They got their own little world, and nobody bother them.
I don't know how much political power they have, though.
Exactly. So, and that's
where
what I was getting at. They don't allow people from the marginalized groups to start moving that way. Because right now, I'm telling you, they could love me to death. I could be a basketball player, rapper, whatever. I could be OJ Simpson. They love me to death. Let me start talking some shit and doing some real shit with my money. Oh yeah, all of a sudden I done took advantage of this girl, or you know what I'm saying, they got cocaine in my car, you know what I'm saying, or you just gonna find me in the elevator with a needle in my arm.
Well, I wouldn't just allude it to just race. I would say any marginalized people in America are not represented in America. Meaning, like, if you would say women, gays, transgenders, or any other non-white, non-rich ethnic group. You don't have to agree that being a transgender is normal, but you can say that there are some very educated, well-educated transgender people that could have something to contribute to the world. Gay people, white people, I'm just saying non-marginalized people, period. So it's not just about race. They exclude everybody who's not old, white, rich, Anglo-Saxon, white Protestant, or not.
You got to be a WASP. You got to be a part of the good old boy club. you ain't in
shit, not even them. Some of them are not even included into it. You know.
Oh no, you're 100% right,
So
Foodie.
if they were to if just that group together, if they were to just get together, they would make almost the whole population of the United States. It's just the 1%, and that's the problem. So I can't say that it's about a race thing. It's just any kind of marginalized people don't have any representation in America.
Oh yeah, well that's the whole that's the gambit of it. That's how slavery is continued in the modern age. It's now all these illusions of classism. It's just like what we was trying to explain to Jerry. American laws, starting with the colonies of Virginia, started doing things to delineate a separation between indentured servants, ethnic Europeans, and African slaves, to create this societal illusion that, well, hey, at least I ain't a nigger, or at least I ain't this, and to keep people in this tiered system. Because what the people of Virginia feared with the American history, if they taught accurate American history, not the American narrative, they'll tell you that leading up to the Revolutionary War and all like that, there were a lot of different revolts that were poor whites, slaves, and Native Americans all working together against the elite. That terrified them.
Right.
That's why they keep us all separated. They got men against women, against gays, against transgenders, against everybody. So it's just. But anyway, I digress.
I want to say this though. It's crazy that Clips brought that up, because I was just thinking that the other day. I was like, people tell you race doesn't matter. Why they still put that on job applications? They still. I was looking at a job application the other day. I hadn't seen a physical job application type form and how they look now, but they still got them up there. Race.
Yeah, but they also have to put, you can choose not to answer, and I never do.
I seen that at the end of hiring processes when they say, well, we get tax breaks if you fall under a certain demographic. So do you are you a disabled veteran? Are you a this, that, and the third, and things like that? But far as like the regular application though, yeah, they still just say race, other. It'll just say other, or I choose not to answer, shit like that. But it's there. Why? Why do you still care? Does it matter? You get what I'm saying?
Well, like you said, they get money from it. So if you answer, good for them. If you don't, good for you.
No, those are two different phases. This is just the application. The part I'm talking about where they get money from it, that's after if you get hired. And after you get hired, they trying to, see. But at that point, you're pretty much in. But just let me see if we want you or not. Are you black or white? Name, address, phone number, black or white. Like early in the man, woman, race, early on it. And the reason why I say it, I just think that was, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying, Mark, is that the reason why they ask you that is because they might hire you just because you're black and they need to fill their black quota.
Exactly.
Or because you're a woman and they need to fill their women quota. Or you're disabled, they need to fill the disabled quota because they get a certain amount of money for a certain percentage of people that they hire under each category.
Foodie, that the regular application though?
Yes.
What I'm talking about at the beginning,
yes.
I don't see them.
Yes.
Look, the regular application, I don't see them asking that part.
Well, I do. I filled out a gang of applications over my time, and they all do.
You're talking about the new applications, like I don't know. I don't see them asking are you a trans and all of that stuff.
Well, I don't know about trans, but they do about race. Yeah. Well, no, I have asked them, if they identify, because they also probably get more. They get money for that too.
I think they're doing the hiring process, not just the general information gathering. But that's neither here nor there. That I kind of lost my point. What I wanted to say about the other thing, but finish saying what you were about to say.
No, I'm just saying whether it's the hiring process. I mean, I think that's on the application, when you're just filling out an application is the only time I know that they ask any type of question like that. So they always ask that, and it's because you may not fit the criteria as far as education or whatever, but you might fit the criteria for whatever.
We need one more black guy. We need one more black guy.
Funding that they're going to get for that. Just like with our kids going to school. They don't give a fuck if your kids go to school or not, but they get, it used to be $50 a head per day per child that shows up to school. They don't get any money if your child don't go to school. That's what it's about. They don't give a fuck about the education in America.
Honestly, that's the history of truant officers and checking the kids' attendance was because in America back in the day, they used to get so much money for the kids who came to school, and that's how they justified the state and the federal and state funds that they were getting. So if the school was showing a poor attendance, that state auditor could be like, well, fuck you, we're not giving you XYZ money. And so after a few years, certain schools started in the South and then in the Midwest, they started having truant officers like, no, who will take parents to jail and shit. Like, because, nigga, say you ain't gonna fuck up our money. If your kids enrolled here, you got to be here.
That's just how money works in America. It's just like you work in a department and your department gets $50,000 a year for whatever it is, supplies, this, that, the third. But if they don't spend $50,000 that year, the next year they're going to get $40,000. Then because they're like, well, you didn't spend that $50,000. Why should we give you any more than that? We're going to give you less. Right. You gotta bullshit your way in order to get what you need in America.
Fair enough. All right, Champion Heart. It said, I see you got the spinning wheel right there, my brother. It's trying to bring you on, but it says your device is not connected. Probably got a bad reception there. You might have to turn your Wi-Fi off and on real quick. If you're on your laptop, just turn the Wi-Fi off and back on real quick. And then click refresh on the screen. Shout out to my brother Matt Wade in the building. Shout out to Matt Wade. Philip H, the all-time great, still rocking with me. Nick Rich in here. Let's go to this next one. I want to know what you guys think of this. Russell Simmons. I don't know how I was so busy. All right, Champion Heart. It's still spinning. I don't know how I was so busy last week that I missed this interview, but I'm glad I caught it when I did. Russell Simmons speaks out. Have y'all heard this? Okay. Somebody in the chat say yeah. Let's go. Russell Simmons speaks out on the allegations about himself. And this is very recent. Like I said, this was last week. And it's kind of crazy. He talks about a lot in here. It's in on some different segments, but let's just jump right into it. He's going to talk about the allegations of grapes, if you know what I mean. Take that G off. And let's start there. He's going to talk about Oprah. It's a lot of things going on in this interview that we can talk about. Chris, I'm gonna mute you real quick while I do this. Let's go.
This morning, music mogul Russell Simmons stepping away from his businesses.
Russell Simmons, now the latest big name, left to defend himself.
9 women accused Simmons of a wide range of misconduct, from vulgar language to assault to 4 instances of rape.
What did he do?
Very dramatic music. It's very dramatic right there. We're gonna go into some serious allegations right here. You're gonna hear the allegations of his accuser saying he'll be responding afterwards. Let's go.
He raped me right up against the wall. Excuse my language. That's what he did. I had to keep his secret.
He showed up naked wearing a condom and tackled me to his bed while I screamed and fought and said no and cried. That's rape.
Wow. As you know, Russell had a lot of these allegations. This interviewer, they're going to travel to where he's at.
The allegations are not true. Why would all these women accuse you?
I heard someone else say this, that I was quite frivolous. Look, there's a song by Houdini. I'm a hoe, I'm a hoe. 3 different girls after every show. Culturally, we thought that was the right way. And a number of sexual partners and compromising positions I put myself in is beyond anybody's imagination.
You said you had more foursomes than most men have partners.
Yeah, and that wasn't really, I think it was cultural and silly and egotistic and sad and from an insecurity that feeds it, and a lot of reasons why we were that way. If you slept with as many people as I slept with, thousands. And we're talking about 6 people.
There were like 20, right? I mean,
I spoke poorly. Oh, you mean that's not, no. Yes. I spoke poorly to 15 of them. I mean, 12 of them. I spoke poorly all the time. I'm a deaf comedy jam guy. I was crude. So how many compromising situations was I in? And if you call that person and say, can you help me help these other women, then you can get them to tell a story and reimagine a story. And I'm not here to say what they were thinking, but I can simply tell you that I was in so many compromising situations that people can have a recollection from 30 or 40 years ago. And it can be different from my recollection. And it could be one where there was perhaps collaboration. If you had more foursomes than most guys had once, could someone leave and feel hurt? Could someone leave and feel they wish they hadn't? Could someone reimagine a story out of thousands of people? Could someone want notoriety in a market where people thirst for fame, even infamous? Could someone who just came out of jail and want to sue you because they had an experience and they can reimagine it just a little bit different? And could you be vulnerable enough to accept it? I took 9 lie detector tests. People don't know that. 9 separate. 7 from the chairman of the Polygraph Association. 1 for each of the serious accusations. 1 for when someone said, for instance, I was violent. One person said that. I've never been violent. Took that. 1 for I apologized. I never apologized about assaulting anyone. But if 2 people say it, because one said it and me too, and the second person said it, then I took a test for it. 3 hours per test by 2 polygraph examiners. One that I've never done this to anyone and one I've never done to each individual. Some people say that they're not accurate, but if they're 94% accurate, I did 9 of them. It's pretty clear that I don't believe it. I even asked what if I believe it, but it's not true? He said, your subconscious will get you. I don't know how true that is, but that's what was told to me by the chairman of the Polygraph Association. He was filmed, by the way, talking about this. So there's footage available. No one in the mainstream would cover that.
Why do you think that is?
Let's stop right there. He said nobody in mainstream will cover it. Where we at with it right now? Foodie, sensitive topic right here. You are the lady of the house right now. Go ahead. What you got? What you think?
First of all, I don't know why they couldn't got rid of all them bugs and lizard sounds and shit. That shit was fucking distracting me. I was like, is this a real or is this the real fucking Bali sounds? Because that shit was kind of distracting. Second of all, I don't understand.
Animals started fucking in the background, didn't he?
Nah, that's just showing you how bad he's hiding. He's somewhere so remote. He in the jungle.
Bullshit. Also, wherever he is in Bali, why they can't get his lisp taken care of, I don't understand. But anyway, there's a lot to unpack in this 15-minute segment. One thing that stood out to me is him sitting there talking about, rape. Yeah, that is a strong word, but I think they've changed the definition of it. Who's changed the definition of it? The people who are accusing him, or in general? Because he talked about the Me Too movement. So is he blaming it on the white feminists? Is he blaming it on the rain? I mean, who changed the definition of rape? Because he also, like to say, well, rape is a strong word. Or what did he say? He said, rape is paraphrasing that, like something that you do. It's a violent. He said it's a violent offense, and I've never committed violence against anybody. When we all know that you don't have to commit rape under any type.
He said one of the people said I was violent, so he said that because he said out of 9 things, the 7 of them that were the most serious, like where people said it was rape. Those the ones he took a polygraph for. And he said one of them was like the lady said he was violent. No. He said, and I never been violent with nobody.
Yeah. Well, what he was talking about Russell Simmons' definition of what he understands to rape. He said rape is a violent offense, and I've never committed violence against anybody. I've never jumped, one of the guys jumping out of the bushes, raping people like that. Like, we all know that there's a much broader, there are lots of different instances where people can be raped, and it's not under violence, not under duress. I think he's confused about rape and sexual assault. I think he needs to get his definition straight, because they are 2 different definitions. And ain't nobody, talking about this rich, powerful man then jumped out the bushes and,
right.
Maybe he put Molly on in her drink and she enjoyed it.
Hey, look, Foodie, I had to get re-educated with the terms and meanings of sexual assault, grapes. Also understanding that even a woman from what I understand legally, a woman has the right to later, afterwards, say she was uncomfortable or I took it. You get what I'm saying? Even though I don't recall taking nothing from you. You know, we both were drinking. You was drinking, you bought the drinks? Yeah, how many? Well, you should have known she had too many drinks. I'm like, well, shit, she was drinking. She was drinking when I met her. She was we was drinking the night we slept together. But also like knowing that she doesn't have to tell me no tonight. The next day she can just say, I didn't want that. That's different, Foodie. That's new to me. In the day and age, and that's something we got to teach our boys and our girls. You know what I'm saying? And shoot, that's why I make sure. You know, when I was in the streets, we going to breakfast to good morning the next day, nigga. Like, I'm sending good morning texts and everything. You're home safe, blah blah blah, shit like that. Communication, you know. Because
yeah, I just sent you the definition. This is from
somebody can say afterwards that I did something to her. What blows my mind, and I think that's why he kept using the word reimagine out of thousands of people. Like this is a rich dude.
No,
that's not what I don't think that's what he meant. I don't think that's what he meant.
No, not at all. But hold on, I just sent you the definition of rape versus sexual assault to your Instagram, Mark.
I think we're gonna be calling
according to findlaw.com. This is a short definition, but go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Clips. Your heart after that because he finally back.
Oh yeah. You know what I'm saying? He had to go on a mission real quick. You know what I'm saying? Had to go retrieve some vibranium that they stole from his borders. He had to go get his sovereign property back.
Clips, he put the vibranium in the Wi-Fi cable.
You already know. But Cozy.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I think, all right. I heard stories about Russell from back in the late 80s, early 90s. So, like the P. Diddy shit, I don't think that there's no there. I think that there definitely is. He was wilding. But what I think what he meant, Foodie, what he said, reimagined it, is me and Mark have talked privately a lot about this several times. Like,
leave me out of this, nigga.
Oh no! I said like because you just alluded to it. You just alluded to it.
Nothing to do with this. Don't talk. We ain't had no conversation about it. I don't know what you talking about, Clip. Nigga don't say it. Threw my name in there one too many times. Hey, yo, me and Mark talked about this. No, we didn't. I don't know what you talking about. Go ahead.
I never seen this nigga a day before in my life.
But you know what? You could have been talking about a different Mark. Go ahead.
But yeah, it's like someone, especially nowadays, a woman now has the right and has the ability to retroactively say, you know, she didn't feel right about that. So I think what he meant by reimagine is, okay, we had this little freak off orgy. I thought it was 100% consensual. You may have woke up the next day hungover, like, what the fuck happened? No, I didn't want this to happen. No, I felt pressured. I felt whatever. But me, I'm like, hey, I thought it just went down. It was what it was. You know, it wasn't like you said anything to me immediately after or whatever. And then naturally they're going to be like, well, what was she supposed to say? And so I think that we're in this little gray little area. And that Russell's running. But there's no doubt he's on his Roman Polanski shit. That's why he's over there in Bali. You know what I'm saying? Russell's definitely running because whether or not Russell actually did something or not, Russell knows he put himself in some real compromising positions where, let's just be honest, nowadays in this tell-all society, you know, once it gets messy and people start telling your business, unless you're not living a chaste Christian lifestyle, you know what I'm saying? You know, if you got some stories where somebody can clutch their pearls, they're going to definitely put up, you know, they're going to come for everything, and you don't have to do nothing crazy. And I think Russell was doing that wild shit. But yeah.
Go ahead, Champion Heart. Champion Heart. He was very rich, very young too. One of the few at that level at that time. Like Def Jam was one of the OGs. And you in charge, you nigga? Russell like, yeah, wait. You know what I'm saying? And from Hollis, Queens, New York, getting millions of dollars.
And sidebar, real quick, Mark, he openly admitted that he was crazy off the cocaine and angel dust back then.
But yeah. So when you having like a lot, that comes with a lot of that stuff that he was on, right? So Champion Heart, I say to you, he said I had more foursomes. He said the song told me to leave out with 3 hoes, so I had more foursomes. What you think, man? What you think of what Russell had to say on that clip? I got another clip too.
I agree with what Clips is saying, man. And I could see what Russell is saying when all of this is happening. He was what, in his 20s?
Yeah, I guess 20s, 30. Yeah, 20. Yeah,
is that right?
Yeah, in his 20s.
Yeah. So I mean, he's in his 20s. He's got millions of dollars. You know, a lot of that stuff is a blur. You know what I'm saying? And you know, he's having all of these different, you know, I guess orgies or whatever the case may be, and he's seen it, you know, one way, you know, and the experience of the women that were involved are seeing it another way. You know, like Clip said, you know, they woke up. You know what I'm saying? Now they're off of the high, and they're like, oh shit, you know. And now they realizing this happened, you know, and now it's you know, it's all coming full circle. But yeah, I definitely agree with what Clips was saying.
Before I play my next clip, I'm gonna ask Foodie, Clips, and Champion Heart. You go last. Real quick before I play the next clip, do you think Russell is he guilty in your mind already?
Yeah, I think he's guilty.
Of all of it or some of it?
I think he's guilty of all of it because people who feel like they have a defense, especially as much money he has to hire the type of defense teams that he has, they don't run to Bali. A country with no extradition treaty, I believe.
Okay. Just to let you know, I'm 100% in niggas getting ahead of the situation. Like in a situation like this, I'll go next and then we'll go to Clips. I don't know if he's guilty of all of it or any of it. What I will say is when things are a he say, she say, and you got to take your black man, rich millionaire nigga in this courtroom, and you got to deal with somebody on the stand crying, pointing, saying, you did this to me. You gotta have something. You gotta have her on tape, and even then, her being on tape, saying, "Yes, I want it. Let's do it." She can say, "I said and did that under duress," or "I was drugged up," or this, that, and the third. I felt that. Like, it's no way out of it if somebody wants to get on that stand and say, "You did this to me." How do you beat that? It's like, this ain't a murder case. This would literally be a he say, she say from 30 years ago or more. Shit, I ain't playing with y'all. Let me show y'all what this money do. Money can help me get low and I can live comfortable for the rest of my life. I ain't even about to play with y'all with my name like that and go through the judicial system and gotta roll my dice and see if they gonna just believe me over her, or because I did a lot of fucked up shit. And I fucked her and 3 other friends that same night. She said she didn't want to do it now 30 years later. How can I beat that? But that's me on it. So I don't think he's guilty just because of that, but he does have some things he got to do some explaining for, because he kept saying thousands of people. He didn't say thousands of women.
You caught that too, Mark? I was getting ready to type that. I was getting ready to type that.
Like,
you caught that too?
Say you had 4
nigga. You know I caught that.
But how many of those people were women?
Right.
That forced them.
Oh, yeah, man, Russell was fucking everything, man. Cocaine and PCP.
Go ahead, Clips. Go ahead, Clips. Before I go to Champion Heart, you think he did this shit? All of it? What?
I agree with you that I'm not mad at Russell for getting low and getting in the win, because sometimes you got to read the tea leaves and you got to be able to you got to be able to see what's going around the corner without sticking your head around the corner. You know what I'm saying? And just from reading Russell just from reading Russell Simmons' autobiography that he did all them years ago, I think that there was some problematic moments. I think that he probably did some shit. I don't think he was guilty of all of it. But back to what you said and what my opening statement was, I know why he's in Bali.
I'm not about to play with y'all, man.
I get that too.
R. Kelly, Cosby, like I seen what they did with Mike Jackson. Mike was this close as damn self. Johnny Cochran dead, man. The nigga that was getting everybody off and look and is dead. Johnny Cochran is gone. And Bill Crump, you can't get no money with Bill Crump unless you dead.
I was about to say Crump's the next thing we got, and Crump only dealing with dead niggas. I'm trying to live.
Yeah, you gotta be dead to get some Crump money. That's for your family. Go ahead, Champion Heart. Champion Heart.
I mean, it's just on the surface. I mean, it's not a good look, but I agree with what you're saying. I understand, why he did that. I don't think he's R. Kelly guilty, and maybe there was some compromising things that he may have done, but I can't just completely say, that he's guilty. I want to ask Foodie, where's, is there information that she has that, that she feels he's guilty of everything?
Well, two things. When you guys feel like he should have run, I mean, like you would have run under his circumstances, or you understand him running or whatever, which to a certain extent I can understand it because of the way people, black men are persecuted in American society. Do you feel like they would put his character on trial over the facts? Because they would have to present the facts in order to persecute this man, or in order to to get him into jail. Like Bill Cosby didn't just go to jail just because, they had facts, right? So you feel like there's enough facts against him that he feels like, oh no, I couldn't win, or like, what would you say would justify him leaving the country if he was not guilty?
I'll go first. I would love
it was really hearsay with Bill Cosby.
No, not technically, no. And that's why he's back out on the streets. What Bill Cosby's situation is different. Bill Cosby went to jail because of a testimony he gave under deposition where he admits that, yes, I have given women drugs. I put things in their drink and they ain't even know it, shit like that. He did admit to that in the deposition. But he got out of jail because of that deposition was made with the prosecutor, and they was like, yo, just tell us the truth on this shit, right? Well, not the prosecutor, arbitrator, whatever. He had a deal set in place where I won't be able, you can't take me to criminal court over this, but this will be civil, right? In civil court. So by them using that in court, it violated his Fifth Amendment, the right to not testify against yourself. You can't use that against me in court because I didn't, so that's how he got out. He got out on, I'm just telling y'all the facts, got out on a technicality.
Yes, but that deposition, he said that.
But I'm just telling you that deposition, I'm just telling you the facts.
Well, I wasn't trying to go over the whole Cosby.
Yeah. I just want to clear this
up. Right. I know that. I saw the deposition.
Some people don't know. He got convicted because of that deposition was used in a criminal case. That should not have been used. Because it was used in a criminal case, it was overturned. That conviction was overturned and thrown out because it violated his Fifth Amendment rights. Period. That's what happened with that. That's not what's going on here with Russell Simmons.
Right. So basically, he got off on a technicality.
So you asked me, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So whether he got off on a technicality or not doesn't say whether he did these things.
Hold up, Foodie. I was just trying to clear it up because you brought in.
Bill Cosby. I was just using it as an example. I wasn't trying to go through Bill Cosby's whole.
No, but I had but he asked you a question, and I was responding to that, and I wanted to clear it up for the audience because some people listening don't know. But to be clear, that's not what's going on in this Russell Simmons situation. What's going on with Russell Simmons It's simply, it was a lot of allegations. Allegedly it was a movie about to be made about him. Let me play this next clip. But the whole point of that is, yes, some things happened where Russell's name was being brought up. And to answer your question, Foodie, me personally, marqnash, in a situation like this, it's not like murder where we can do evidence. This is a 30-year-old he say, she say. I might have slept with her. That doesn't mean I took grapes from her that night. But she's saying I took grapes from her and she got my DNA. So I took grapes? No, that's not what happened.
I don't think it's that simple. I think
no. You asked me my opinion.
I'm telling you, I think that y'all are simplifying it when you talk.
What my opinion is my opinion, though, Foodie.
Right.
You know
so somebody he asked me my opinion, so that's what I'm saying.
You giving your opinion about my opinion on the question you just asked.
No, I'm giving my opinion on why he should have possibly ran to Bali versus standing in or defending.
You already said that, but you asked us though.
Yeah. Champion Heart asked me.
No.
And I used the Bill Cosby case.
Let me ask y'all.
As an example, and then you went into the whole Bill Cosby transcript.
Hold on, Foodie. You did say let me ask y'all. You didn't say that?
Why he should have ran to Bali? Why do you think he should have ran?
And now I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You said let me ask y'all, and I'm talking about that part.
No, well, you talked about the Bill Cosby case and why he got off.
That had nothing to do with you because you brought that up. Champion Heart said something about it, and I cleared that for the audience. Now I'm answering the question that you asked when you said, "Okay, let me ask y'all about Bali." Can I do that?
No, you said you was about to start the new clip.
I'm trying to. Let me mute your mic real quick while I do this. So, my whole point I'm trying to say is, me personally, marqnash, an allegation like that, where I can't prove or disprove, is he say, she say, her word against mine. I say it's consensual. She say it's not, and it's 30 years ago. It just seems like it's a lose-lose. But go ahead, Clips, and then I'm gonna play this next clip.
Yeah, and I don't know. Like I keep saying, I know from stories that I'm not going to get into that I heard just being around gatekeepers about Russell wilding out, and just all the stuff that you could find out. All you got to do is read any of his autobiographies or his interviews about the early days of Def Jam. Yeah. There definitely was some wild shit going on, and Russell was a wild boy. I could see him doing some things where, whether it was consensual or not, let's say it was 100% consensual. Like, that's what I meant. I was trying to explain to you, Foodie. I could see what I mean if they remember it differently. Like, if Russell admits he was if you read his autobiographies, he was such in a break because he was high off cocaine and PCP. I'm not saying that to be funny. Like, he tells you that the first 15 years of Def Jam, that's why he got on this whole hippie yoga trip. He basically was blitzed off fucking cocaine and PCP every day of that whole 15 years.
I remember him saying that.
Right. Yeah. So let me finish. So, like, so he and if you read that book, he talks about all these crazy shit that he was doing. So I could see how somebody doing something consensual with him, but Russell being such a dick. You give it 30 years, you give it hell even the morning after. I could see that man or woman or whoever the fuck said, yeah, I sucked his dick, but nah, fuck that. He kind of forced me. Nah, fuck, I could get some money off this, fuck that. And that's what he was alluding to with, yeah, they were. And so, yes, I'm with Mark 1,000%. Like I said in the chat, if I had the means and I know that whether guilty or innocent, there is a there, I'm gone, baby. Gone. I'm gone.
All right, let me play this clip.
There's a narrative, which is what that.
Sorry about the nature sounds. They are in Bali and they outside. Russell didn't bring them in the house. Like, I'll meet you on the porch, nigga. You and your cameras.
He was filmed by that. Talking about this, so there's footage available.
You feel? I'll meet you on the porch.
Hey, he don't let you people in his house. You know we don't let niggas in the house.
I don't trust none of them, man. I don't trust none of y'all. Y'all can set up right here. I'll be out in a second. With the list, Foodie, I'll be out there in a second. Get your camera up right. Foodie said, "Why he didn't get his list fit over?"
He ain't get his lips.
Boy, she hate a nigga with a list, boy. I'll tell you, boy.
Cover that. What do you think it is?
There's a narrative,
which is what
that we don't want to go backwards. We want to believe women celebrities maybe in some
You can't unhear it, champion.
cases a little different. But we don't want to not believe women. We have to believe women. We have to give them the benefit of the doubt, but we can't demonize people without proof either. Twitter cannot make a decision. I've never spoken to a policeman. I've never spoken to a judge about anything. So who's the judge and the jury here? Maybe you haven't lived in the real world. It's gray. You know, no one's intentionally hurt anybody. It's a big difference. No one pushed anybody, and being pushy is different from pushing someone. It's very gray.
Rape is a strong allegation in some of these stories, or that you pinned women down. I mean, like bad stuff, you know, either happened or it didn't, right?
Yeah, well, you know, it's a serious word, but I think they've changed the meaning.
How so?
Because I've never been violent to anybody. Rape is a violent crime. So it is a very serious. Somebody jumped out of bushes and raped somebody, it's different, I think. So it's a different kind of recollection. I mean, so I don't think anybody's saying I'm violent. Of course, I've been insensitive, but certainly I've never been forceful in any of my relationships. All of what I've had has been consensual.
What errors in judgment do you think?
Oh, it's right there. Go ahead, Foodie. That's what you was talking about earlier. React to that.
Well, yeah. I think he's splitting hairs, or like I say, he doesn't have a clear definition or understanding of being accused of rape or versus being grapes, being accused of grapes or sexual assault.
SA. We got to say SA.
SA. Yeah, I was trying to think of how to say it. PC.
Yeah,
being
SA.
accused of SA. So you need to get your different.
Many times. Yeah.
So you need to get your definitions down just the same as you would have to before you go to court. Like I'm saying, if you say, he could say in a book he got, you know, he was on controlled substances, but also he could say, well, these women were also on controlled substances too. So that also would, I mean, his lawyer would say, so that would also maybe alter their testimony, because they may have been, everybody was on, you know, controlled substances at the time. So who's really telling the truth here? They'd have to break that down.
Hold up, Foodie. He made them take the controlled substance. They didn't want to take it.
They got to prove that too.
No, they don't. They can just say it, Foodie.
Okay.
Man, look at the Puff Daddy, look at Bill Cosby, look at a lot of these guys who've gone down. There's been so many situations where a reasonable person could say, okay, they were partying, it was consensual, mutual drug use, but once the story came out in the negative, no. The fact that, you know what I'm saying?
I said all I got to say about that.
Well, go ahead, Clips. I still want to hear what you had to say.
Yeah, me too.
I said, go ahead, Clips. I want to hear the rest of it. Go ahead. What was you about to say?
Oh, no, I was going to let her finish. I was just saying that we've seen a lot of allegations where, you know, just any reasonable person who's not going to act like they've lived a saintly life.
Fair enough. Let me play this clip.
You know,
hold on. Just about that clip, hold on real quick. We don't know what Diddy's lawyers talked to about with these other women and what proof might have come out if he didn't settle, or these other people.
Right.
Sometimes you settle because there's other information that you don't want to come out.
Nobody's arguing that. I simply said, when you said, oh, well, he forced him to take the drugs, but you know, no one can really prove that. But the fact that drugs were taken,
I didn't say that.
I said that.
Exactly. It'll always get interpreted in the negative.
Yeah, that'll be his word against hers. Like even in Cassie thing, Cassie said Diddy forced her to take drugs for years. You get what I'm saying? So he say, she say, let's play some more.
You made, looking back.
My goodness. You know, we all need to learn to be better listeners. All of us. I think that the culture and the climate was different, and the way people interacted was different. And I think to judge 40 years ago as if it was today, we get in trouble. We have to accept where we were and move on and be somewhere else in the future if we don't like where we were. And I think that we're doing that now. And I think that's the good that comes from me too.
Who is we, nigga? I'm good. What the fuck is Russell talking? That nigga said we. Hold on, let me hear this again.
I think the judge 40 years ago, as if it was today, we get in trouble.
We'll get
we
in
have to
trouble.
where we were and move on and be somewhere else in the future if we don't like where we were. And I think that we're doing that now. And I think that's the good that comes from me too. And, you know, I think this next generation should be more sensitive, and we should have a new way forward. And this is helping us to form a new way forward. It's a great movement. It's done a lot of great work for women. It's sensitized men in ways they were not sensitized. And for that, I'm grateful.
If you had a do-over with that period, what do you think you would do differently?
A lot, but I don't have a do-over. This is the thing about practicing, being here now, and accepting what you learned and move forward. We can't do over. I haven't spoken to anybody for 5 years. It's ruined my life, ruined my relationship with a lot of everything. All my 5 charities have gone down. I had a lot of work. I had a lot of people I was trying to help. I had a lot of things I was doing, and I've been locked out of it. I don't want this to be the trigger to turn everything around again.
At some point, somebody's going to ask you about this, so why not do it in a controlled environment where
Is it control? Are you gonna Graham?
No.
All right, well, let's go.
Explain why November 23 is an important month for you.
Oh no, okay.
Well,
now here we go. This is what he said, why is November 2023 an important month for you? Russell Simmons goes on to, well, shoot, where are all the lawsuits at for people that was trying to sue me?
You know, they've had a year, the accusers, to sue me, and I haven't been sued. But I kind of believe that a lot of stuff's been the media. First of all, 40-year-old stories are quite hard to prove, I guess, but in civil suits, maybe not. But they're 40-year-old stories, but they've been covered by the media. But I can't speculate as to why I haven't been sued, but you know, we're talking about 6 serious accusations.
What did you think of the doc?
I didn't watch it.
Why not?
Because it's not true.
Okay, now this doc, I want to see it because I haven't seen it. I didn't even know it ever came out all the way. It's called On the Record, and it's a film about, and it's a documentary about Black women and having a voice in the Me Too movement, and Russell Simmons is one of the alleged perpetrators in that documentary. Let's go.
And I think that Oprah said the stories don't add up.
Okay, here we go.
Oprah also came up.
Oprah.
What did you think of the doc?
I didn't watch it.
Why not?
Because it's not true. And I think that Oprah said the stories don't add up.
Oprah also came out and said she believed the women.
I stand in support of these women. I believe them. It was a hard decision because I knew that Russell Simmons had started publicly pressuring me, and that me pulling out of the documentary was going to look like I was being pressured.
How do you?
That was a clip from Oprah doing an interview about why she stepped away from that doc. She said what she said.
Where the two?
Well, she said she believed women, but if you want to call Oprah, I can give you her number. She made a movie about some women, and then made it very public that she was making the movie and that she made the movie, and then she walked away. She has not come back in support. Isn't she a supporter of Black women or not? You should call her. She will not defend those women. Those are Black women that she said she supported. She will not defend them. She cried on the phone to multiple witnesses that she didn't even know, because she learned that hurt people, and that her stories, as an investigative journalist herself, she knows those stories should never have been printed, much less made a movie about.
What conversations did you and Oprah have during that process?
Well, the first thing I called her and I said, I'm glad it's you making the movie because people rush to judgment and you're a reporter. I said, well, have you spoken to anybody who was there at the time or around that time? And then she called them. She studied them. She read their books. And then that's caused her to walk away from the movie.
What she had said, just to be clear on like CBS this morning, was that she felt more time was needed, and
to make a
because
whole
the
documentary,
producers
not about me.
wouldn't.
She said to change it. She said to change the whole thing. Is what she told me. She told him she wanted to change the entire thing to a documentary about men in general, about the whole music industry, and that I couldn't be a subject anymore because she had found too much contradictory evidence about the stories about me. That's what she told them. And that's what you could ask her that. Everybody she interviewed, she taped. She taped about 20 witnesses. Those tapes are available. If you're investigating this, maybe you should dig into those tapes. I don't want to go far into this discussion because it is a very sad moment. It was the most traumatizing experience in my entire life. It hurt my children. There are people with 40 accusations, you'd be interviewing them right now, and this subject wouldn't come up.
Well,
so
yeah,
I feel a little bit targeted, but please continue.
And I was going to say too.
You said if it was people, what you say?
Traumatizing experience in my entire life. It hurt my children. There are people with 40 accusations, you'd be interviewing them right now, and this subject wouldn't come up.
Well,
so
yeah,
I feel a little bit targeted, but please continue.
And I was going
Okay. I feel a little targeted. He said, but people were okay. Foodie, talk to me about that clip right there. He said, yo, Oprah taped over 20 women talking about me. She stepped away because the stories didn't match up. She didn't find them credible. He said that's what she told me. He said, why would she publicly make the movie and publicly tell people the movie coming out, then publicly step away and say, hey, I'm stepping away from this documentary? I believe women. She said that publicly, but yet she still said, hey, look, I ain't fucking with this documentary about Russell. Talk to me. Think he knew something, got something on her too? Like, we got to put a case on it? What's going on?
Well, she said in that clip that he was putting pressure on her. So, but before that, he said, well, the guy said, why was November 2023 significant to you? And he said, because these women have had a year to sue me. Now that's under that whole new like New York statutory thing. Right. The thing is that these women came out with these allegations way before that law was reenacted by that governor that's in place right now. And they'll say that at the end of this documentary, but I don't mean to skip until the end or whatever. Their lawyers made that statement that this started way before. So what they're saying about the whole little thing that Cassie, is using in New York, and now that's going on in California, those laws that have been reenacted. They did this way before those things came out.
They couldn't say then, though, could they?
Yes, they could. I mean, they started this whole situation. He's been gone for 5 years. So this started 5 years ago. And then he also
sued though. I thought they changed the
well, he just said that no one sued him.
Yeah,
but they brought up these allegations. All we're dealing with is allegations at this point.
Right. But like they had 1 year like that to sue him. Like that stuff that they said before. Like
right, but he didn't run from a lawsuit. He's running from allegations.
No. But they still had a year to sue him though.
But he's addressing these allegations in this thing. We're all talking about allegations here.
No,
nothing's gone to court yet or anything.
No, he said they had a year to sue me, right?
Right.
Because the new governor said, ain't no statute of limitations for 1 year. I'm gonna give everybody 1 year. I don't care if it happened 30 years ago or 50 years ago. You got 1 year to file a civil suit. During that 1 year new window, none of those women from the previous 4 years who had those allegations filed a suit. That's what I'm saying.
All right, can I finish what I was saying, just addressing the clip? Mm-hmm. So he said, no one has sued him within the last year. And like I said, this is the whole thing about Russell Simmons addressing the allegations and why he moved to Bali and all that kind of stuff. And then he said something about, I think part of the reason may be because these allegations were 40 years ago. And I would think maybe that it's hard to prove these allegations that happened 40 years ago. Again, then, okay, well, if you felt that, and I'm sure you got legal consult about that, when these allegations came out, then why move to Bali, right? If you that sounds like something that would work for you, not against you. Then he also said, then Oprah accused him of pressuring her not to do that. So to me, this kind of sounds like he's afraid of his image and being persecuted in the court of public opinion, not really legally, because it sounds to me all the things that he's presented will work for him and not against him.
For sure. Let me hear this clip again.
Why not? Because it's not true. And I think that Oprah said the stories don't add up.
Oprah also came out and said she believed the women.
I stand in support of these women. I believe them. It was a hard decision because I knew that Russell Simmons had started publicly pressuring me, and that me pulling out of the documentary was going to look like I was being pressured.
How do you square?
She said it looked like she's being pressured, but it's not. It didn't. She didn't say it was like she pulled out because of that, though. Is what I'm gathering. But all right, go ahead, Clips. What you think about what that last segment that we just heard?
First of all, I've had a problem with the Me Too movement and Oprah and Gail. I'm old enough to remember, a lot of these problematic men, from Les Moonves at CBS to Harvey Weinstein to Donald Trump to a lot of these big movers and shakers, were very cool with Oprah and Gail. And I think the pressure Oprah's alluding to was people like Russell who might have some evidence and receipts. Probably said, okay, and he does have a point. You see when the November, he has a point against Oprah, because you see with the November 23rd, well, like even what Foodie's alluding to, November 23rd, you see the floodgates opened on Puffy. Them bitches wasn't holding back. I got till November. Well, shit, let me tell you something. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Everybody can't wait to tell something. You even got grown ass men jumping out their body. Yeah, he clapped my cheeks too. You know what I'm saying? Type shit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can't wait to say something about Diddy. But all these motherfuckers who already had cases and already shit going on about Russell, they didn't pull the trigger on that date. Why is that? And I'm not saying anything other than proposing that question. Why is that? We see a lot of people who are less exposed than Russell Simmons, who motherfuckers jumped at that date. The minute the governor announced it, these motherfuckers, you gonna have to settle or we go into court. None of these, especially the major allegations, you didn't hear a word from them, and still haven't. But yet social media is still setting his ass on fire.
Fair enough. Go ahead, champ.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
My mic was muted. Yeah, man. That's Clips made some good points, and it makes a lot of sense. Oprah, man. I had a problem with Oprah after she did what she did to MJ, which I thought was foul. And she still hasn't, still waiting on that documentary on her buddy Harvey Weinstein. So she
never heard of it.
Yeah. So she been on some bull, man, for a long time. So, but Clips made a good point. You know what I'm saying? Russell may have some dirt on him. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh wow. All right. Play this last part.
About men in general, about the whole music industry, and that I couldn't be a subject anymore because she had found too much contradictory evidence about the stories about me. That's what she told them. And that's what you could ask her that. Everybody she interviewed, she taped. She taped about 20 witnesses. Those tapes are available. If you're investigating this, maybe you should dig into those tapes. I don't want to go far into this discussion because it is a very sad moment. It was the most traumatizing experience in my entire life. Please continue.
And I was going to say, to be clear,
this is my entire life. It hurt my children. There are people with 40 accusations. You'd be interviewing them right now, and this subject wouldn't come up.
Well,
So
yeah,
I feel a little bit targeted, but please continue.
And I was going to say, to be clear, this is not an investigation. You have not really talked about this before, and so I was merely trying to get your thoughts on
Well, I don't want to
this,
sound
but
defensive, but yes, I told my children I would not speak about this.
Yoga, GDOS, and Hip Hop 50 are the 3 remaining topics, and I want to get a little bit with you sitting down about yoga and GDOS, since
You
then
can
we
shape
can.
my life to be a good life and be a servant to God, or you can me up. There really is that. It really is. Could be that dramatic. You know, and I've been. It's been because I left, and I spent so much time here. People have assumed that I really left and ran, even though I'm back in America all the time. I'm behind the 8 ball. So I don't expect you to put yourself, make it look like you're wrong about anything, or that you're in favor. You have the tools. Please don't.
You have the tools to provide context, and context in any story is everything.
Everything.
Yeah. What have the past 5 to 6 years been like for you since 2017?
Well, I've written 4 books. I built a hotel. We have a talent agency that has 300 people working all around the world. And I live in Disneyland, yoga and vegan Disneyland. So God gave me a new lease on life and new things. Also a lot of self-reflection. How can I make that better? How can I be a better person? So I just got to accept that what I've been through is God's way of, refocusing me on being a better servant. These 5 years have been both a gift and a curse. It's been a curse. Well, it's been a curse because I've been demonized in ways that, and I could never defend myself enough. There's no way you can defend yourself. So for me, I have to accept the scar that they demonize me in ways that I don't see myself and people who know me don't see. And at the same time, I accept responsibility for having been insensitive. I've been a lot of things. Never intentionally hurt anyone. I know people are hurt, but I didn't intentionally hurt anyone. And I was never told by anyone that such a thing occurred. People will decide whether you are a good or bad person, or bad or innocent or good, by their pain body and their experiences. That's what's going to decide how they feel about you, and you can't change them. And again, I have to live with the scar.
Wow. Foodie, he has to live with the scar. Go ahead, take the lead, Foodie.
I mean, I still stand on, like, it's kind of confusing. Like, are you running from the public image of these accusations? Because, like I said, these are still just accusations. Nothing has gone to court. There are like no lawsuits. He even said that he doesn't feel like, I mean, there's a possibility like whatever they're accusing him from 40 years later, it's really hard to find any evidence that would really incriminate him. He's mentioned something about a civil suit and not a criminal suit or whatever. So is he like, I'm trying to figure out what the hell you ran for. Like, guilty people run, you know what I'm saying? So that's what it looks like to me, in my opinion.
Quick question. But yeah, because he said he's been coming back and forth to America. He said people think I ran.
That's true. He did mention that, yeah.
He said people think I ran. I've been back and forth to America a whole bunch of times.
So maybe he just left on choice, just so he could be over there in a country where they don't persecute you for having sex with underage boys and stuff. So that could be a possibility.
Well, maybe he just went to where, he just went somewhere where his activities are allowed. But
that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Look, I get where you're coming from, Foodie, but I just want to a little pushback. Running doesn't always mean you're guilty. Running just means you're running. There could be a whole bunch of reasons about that, and there's always these negative connotations. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do, and especially when you're dealing at this level of shit, God knows how deep. For all you know, there is no completely no there. Absolutely, this is some goddamn corporate intrigue and a shakedown, because this is a man who's worth millions and billions of dollars. It's deeper. It gets deep at that level. It gets deep when you're talking about, you know what I'm saying, these sort of allegations, because if you really like that's some of these bother me, because if you really want to get into these allegations and these tell-alls, well, who the fuck else was in the room?
That's true. That's another possibility. Like it could be just that he knows too much.
Right. That's why I'm saying. I'm not. You feel me? You feel me, Foodie? I'm not trying to push back really on you, but it's like, you know, I'm not defending him. I read it. I don't know. I think I'm the only person in this panel who actually read that damn autobiography. That boy, wow.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you did the things that you said. I'm saying
exactly. That's what
I'm not going. I mean, you know, I feel the way I feel, but there is a possibility. I'm always open to the possibility, and I'm hopeful that I'm wrong in these types of situations. I hope that I'm wrong because I'm not a prosecutor or whatever. But you know, just from an outsider looking in, a lot of shit look weird. But when you look a little deeper, yeah, it could be that he just knows too much about other people. Same with R. Kelly. Not Diddy. I don't believe that nigga. That nigga didn't. Too many people didn't died around Diddy. You know, that shit too weird. But
I mean, a lot of niggas died around Russ. Russ be on gangster shit. Don't get it twisted. Russ, remember, how did Russ get his money to start Def Jam?
I don't remember. Rick Rubin. I don't fucking know. Some white people. I have no idea. I can't remember. Rick Rubin.
Nah, Russ got it that one way.
Producer.
Russ got it that one way. Out the mud.
Oh, I never known him to be associated with selling dope.
That's why he said he got away with it. That's why he said he was cool. That's why he said he always liked the street things. He liked Jam Master Jay because Jam Master Jay was tapped in with the streets, even though he was telling his brother and Daryl to, you know what I'm saying, hey, nah, let's do this, because he was keeping them clean because they're the musical acts. You know what I'm saying? But he liked that shit because he was from that element. He a Queens nigga.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things that we probably won't ever know. So.
Right, and that's what I'm getting at. Like, he knows too much. Like Russell is somebody, like even Diddy. Imagine really having, wow, God forbid, but imagine really a prosecutor got 50, 75 years over Diddy and got some leverage and could get him to talk about some things. Like, nah, sometimes I think some of these niggas is getting squeezed right now because there's a level or two above them that is getting.
I don't know. I mean, because there's a lot of kids. Like, there's Usher. Bieber ain't said nothing, but that crazy nigga from Everybody Loves, what's it, Raven or whatever.
Yeah, like Orlando Brown and all that.
Yeah, like at first people are like, oh, he's crazy, but nah.
Like, and it been like, you know, and we've been seeing. First of all, I knew. First of all. Like the Usher thing, I saw it as problematic. The way Usher did Justin, I saw that as problematic. I'm talking about real time. The way 50 Cent was with Soulja Boy, I saw that as problematic. You know what I'm saying? The way Snoop and them kind of did Bow Wow, and then with Jermaine Dupri, I was kind of like,
and Criss Cross and how old boy from Criss Cross, you know.
Right. I'm in real time looking at these situations like that. This ain't no, like, remember, like I always tell niggas, I love me some Tupac, but I'm old enough to remember Tupac. I crack jokes on niggas about Tupac in that bathtub. Nigga, I was
the thing about Eclipse is that all these niggas know each other. They all share the same people.
And they
so
fucking the same hoes.
Possibility that
and how they fucking the same hoes, because some of these niggas, I heard the stories about niggas. I remember a Living Color doing sketches where it was motherfucking Tupac. I think a nigga that was supposed to be like Jermaine Dupri or Puff Daddy on the thing, and they were all gay rappers. Remember there was all the fake rappers? Remember there was all the rappers where they were acting like they were hard, and then when they go to commercial, it's like, oh my God. And then I forget, because who was it playing?
It's all good. But go ahead, Clips. Look, I want to play this next clip.
My bad. My friend.
I forget. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying, no, I remember all these things. And like, yeah, these dudes was all around doing all this. This was no secret. This was no whatever. So why is it getting so spicy right now?
Well, because like I said, there's some evidence that could come out. Like I said, some of these people
was evidence there.
It's had a lot of court to avoid other things that would be incriminating coming out of them. And there's rumors that there is an actual RICO case coming up against Diddy. But go ahead, Mark.
All right, so I got this other clip I want to play. Let me make sure I got it. Shout out to my homie Chig Smooth. This nigga Chigs be on everything, yeah. It's a long IG, but I don't want to play the whole thing. I want to play the matter of fact, let me go over to Flacco. I think Flacco got a short version of it. Shout out to the homie poet Flacco too. Basically, DJ Akademiks. I want to play this next clip, man. I'm gonna jump right into this one because it is New Year's Eve. I'm gonna let y'all enjoy the rest of y'all New Year's Eve, and I'll pull up on y'all later. But DJ Akademiks tells a story. Y'all heard about Akademiks? Because he's been in some mess the last 24 hours. So basically, in a nutshell, a little backstory. Homie got a chick that he's dealing with, ex-girlfriend. She's off and on, been dealing with this girl for a minute. I guess he says, he goes live and he says, yo, I'm gonna expose myself before she tries to do it. And he tells the story about how the shorty stole $500,000 out of his safe. Right? They get back together, basically. After that, he tells a story about how she brought the money back and how he found out she had stolen the money, this, that, and the third, right? But in the midst of this story, right, a couple things happen. He tells a story about another chick that he was fucking with, and it was dudes. He was like, yo, you had sex with these dudes and it's on camera because I got cameras all over my house. And he tells the shorty, yo, I got you on camera fucking these two dudes. They ran a train on you, basically. And her version of it, though, is like, nah, I didn't want that, and you got up and you was on me too. Wow. The ex-girlfriend has been arrested because she destroyed his crib. But these allegations are very serious. Like I said, it's a serious show tonight. We're gonna have fun later on for the when we bring in the new year. But I want to get this last serious topic out. Let's play this.
She was arrested.
Shut up.
You're breaking tens of thousands, maybe 100,000. When I showed up after my stream last night, she broke mad shit in my crib.
Nah, this ain't the one. This ain't the one. I want to hear this 500,000. I want to hear this nigga tell this 500,000 story because some people saying it's cap. My boy Royce the 5'9" was like, "That's cap. I don't believe that." Is this it?
DJ Akademiks alleges his ex-girlfriend stole $500,000 from his home. Accuses her of crimes despite actions.
Nah, that ain't the video. I'm trying to find the video. Where was that?
He getting the feelings because now she's like, yo, you not gonna press these niggas over me, this and third, because again, the main character syndrome. Shorty gonna send pictures or really like weird things of me to niggas like Adam 22 and Troy Ave. She's like, oh, I'm gonna show these niggas that really I'm yo, and I got pictures of you that nobody would want to see. And I'm like, this is why I'm even here. It's like, bro, like what type of girl would do that? October and November of last year. I'm telling y'all the facts. Police raided my crib. They kicked my door off. My mama was at my crib. They only kicked my door off. In reality, my mama didn't know what was going on. They put everybody in cuffs. I'm in cuffs. Even my mama is in cuffs. We're all sitting there. What's going on? I'm like, I'm still wondering, like, what's going on? I'm like, there was a woman that came to my house. That woman claimed she was sexually assaulted. Not by me, by other people. But it happened in my house. A girl who I've been dealing with for like 2 years on and off. We were not steadily, like we were like, you know, hang out. Not really hang out. Hang out. The shorty was getting like, I don't even like, she was getting trained by my two mans, like on my pool deck the night before when I'm sleeping. I said to her, I said, yo, I'm gonna keep it a bean with you, bro. And you came to my house and had two niggas just raw. I ain't see no condom, no none. I told her, I said, yo, you should go get tested, man. Like you done. I said, that's you like that. Like, yo, I came here for you, this and third. Anyway, my mama had to come to the cops. And the cops reading and listening to her side of the story, they're saying, oh yeah, Shorty got R-worded. Akademiks got the tape. It's at his house, but he don't want to give up the tape. So that's their whole mentality. Act don't want to give up the tape. Everything is on my... So the niggas didn't get charged. They raided my crib because it happened. And this is what the list I was trying to tell niggas. Got all the proof. Bro. I could have had this woman in jail for 40 years.
Okay, he skipped the part. The part that he skipped, he was like, the police saw the tape and was like, it's not enough evidence to say it wasn't consensual. So, but then he's going to the 500K. Let's go.
Are y'all listening to me? For 40 years. This is y'all's gonna come get a different result. There's a time I used to have $1 million cash in my crib. That's a fact. Do you know this stole $500,000 from me? Cash. Bro, I had them in safes and all the time. Nigga, I'm not checking the money all the time. I had money just sitting there. I gambled. When Shorty moved to Houston, like whatever, you know, we like broke up or whatever. Not really people. Nigga, I got $1 million in cash. $1 million. Not talking about 50, $1 million. Let me tell you how I figured that. Let's explain something about Cheyenne. Cheyenne is someone who's a victim of my lifestyle. I've been drinking for 10 years straight, every day, since college, every day. If you were around me, if you were a chick that get in my lifestyle, it's going to be intoxicating. She goes to Houston. Immediately, she buys a $140,000 car. She gets an apartment. Oh, I'm right over the Toyota Center. Okay. By the way, she took the money in June when she first moved to Houston. I got that money back in like October. It's not like, oh yeah, I took it for like a couple days. For months. My nigga. We could probably just end the story there. This chick, the most filthiest, download dirtiest. My nigga. Shorty was cheating on a nigga with a nigga on the practice squad for the Jets. And the nigga got cut from the practice squad. A nigga who's up tens of millions to a scammer in Houston. A nigga on the practice squad and random niggas, like random, random, like, you know how it's stupid? I remember she said it to me once and I believe it. She said, yo, Ak, I'm dating Akademiks. I could never another nigga without him tell you. Bro, you know how she got around that? Just don't anybody lit in the industry. Bummest niggas possible. Like the niggas who got, like this is part, and I'm gonna end the story with this. Bro, I went through her phone, nigga. She was cash apping the niggas. I'm like, oh, you're sending money? I'm done with you, bro. Like, it's over. But anyway, I just had to tell my full truth today. This has been a good...
Yo. All right, and shout out to Urban Politics for slicing it up. He cut a lot of shit out, but that was pretty much the gist of it. KP said he's an idiot. Foodie, take the lead. What you think of DJ Akademiks? Girl took $500K. Now he did another stream and he told the story. First he said she had every code in his house to all the safes, but then in another version of the stream he said, "Yo, I'm gonna tell y'all how she got in the safe. I'm gonna tell you how she really got in the safe. The key was on top of the safe." But he said he had 8 safes in the house and she had the code to all of them. But then he tells another version of it where he says the key was on top of the safe. Ebro said this nigga like being used, clearly, when he talks about how his homies, and because the girl was telling him, yo, you need to fight some of these people, like you pay these people too much. And he was like, yo, they was there before, bitch, like you was fucking with a nigga like me. When we was making $200 a pop to DJ, and I would get him $50 to carry my equipment. I'm not gonna fire dude. So he comes across as loyal. But then you hear that he pays the guy 6 figures. Like, damn, okay. Then there's other parts of the story, Foodie, that was left out where he talks about the things with Cheyenne, how he just keep taking her back after she breaking up his shit. You hear about this girl right here who said grapes were happening and he was involved because he tells the story without him being involved. He tells that story out of nowhere, almost like he's trying to get ahead of that too. But damn, it was a lot to unpack. Go ahead, Foodie, what you got?
I'll be honest with you. I'm just on a panel for all of the other subjects that don't have to do with DJ Akademiks because I don't know who he is, but every time I see him, all I think is he is the goofiest looking gerbil I've ever seen. That's
yeah.
Him is goofy. He's the epitome of a goof.
So, Foodie, you said even without all the money, you wouldn't give him the box?
I don't believe he has money. I don't believe anything he has to say. He's like a walking contradiction. He's a red pill, blue pill, but I love hoes. but the same kind of nigga that don't feel like you shouldn't pay child support, but he would get this hoe pregnant and then be mad at her for chasing him for child support. Like, everything about him is a fucking contradiction. I don't understand why anybody listens to anything he has to say.
So not only will she not give him the box, she will not give him another box. He's not box worthy. He's unboxable.
Well, I got him newsworthy because of what happened with the shorty. Now,
Exactly.
This shorty has done her interview or did a quick live, and I want y'all to hear that because I play that to say this. Shorty says like, "Yo, you a fucked up nigga. You lying. You ain't telling the whole story, nigga. You took something from me, basically." Let me see. Do I got it?
And the shorty is who?
The girl.
A regular bitch, right?
No, but peep this. Remember Tupac? Remember when Tupac she got her version of the story reminds me, and what's going on here reminds me very similar of Tupac.
But he's not Tupac.
No, let me finish.
No, but like Tupac, like in the hotel.
It ain't got nothing to be about he's not being Tupac. I ain't saying this. The story.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out who Akademiks is.
Let me say this.
You can say it, but then you're gonna have to explain to me who Akademiks is.
Please let me say this.
Go ahead.
Wait. He's a hip hop. What's the word? Not a character. Not a
nobody.
Personality. He's a hip hop personality.
Right.
He's been on Complex. He's known for being on YouTube. He's one of these guys who found a way to get a lick off of talking to niggas on the internet about Chicago. Well, Foodie, let me finish. You ain't got to be condescending.
I just said exactly.
Okay, but let me say what I got to say because we're getting distracted from what I'm trying to play next.
How?
The dude is you don't got to think he got no money, but the dude is getting money, right? Just by talking shit about hip hop, right? Whether you like him or not. He might be the black Jake Paul, if you want to say that. But let me play this next clip because the reason why I said what reminds me of Tupac is in this clip, his version of the account sounds like Tupac's version of the account. I invite a girl over and the homies have sex with her. And she say, we took grapes. That's very Tupac-ish.
I know. Into my house and had two niggas just fuck you raw. I ain't see no condom, no none. I said, yo, you should go get tested, man. Like you done. I said, that's wild, yo. You should go get tested, bro. And from that moment, she started like because the denial shifted and she kept like trying to pivot on the denial to, yo, nah, send me the video. Yo, I'm pretty sure I didn't fuck him. And I'm like, bro, you fucked him. And she's like, no, look again. And now I'm getting super tight because I'm like, bro, I'm not about to watch this video if you getting fucked, my nigga. Like, it's on my surveillance. Like, bro, like, I was fucking with you. Like, what, you want me to watch the video if you getting fucked? Cool. She keeps saying that, whatever. She then tells me, by the way, I ain't gonna lie, and I'm gonna keep it a being about everything. My homies did not tell me they fucked her. At that point, I only seen on my security cam. My homies did not tell. Remember, they woke me up that night. Yo, let us out. Let us out the crib. Or lock the crib. They did not tell me they fucked the bitch that came for me. They never told me that. You know when that conversation happened?
Apparently from that incident, police kicked Akademiks' door.
Shout out to Chick Smooth.
It's down. Apparently the girl went to the cops, told them, yo, Akademiks has this footage of me. He's refusing to give it to me. So they show up at his crib, take the doors down, put everybody in handcuffs. He ends up going down to the station to clear everything. The cops tell him, all right, you're good. That chick from the train, she is speaking out and she's not happy with Akademiks. Not only that, but she's also accusing him of some wild shit. Here's what she said.
I look crazy right now, but I'm not going to stand here and let this man continue to lie about me. That's not what happened, Akademiks. You know that that's not what happened. And for you to pretend that you didn't do anything, that I just went to your house and I'm just some thought, like we didn't know each other for 2 years. You tried to save yourself after your friends assaulted me. Whether or not you got drunk or not, I know that when you woke up, you were on top of me too. And you know what? I'm gonna come back with my own story. This what you wanted, you're about to get it. I've been quiet for way too long.
Now I'm gonna play.
Wow.
Guys, what Akademiks said about that part. He denies touching the girl. He denies doing anything with her.
The reason why he did that is because Shorty went to the cops. And the cops reading and listening to her side of the story, they're saying oh yeah, Shorty got R-worded. Akademiks got the tape. It's at his house, but he don't want to give up the tape. So that's their whole mentality. Ak don't want to give up the tape. Everything is on my house is documented on tape. So they kicked my door off, took all my cell phones, took my DVR, and then they bring it down to the station. Also, here's the thing. Everybody knows me in my, like where I'm from. I'm like the popular nigga in my town. So now they bring it down there. Nigga, they even called me. I said, like, first I was so big. I didn't know what's going on. By the way, I get like, and I'll tell you the truth. This is facts. My nigga,
you sound drunk right now.
I'm a rich nigga, expensive nigga. My nigga, I spent $100,000. I got a $100,000 retainer on a lawyer, and I never got charged with nothing. But they serve a search warrant on my crib. So they serve a search warrant, and they interrogated me. So I got the best lawyer known to man. I get that lawyer. We're trying to figure out what's going on. They're like, oh, we're investigating this sexual assault, alleged sexual assault. Long story short, and this is why Shorty, who thinks she got something over my head, bro, it's clear as day on tape. You feel me? Matter of fact, I still think the county got my DVR because I just got a new DVR. By the way, they sent me all type of shit like, yo, act you good, like nothing with you, like you're straight. And here's the thing, my friends who's on the tape fucking the girl, they didn't get charged. It was like, yo, hey, listen, there isn't enough evidence that showcased that you didn't want to fuck them. So the niggas didn't get charged. They raided my crib because it happened, and this was the lesson I was trying to.
Now, as you guys all know, once Grape gets involved in any conversation.
All right, there we go. But Foodie, she sounds very convincing, yo. I ain't gonna lie. She sound hurt, and she sound like something happened. Well, actually, everybody admits something happened. We just don't know if she wanted it or not, you know, or she was part of it. What you think, Foodie?
I'll admit to you, Mark. I apologize, but I have no interest in personalities.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Go ahead, Clips. What you think?
I think that
it's big news because he's a guy that covers shit like this when it happens to other people.
Exactly. So hey, let's see how fun it is when the rabbit got the gun.
Yeah.
And the shoes on the other foot. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my clothing line. You know what I'm saying? You know, we got new shoes and all sorts of crazy
Hey, let me see the shoes. There you go. Slide it over to the other side. Other way. Up. No slide. Yeah, there you go. Okay. As is. Shout out to those joints.
Yeah. We got all
sorts. Again, them shit's fire though, man.
Yeah. We got all sorts of shit. But I do see the Tupac similarities. I do see that. It's a similar situation. And like I said,
Thank you, Clips, because Foodie was trying to clown me, man.
Foodie ain't fucking with that nigga. You know how Foodie is. Foodie's
right now with this.
Come on, man. Foodie right out the bush. You got to get Foodie. You got to meet people where they
Valley.
at.
Not the Valley.
No, I don't fuck with, like you said, Jake Pauls and Kardashians.
Thank you.
And
she out the
this
bush.
nigga.
She don't fuck with him. She don't fuck with him. She ain't got that sort of.
I'm listening though. But go ahead.
She ain't fucking with him. She ain't fucking with him.
Tory Lanez and all them shits. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, mother made him, mother love him, mother fuck him.
Damn.
But yeah.
Thank you, Clips.
I understand. I'm like that with certain things too. So
Mark, you did not send me on the topic docket, my nigga. Like you added this shit in.
Boo to this topic, nigga.
It was like
boo.
Cans. Dead horse.
Tomatoes at this nigga.
I'm blocking you next.
I know I sound like the hater, but I'll be
there. No, it's all love. Yeah. I get it. Hey, every topic ain't for everybody.
I get it.
Somebody been sitting here for an hour though. Was like, man, when they gonna get to this DJ Akademiks shit? I want to hear his take.
Exactly. This ain't my show. I'm part of the audience, but I want to pay.
Hey, look, maybe not. It ain't like the phone lines ringing off the hook for that shit right there. Neither. Right. Niggas like go back to that Crawford Spence shit. That's what I came for.
Yeah. Right. You talking about the big niggas that got the money and the power, the Russell Simmons, the Diddys, the Jay-Z's, This guy.
Hey Foodie.
Foodie, it's the dip off.
Hey, Foodie, I really do understand where you're coming from. As far as with Russell,
you got to start off big. You get a climax, and then you know,
little roller coaster action.
You do a little recap, current events, and then you tell everybody go home, have a good night. It's a process.
Now, Foodie, as a woman, you mean to tell me if you had Russell's means and resources and you had all this goddamn allegations and legal shit on your back, you wouldn't be somewhere in bumfuck Egypt?
Only if it looked like it wasn't. Only if it looked like it wasn't going to play to my benefit. But the thing is, like I said, he said a lot of shit that maybe he has something to stand on.
Foodie, he black in
got
America.
some shit to
The
stand
odds
on.
are already like it might not.
He got a lot of. No, he's not just black in
He's
America.
black and rich
He's
in
not like you,
America.
Umar.
Even better.
He's black and rich in America.
Foodie, he could stand.
And he knows a lot of shit about a lot of people that make a lot of shit go away.
Man, but he could stand on all those. He could stand on all those same things.
Foodie, what you can ask for, the best you can ask for, when a lot of times when you that rich and successful, I saw it in this movie, and he was like, "Just give me a heads up. Just give me a heads up, nigga. You can't take me with you, but give me a heads up when some shit going down."
But like you said, it's 40 years ago. It's hard to prove evidence and all this other kind of shit. So
That's why you just say, you know what, bye.
Well, okay, fine, bye. I mean, I really don't miss him, but I'm just saying.
Right, and he know that too. Like, what's the point of having fuck you money if you can't one day say what?
Fuck you.
Come on, man.
That's the whole point of getting that rich.
Yo, I'm gonna liquidate all these assets, sell this house. I'll come back as a visitor.
Exactly. I'm so goddamn rich. You think I'm in Bali? Like he said, I be in America all the time. For all I know, that nigga was chilling in Queens. He back on the block.
You didn't even know it.
Right, that's true.
He's shooting dice, sniffing cocaine and PCP like the old days.
It's true. He could have been somewhere right there in America.
That nigga said, ain't a damn thing changed. I'm just doing
the
your
motherfucker, because that animal reel, all them chirps and all them lizards, that shit sounded like some fucking marqnash. Man on the fucking.
Hey, that wasn't animals in the Foodie. That wasn't animals in the background. That was cocaine puffy.
Right?
That was cocaine puffy in the background.
This shit sound a little too fucking real. Like you making it too
Martin beats in the back.
Yeah.
Damn, she taking
like,
shots.
I don't know. Like this shit is going a little. You doing a little extra shit. I think you right here, and we ain't even know it.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't letting them niggas in his house.
Yeah, y'all can't come in my goddamn house.
Everybody know it, because that nigga Russell said, "I'm gonna meet y'all on the porch in about 15 minutes. Y'all go and set your camera up here. We got a little power outlet right there."
Hey, that ain't even his house. That's his neighbor's house. He did it like the drug deal, where you had a person meet you at the bando that's like 2 doors down from the trap.
I own that too.
And there was another reel when he was talking about Kamora Simmons and her husband and all that kind of shit. But then there was another reel he was talking about. He keep on talking about he's in the Disneyland of vegans and some other shit. He keep talking about Disney this and Disney, and like you need to stop talking about little kid shit when you got some essay allegations against
you. They ain't got him against no kids though.
Right. But at the same time, he Kamora was like 17 when.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, Foodie. That's the one reason why I don't want to give him too much bail money. Damn. I don't want to give him too much bail money because he was fucking with Kamora when Kamora was a minor.
Was she though?
She was like 16, 15, and he was and he was late 20s.
Hold on. You said 16, 15. That's a big difference depending on the state.
I don't play that shit. I'm a man, and I'm
just saying.
16 in the state of Ohio, but I'm the type of nigga.
She wasn't a 30-year-old woman like he is. He was like 30 years old. No, 17.
18. 17. You said 17. Clips, you said 15 to 16.
Yeah, I heard
15 to 17, 18. Like y'all, like we teetering some lines right there, depending on the state. Like, what are y'all alleging?
I don't know. She's from St. Louis, so I don't know what it was.
Like if that marriage was.
Well, I don't know how old they were when they got married, but I know when he first started messing with her.
Out already. I just feel like that would have came out already.
Well, no, it was just something.
No, they didn't get married when she was 17. I'm just saying they started messing around when she was 17, and she mentioned that before.
Or do we not know that?
No, like that's part of their story.
She said it too.
Yeah, when they were still a Hollywood darling couple, that was part of their story. Yeah, it was a little problematic, you know.
Right, and you got to remember that Kimora Lee was best friends with Diddy's baby mama.
Thank you, Kim Porter. Yeah,
Kim Porter. Yeah,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, these things all came out.
What does that have to do with the age they were when they met?
Well, no, she was real young.
Yeah.
And so when the Kim Porter stories come out, and then like the whole thing about Diddy threatening Kimora on behind the Kim Porter shit,
right.
You know, the whole thing
none of that adds validation or invalidation to her age. You guys are just telling.
No, I'm just saying you're not connecting the dots of the type of people that
we ain't got the age.
Around.
Well, no, the age.
I'm just saying, you know.
But what I'm saying is, when those stories were coming around, a lot of times when they would talk about Kimora,
I understand all of that, and I'm with y'all on all of that. I'm talking.
They reference her as being like, well, you know, she's young, and that's why people were freaking out or trying to keep her away from it, or we was worried, or we was concerned because they was talking about her age.
About that, man.
I ain't never
heard. They say what's her name? Misa Hilton Brim was only like 15 or 16. Misa Hilton Brim was like 15 or 16 when Puff got her pregnant.
No, I'm talking about her Simmons though. Like I never.
Well, I knew all these niggas fuck around with each other, so
yeah, fair enough.
I mean, come on, man. I mean, like, you know, all right. Let's picture this: a crazy after party of New York movers and shakers around 1991, 92. You got Russell, Andre Harrell, Sean Combs. I mean, the usual suspects are all there. That's what I'm saying. Like some of this shit, it was like. I'm not shocked at the stories. I'm shocked that like people are trying to run around and say something now. Like you all heard about KC getting drunk at the after party, beating the shit out of Mary J. Blige.
It's not funny, Clips. It's not funny.
It's not. I'm laughing because motherfuckers knew about this.
But all I'm trying to say is, I get where you're coming from because think about Al B. Sure named his son after Quincy Jones. Diddy ends up adopting his son. Like. That yeah, you're right.
And Quincy Jones, there's stories out there about him too. So like all these motherfuckers, there's stories about them. None of them are doing this shit.
Thank you. Quincy got his stories about him. Richard Pryor, Paul Mooney. When you look at the comedy side of this Black Hollywood thing, like the links of the chain all tie together. And I'm not saying that these niggas is wrong or niggas is right, but there is a there. So once again, Foodie. Are you really surprised that Russell Simmons is in Bali, aka Hollis, Queens?
No, well, my thing is like now, like I'm just saying, like there's a lot of reason to believe that he did some of the shit that he did. You know what I'm saying?
Or the discovery is even worse. Like I'm gonna have to admit to this,
right?
And
thank you. Like, do you know what an Alfreudian plea is? I know I brought it up on your show before, Mark. Do you know what Alfreudian plea is, Foodie?
No.
An Alfreudian no contest plea is like it comes from Alford versus North Carolina, where he didn't want to say why you can't charge me with this murder that the dude named Alfred was being charged with was because he was fucking his best friend's wife, and that would start some shit. So he just said, fuck it, I'll just plead no contest and everything, then later run it on the appeal. And so an Freudian plea. So imagine people like Russell and Diddy's case where, no, I did not take these grapes, but the only thing that I could say to prove that I could take these grapes was this other wealthy man. I got to testify that, yeah, I was fucking him at the party, not her. And he's got to come in discovery. Right, yeah, niggas is nah.
Well, my thing is, not just that, but what if you didn't grape all the women, but you did grape one of them? Because if you grape one person, you are a grapist, no matter if you didn't grape 6 or 10 people. You know
it's one of those things.
One person could possibly, he'd be like, oh yeah, but one of them bitches that's accusing me, she probably got some evidence against me. I'm just saying.
Or Russell knows that, one of them times he did kind of take it. You know what I'm saying? He did kind of take it. He was like, you know what? I was a little rough. You know what I'm saying?
Like people focus on the numbers of people that are coming out, but you don't think about maybe if one of those people are telling the truth and they do have enough evidence to go against them. That's all it takes.
Now, once again, what I was saying,
maybe, possibly, allegedly.
I remember what was I saying? He's talking about maybe they reimagine. He's like, how did he kept wording it? Of them thousands of people, I'm sure that one person can remember things differently.
Maybe he's the one. Maybe he's the one remembering things differently.
Right.
No,
You saw how he worded it. He left that door open.
No, I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all, yo. And I was just talking to the homies about this shit not too long ago. I even had to tell my wife that. I was like, I'm at the age now, right, where somebody could pop up any day and say, this is your baby from 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying? 17 years ago, 30 years ago type shit. Well, not 30. I ain't that. I won't fucking that young. But definitely though, I'm at that age, and I got homies that I know like yo, I found out I had an 18-year-old son when I was like about your age. You get what I'm saying? For the first time. And the lady might have knew or didn't know or whatever. But you just finding out. Everybody else knew but you. And she didn't think you was just gonna be a good dad, or she didn't think you was ready for fatherhood. And she chose to be with someone else that she thought was more equipped with the task. And either at that point her and that guy don't fell out, or that guy is deceased, no longer with us. Now you find out though.
Yeah, for whatever reason, you're just now finding out.
Yeah, you finding out you got a child, man. And it's like, as soon as you see the kid, it's like, man, I don't even need the blood test.
Yeah, that's my kid.
As soon as you see him, you be like, that nigga look just like me. You get what I'm saying? Crazy type shit. We can go through the formalities, but I already know that's my daughter, that's my son. I see it, instantly. And they see it too. And y'all crying and everybody, because it's just so prevalent, right? This, that, and the third. Boom. Said all that to say that shit is fucked up, Clips. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a scary, like I keep saying, spooky times.
And find out like years later, that don't mean you was, or even worse, on the flip side of that coin, 15 years later, somebody said you did something to them.
Right.
They didn't want to do it that night.
Right.
They had to. They were scared. They feared for their life. How do I prove or disprove it? I do know you. I did sleep with you that night. And I ain't even on no Russell Simmons level.
Right.
I've had thousands of women at multiple times. You know what I'm saying? At the same time. In different countries. All over the world.
I haven't had enough. No, I can't say that.
This is just tour. It's just the Run DMC days. We ain't even got to LL Cool J yet.
Feel me, Mark? That's what I'm saying. Like, if you read his autobiography, man, that nigga was wilding.
Like, man, I'm just saying, but also, I'm just saying, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And he was definitely the absolute power at one point. Russell Simmons can make and break your career in multiple ways, like outside of just Def Jam, So yeah, man, that shit just crazy for me, Clips. Cause like I said, all these years later, how many skeletons you got in your closet, Clips, that women probably said, I didn't want to do it with that stank ass nigga from Ohio. Fuck that nigga. Let's bring him down.
Man, listen, man. I done been through the shit. I done been through where not just me personally, parties that I've thrown, events that I've thrown. I've had the motherfucker be in situations where motherfuckers had to pull out the videotape. And you had to see with your own eyes that, that's not what it was. I done seen it. I done had chicks who, believe it or not, she stuck with her lie and her narrative so rough, and it was fucking up so many different lives that eventually her best friends broke that sisterhood girl code, which more women should do, and had to publicly call her out on her bullshit because no, she was just doing nothing but tearing down lives. You was just messy and you was caught, freaked out. Oh, I didn't want it to happen because no, you got caught. You know what I'm saying? That shit, oh my God, the early days of the record label when we used to throw all the private parties, and man, that used to happen so much. I still am in a weird place where if I was up and back to signing artists, I still am probably be weird about signing a female artist. I would encounter that so much, you know what I'm saying? And, just doing music you know what I'm saying? This chick in the studio, you're in the studio, you're trying to cook up, develop a sound. You're in there for hours. Most artists are fucked up individuals, damaged, self-medicating individuals. Anyway, so she's in there drunk, high, doing whatever. She's either got her boyfriend wilding out, Hey, Rachel, she's either got, you know what I'm saying, wilding out on her. She's either got, oh, damn, I chased her off. She's either got.
No, you good. Let me get her a safe sign.
Yeah, I know.
What up, Rach? Hold on one second. Rach, what up?
Hi. I'm just playing. What's up, man?
Oh, what's up, man? Shit, I had to be careful.
What's up, my brother?
What's happening, big, you know?
What's up?
Man, you know, it's New Year's and there's a lot of drinking and all that stuff, so I'm gonna stay up for a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, let's get it. It don't lit for the new year. Let's go.
LFG.
New Year, champ.
Man, just having a good time, brother. Just having a good time, man. That's what it's all about, you know. And just starting off the year, ending the year with a bang, but starting off the year with the bang. That's how it's gotta be.
Hey, man.
For some people don't know, that's my guy Nonito Donaire. Like,
Sir, my brother.
Somebody who new to the show for the first time probably thinking like, that Rachel is a husky bitch.
That Rachel.
Oh yeah. That's how it works. You know, identify as. No, I'm just playing.
Somebody like, yo, whoever that Rachel person is, I think.
Hey, I'm gonna be canceled, man. When I'm drinking, I'm gonna be canceled, man. You know?
That's why I'm going on MARQ show. I'm going on MARQ show.
Hey, look.
Yeah. I'm just saying, man. I love life, man. I'm just having a great time. That's what it's all about. You know what I mean?
What you doing for the New Year's, man? You gonna pull up for our game night?
You know what, man? I ain't even got no plan right now. I got a bunch of invitation everywhere, man. I just, you know, I mean, our Christmas was really chill this year. You know, we're usually having a big party and or traveling and all that stuff. This year, you know, we just try to keep it low key and start the next year with the bang. I mean, I have a lot of this proposal going about, you know, and just you know, just living life, because I know when I start running, I run hard.
You ain't doing shit.
Oh no, trust me, I'm doing a lot of shit, motherfucker.
Bullshit, nigga. You ain't doing shit, nigga.
No, motherfucker, you know me. I do a lot of shit.
Your ass about to get that little invite. You gonna sit down?
Hey, that I want them to be like, show me the money.
Man, yeah, okay. What you mean? Show you the money? What you about to do, nigga? What you about to do?
I do a lot of shit, man. I'm telling you.
Hands, nigga.
I'm a businessman, bro. I'm a businessman.
Don't do that shit, bro. Hey, look, man. Hey, look. What's your take on what you think? What's your take on Russell Simmons, man, fleeing to Bali, man? When he had them accusations, you got to take on that.
I don't know what y'all talking about, man. I am so out of the fucking loop, man. I swear to God, I
just told you.
No, what happened?
All right, so look, for the last 5 years, Russell Simmons, who started Def Jam, you know, home of LL Cool J, Russell, Run DMC, Jay-Z, Ja Rule, DMX, like they spearheaded a lot of movements. Boom, Cash, a lot of crazy things been happening with Russell over the last 5 years. He's been in Bali, where the U.S. has no extradition, because some would say he fled because he has a lot of allegations about him being unright with women, and if you know what I mean, grapes without the G, grapes,
okay,
without the G.
Boom. They say he's a taker.
Yeah, takers, right?
Man, this has been happening from the very get-go, man. Like all this shit. I mean, when men have their power, you know, they try to get away with a lot of things, you know, and now everybody's kind of coming out. But there's always an exchange for everything. Like, say, back in the days, they would be like, oh, I did this, I did that. But then, hey, you got a movie, right? You know, but he did this to me. I'm like, but yeah, that was an exchange. It's not right. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that you made a choice to do that. You know, and whatever the case is, if he's hiding all the other shit and whatever the allegation is, I mean, not every, you know, I mean, there's a lot of dirt for everybody, especially when you have a lot of money.
He says a lot of dirt for everybody.
Man, I'm telling you. Hey, listen. Hey, say that again, though, Dito. There's a reason why it's called Filthy Rich.
100%, 100 motherfucking percent.
Oh, it's dirty, my
dirty
baby.
Motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
This is why they call money is power. Now that people has voice, you know, they're gonna do whatever they need to do to get the fuck out, because there's a lot of shit that will fucking bury them. 100%. A lot of motherfuckers who have a lot of money back in the days, and granted that there's this girls and women and all the other shit or whatever. He could be fucking guy, whatever fucking he's into, whatever. All it is they made a choice to do it for an exchange. They ain't just gonna do it just because. You know what I mean? There's an exchange for everything. You know, this is just my experience when it comes down to just being around people. But all I'm saying is that why y'all coming out now?
I mean, like,
Well,
at the end of
because
the
they
day,
have
like
a voice
people,
now.
there's accountability though. Like, and we go back to this where Nonito was approached by a prominent figure in the hip hop industry, and they're like, we could make you like Floyd. All you have to do is you don't have to sleep with the porn star, but we're gonna put it out there that it's going to be some type of way. And Nonito
Put you with TMZ and all this stuff. We will hook you up. We'll make it into a big grand. They ain't gonna look at you in the light, but they're gonna make a big thing about it.
Yeah. So, but Nonito didn't want to sell his soul. So we turned down that and we continued.
I turned that down.
And then it happened in the Philippines too, though.
He's like, I turned that down. I didn't even think about
No,
it.
the thing. Look,
He asked which porn star first, though.
no, I did ask him like which one you talking about. I'm just playing.
Hey, you gotta know what the deal is.
Let me ask you, I got a serious question. Now, they're not offering you, quote unquote, money to do this. They're telling you they're gonna position you, is what you're saying?
100%. And this is what this is what it's all about. It's an exchange of things, right? We can make you there because at the end of the day, that was at the time when everybody had their own sex tape and controversial shit going on. We can align you. People are gonna know you because you're on Team Z. They're gonna know you because you're this and this and that. There's relevancy of what you're doing. So you know what? Hey, this dude, we gotta put our eyes on him, and we're gonna make you money. And at the same time, you're gonna make us money. You know what I mean? It was always an exchange when it comes down to it. I just couldn't do it because it wasn't in my integrity. I just couldn't do it. I just can't sell my soul for money. I just can't. I know how to make money. I just can't sell myself for money.
My question was this a publicist company? Was it management? Like who?
A really powerful man with a lot of money. That's with a lot of influence. That's. Let me just say that.
But they came to you direct. It wasn't nobody, no middle.
Well, he was my friend. We met through a lot, from friends to friends. When you get into a level, you start meeting friends. With billions of dollars, with big names, with big connection and all of this stuff. And that's how this world works. Is when you get to a certain level, they approach you. You start meeting people, and you start connecting yourself with people, and there's going to be business transaction or business proposition that's going to be given to you.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, there's propositions all the time. Like, so even in Taekwondo, like I got propositioned by one of my old coaches, and he was like, "Oh, I'll take you to the Olympics." Blah 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 blah. Could I have slept with him? 100%. Probably would have been disgusting, but I'm making the decision to do this or not. So and I'm not like, if we're talking about anyone under the age of 18, then that's different. But after the age of 18, if you're consenting, this is a business transaction after that game.
So when you hear them stories, Foodie, when you hear stories, I don't know if y'all saw this, it came out recently, 50 Cent talks about like how he was with Harvey Weinstein, and there was like Halle Berry walked by at the game, she was at the stank and they didn't want to speak. He was like, yo, we used to fuck her. It was like him and like 4 other white dudes. And it was like, basically, it was like, you could tell, I'm paraphrasing, of course, that they all had been with her at some point in time. And she was like acting funny. And they spoke on it.
What?
Are you
What are you asking me?
My question is more, are you mad at the executive for you abusing their power? But are you mad at the woman because a lot of women said no. Some women can just say no, like Rachel said. Like when you say yes, you taking away the opportunity from somebody else, maybe the more talented person.
Right.
But some people do. What's the difference between fucking your way to the top and being Me Too, then I felt I had to do it to get to the top, and they took advantage of me. Because it's a difference. It used to be back in the day, she fucked her way to the top. Today, we call that Me Too. Am I tripping?
Me too.
Well, for one, I've been in propositions as well, and I've also turned that down. I mean, I think you don't even have to be a celebrity, just being a woman in the world, and somebody finds you to be attractive, or a man, and they will approach you in a certain way to see if you're willing to exchange for whatever it is that you're trying to get versus money or whatever else. But my question is, before Rachel and Nonito got on, shouts out to you guys. What if these women are telling the truth? Because the thing is, I hear a lot of stories. When these stories come up, a lot of personal people get on these panels or whatever and say, well, what if it's an exchange? Or what if he's doing this? Or what if it's the truth? What if these powerful people, this is the way that they get around in the world? What if they get off by taking it? What if they like doing it? That's their thing. This is a power play. What if they do like doing this and they get away with it over and over and over again? But they know that the average person has been propositioned in other ways and said, well, what if, no, it's just an exchange. No, they're lying. No, they just want to get money. What if they actually did it though?
Foodie, I said that. I swear I said that today. I think I was talking to KP and I was like, because really, like, it ain't like they going out of, because he was like, Mark, and man, well, I'll say that because I don't know if you want that public, but basically we were talking, and I said to him in a nutshell, why did they pick these people? I mean, like, think about it. Nobody's grabbing me and you off the street tomorrow. It's a lot of other millionaires and billionaires out there. They ain't grabbing them off the street. Why did they pick these people? Is it possible some of these niggas did that shit?
Right.
Just as simple as that. Like, I mean
just by numbers.
Ain't nobody saying Denzel Washington did nothing.
Right.
Jackson did nothing.
There are lots of successful people in Hollywood and billionaires, fucking Jeff Bezos and all that kind of stuff. And maybe they do have some accusations, but I'm just saying, Grape is about power. These are powerful people, and powerful people play powerful games. Some people don't, when they get bored doing it, you know, they got women. After a while, you don't have to chase people at their level. People are chasing them. Yeah. Then they get tired of being chased. Then there's a different game to play. Then there's boys. Then there's kids. Then there's girls. Then there's boys. Then it's taking it. There's different games that these people like to play that the average person don't think that's not a normal thing. You know what I'm saying? Someone comes from childhood trauma or whatever it is. These are just regular people who've gone through traumas as well in their childhood that they haven't dealt with, you know, on a psychological level. But now they've got money, and so they're damaged people with money. You see what I'm saying? So these are the games that sick people play when they have the opportunity, when they're the rabbit that's got the gun. Now instead of them being the victim, because some of them were victimized to get to where they are. Now right. I'm going to do it to somebody else.
But okay, so if we're talking about Grape, that's a whole different issue. But if you made the active decision to be in a grown man's fucking bedroom and be with him alone and decide to do what you decided to do, to be, you know, whether it's the top Billboard artist or the main character in a movie, you're making an active decision to go along with this proposition. And yeah, there might not be money exchange, but it's still, you're doing it as an adult. You're coming in and saying, I'm not being forced to fucking be here, because you could walk out at any goddamn time. But you are so enamored and so in love with fame and money. At that point, if that's what you want to go after, then that's your fucking fault. Because at no point, and I could put Nonito back on the phone, and he'll tell you, you could give me $1 trillion, I will never sell my wife and my kids. But there are people that will.
You know, saying no trillion.
Yeah.
I don't know what
but
that
those
was.
aren't the people that I'm commenting
All
on.
due respect. Nigga don't know.
I'm not commenting on grown people who make grown decisions. I'm talking about these people who are accusing people of graping.
Okay, yeah, no, grape is a whole different thing. 100%. Like again, like we just walked into this, we didn't know why he fled. If there was accusations of grape, then that's a whole different story. But if you're walking into this,
6 women are accusing him of raping him.
Oh, okay.
But it's like 40 years ago. And
yeah, see, like here's my thing. Like
I can prove or disprove it in 40 years.
Right.
40 years, 40 minutes is the same to me. Yeah.
No. I would have left. No, I'm saying 40 minutes ago, I could probably can prove and disprove I didn't do this 40 minutes ago. You get what I'm saying?
Right, but they didn't have grape kits back then. And like I said, you know, a lot of times people don't feel like they have a voice. Nowadays, there are more people who are willing to believe women and come up and say that you have a case.
But my thing
I don't know if it's the truth or not.
That in a court of law, something 40 years ago.
Right. It hasn't come to it. It hasn't even gotten there, though. It hasn't even gotten there. But you guys
why
are
would I
saying,
let it get there?
Right. So,
yeah, exactly. If I was Russell, I wouldn't even let it get there.
Hold
It's
up.
bad.
Matter of fact, y'all can still try it. I just won't be here.
Yeah, I'm gone.
You that search warrant, or
so he's just gonna have to eat this. Then he's fine with eating it. Then it's fine. It's him. I mean, this is his life. If he's fine with not ever taking this to court and disproving it, then fine.
But the risk is way more higher than the reward.
Well, that's fine. If he's fine with that, then I'm fine with it.
And that's the thing. That's what I'm getting. What I'm getting at right here is, and I'm with you, Rachel. I'm with you, Rachel, and I'm with you, Foodie. Because first of all, there is a difference between a sexual power play and actual grapes, actual taking, actual essay, idiot things like that. There's a very distinguishable difference, and at that line comes where I think what you two women were just debating was, okay, now is this person all right? Like, look at the situation of say Matt Lauer at NBC, where he would ask the intern to come into his office and he had the little button on his desk. He'll press the button and the door would lock. Now the intern's locked into his office.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah, no. I laughed about the Matt Lauer because this how wild my boy was. This boy out of control. Matt would hit them with the motherfucking James Bond villain button, and then when she'd realize it's locked, she'd turn around. He got his joint out talking about, yo, it ain't gonna suck itself.
Yeah, I remember hearing that.
Yeah, it was 2 different women who said the exact same story.
So
like
I'm
this,
saying, yeah,
this
like
is something
these people play on a different level than
so that was great. You're right. In that situation, yeah. And back to what I was saying about Russell with he admitted to how wild he was with his drugs during most of the early days of Def Jam. So when they saying he came to somebody's house butt naked with nothing but a condom on and just tackled her and took it, I'm like, yeah, they probably cop up Russell off a bad bag. Like, I'm not saying it happened or it did happen, but that sounds like some shit that a nigga who's off some PCP.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. You said talking about how high you were and how things could be changed into a different story. Well, how the fuck do you know, nigga, you was sky high all the time?
Right.
And people
so
always
that's what I'm
blame,
saying.
oh, well, I was drunk, I was high, I was this, I was that. But you still did it, though.
But here's my thing, Foodie. Here's my thing.
Look,
and
both things can be true, Foodie. I feel
right. That's what I'm saying. So he did those terrible things at say a couple times or whatever like that. But he's saying now the floodgates are open. And so now that motherfucking this chick, no, I didn't do nothing crazy with you other than fuck the shit out of you with goddamn XYZ and ZYX and blah, blah, blah. But now you gonna say, oh yeah, he took it. These are crazy times. Let's not open up the floodgates and let's judge this man on what he did.
Right. Well, the problem is...
Hold on real quick. My final point is, but this man is not going to allow that to happen. For all the things we discussed, the discovery could be worse than the actual crimes or whatever. He's not going to let this happen because listen how crazy does it sound already. So yes,
well, what we're saying is that he could be guilty, but he ran away because he knows he could be guilty and it could be proven.
But no. But keep in mind, a civil suit has a lower threshold of
than a criminal.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. It's not, but it could turn. But there could be somebody who could.
But no,
that's criminal.
but that's even worse. That's even
So
worse.
so yeah. So run. Technicality is what you're saying.
Alone could cripple me. Just
But also, he could have done some of these things, and he knows that there are people out there that he's done this to, and he's running because he knows that there's somebody out there that can prove it.
That's not what we're arguing. What we're saying to you is that
But that's all I'm saying.
Well, no, that's obvious. That's what we're laughing and joking about.
Because it doesn't matter if it's six people that lied and one person who's telling the truth. All I'm concerned about is the one person who told the truth.
It's very possible
that he actually did that.
Or
and if you did it once, then that's all I need to know.
It's possible.
The other people could be liars. I don't care about them. I'm only concerned about the person that you actually did it to.
But
and a lot of these people, because they're in the position that they're in.
But Foodie, what if he's being brought to court for one of the liars? But he knows if he lets this shit play out, the actual motherfucker's gonna come get drug into that courtroom
Then
either
you
by
get what you got. Then you get what you got.
No, but no, and so that don't let God do that. We can't like if right now as
in my eyes that is God.
let God do that because right now as a human being, he's well within his rights of saying, "Fuck that! I ain't letting this shit go down that road."
Because all the other shit
We gonna burn that bridge.
Yeah, the lie might expose the truth, right? Yeah,
We gonna burn that tunnel getting caved the fuck in.
Yo, what the hell is going? Yo, what the hell is going on?
Hey, there's reasons why the pharaohs buried the motherfucking builders with the tombs.
What the hell is going on?
Let God deal with it.
Prove my point. Yeah, you don't want that lie to expose the truth.
Yo, Cliff said, I ain't throwing away my Def Jam shit. I'm gonna keep wearing my shell toe Adidas. Fuck you, Foodie. I can't go ahead until I die. Like,
right.
I mean, at the end of the day, until like there's something, and I keep saying this, and I've said it so many times, even with Tank, until there's something that's substantiated, like, why are you coming out now? And if you're coming out now, you have to, like, at this point, to prove grape, there has to be substantiated evidence.
And he knows that there's possibly some substantiating evidence out there. That's why he's over there in Bali.
I mean, some people just don't want to go through that whole fucking trial, though. Like, I mean, if we're talking about like 40, how many years ago? I don't know what we're talking about. Like, what we're talking about.
Look, he said it's like 40 years old. But people.
Okay, so we didn't have fucking text messages.
Right.
Right.
We didn't have emails. We didn't have camera phones. So what evidence?
PCP.
No, what I was trying to say earlier, I was like, is he say, she say. And I'm gonna tell you, the hardest thing to beat in the court system is a complainant witness. That's the person who was victimized on that witness stand, pointing at you, crying, and said, "You did this to me." It's hard to beat that. 12 in a box. With 12 in a box, man, it's hard to beat that. 6 in a box, hard to beat that. You did this.
I mean,
and it's a woman crying, saying you did this shit, and you up there talking, well, I was on a lot of cocaine back in the day. Oh yeah, well, you probably did it then. Guilty.
But how many women have we also seen cry on the stand and also fucking turn back around? So that's what I'm saying. Like, at the end of the day, I don't think
that's
like
not
any.
Norm, hold up, Rachel. That's part of it, but that's not the norm. The majority of the time in the court system, the witness gets on the stand, points at you, say you did it. You did that shit, man.
Yes. Yeah. And then they fucking get caught. And then what? We're like, oh, sorry, we fucking judged you. And that guy's like, whole career is fucking ruined because
it happens. And so that's what I'm like.
It happens. And that's why I'm like, super don't want to like touch this because
they did that shit and they go to prison.
No. How many people have called false rape? Grape.
Not 90.
Purple.
Not 90%.
I got grapes.
It's 90% the way though. Where these
how many of them actually went to like? Look at that chick who said that someone she saw.
That's the exception to the rule. That's not the rule.
That's not. Yeah. That happens. I agree with you. But that's not the majority of those grapes cases.
Grape, Rolly Romero.
Okay, yeah, that's one. But the majority of grapes cases don't end up with, man, you know what? 90% of these bitches was lying.
Right.
No,
I'm not
That's
saying
not even a
90%. I'm not even saying 90% either way. But what I'm saying is, until you can say like definitively, like there's a freaking record of
Right, but-
someone,
It
like a videotape or something. Because again, how many people on freaking YouTube had slandered Rolly and was like, oh, he raped 9 women? Where the fuck are these women?
I don't know anybody who was giving a fuck about that shit. But
No, but that's not the point though. They opened an investigation. They pulled him aside. They did all these things, and they took his fight away from him.
Yeah.
Everyone murdered him in social media.
No. Hold on, Foodie.
Simmons is, hold on.
That was
I'm
wrong,
about
but
to
that
get
has
off.
nothing to do with this.
I'm about to get off. How many times do you find somebody who was so-called wrongly accused and sent to prison, and then they find out there's a whole bunch of other dead bodies that he actually did do something to?
That's an outlier. That's an outlier scenario too.
How many people have gone to prison that didn't do the things that they were accused of?
I agree with Foodie. People don't go to prison for the first time. I agree with Foodie. When you go to jail for some shit, that ain't your first time doing it. 9 times.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
No, 9 times out of 10.
So the whole thing that I've been
drug
talking
sale,
about
that
is
ain't
these
your first
people have
shooting.
established a pattern of behavior.
I get all that, but can I ask a real serious question to the panel?
Hold on, she was.
What are we really debating? Are we debating that even if these accusers are being
Yeah, he just cut you right out. I was like, let her finish. But
go ahead.
Because I don't want to debate anything. I just want to have a
I'm not
conversation.
sure. That's what I'm saying. Like, what is the disagreement?
It's not a debate.
It's not a debate.
I'm just
Go ahead,
bringing
Foodie.
up my point of view of people are always saying when these things come up, always talking about, oh, well, I know this person that this happened, they were a liar. And this person, it happened to a liar. But you never take into consideration, what if this person actually did this? Because these people are establishing certain patterns of behavior that are also congruent with people who actually do this, that are convicted and do these types of things. If you talk to some rapists that they do have conversations with in prison or whatever, that have admitted to doing it, some of these things are very congruent with the people who are being accused with doing these things. So if you didn't do it and you really don't believe that you did it, just like with Rolly Romero, because who the fuck is he? Stand your fucking ground. You stand your ground on everything else. You stand on hip hop, you stand on money, you stand on everything else, but you can't stand on this thing. This is the one thing you run away from after you've built this empire, after you've done all of this hard work. You're just going to run away from this, even though you've got access to the best legal defenses on planet Earth. Even though even in this interview, there are some reasons what that might bring a reason for us to say, yeah, you're right. After 40 years, it is hard to believe. Yeah, I mean, to prove. Yeah, there are some things. You said that yourself. So you know, and these people haven't sued you and all of this time, and they could have in this day and time when everybody's getting sued. You're not saying, okay, well, maybe I should have gone ahead and fought this. Nah, I think you know that you're guilty and you've gone. And to me, all it takes is one person. If you did it to one and 6 are lying, all I'm concerned is about that you've actually done it and you're a menace to society and you need to be taken off the streets. Go ahead.
I understand that and I respect your opinion, but by law, if I say I'm a burglar, I robbed 100 houses, but you bring me to court for a house I didn't rob.
Yep.
I shouldn't be prosecuted. You know I'm a robber. You know cops do their goddamn jobs and do thorough investigations and do your due diligence. But for you to try to bring me to court, for you to damage me, defame me in the public eye, or to have me suffer financial hardship for things that I have not done, just because you know I did shit, I think that's the wrong there.
Exactly. That's the thing, is that like you could have done everything to possibly 100 people and then not that one that's accusing you right now.
Right.
And at the end of the day, like you can't, like this is social media. This is really fucking what it is, because at the end of the day, like what are they going to do? They're going to, like, did she do a rape kit? Guarantee you fucking 40 years ago she didn't fucking do it. And is there a video? Is there a TikTok? Is there a live stream? No, because we didn't fucking have camera phones 40 fucking years ago. And we're sitting here saying, oh, he must have because he ran. Like, that's like, we're playing judge and jury right now. We're playing like this side where we're like, oh, well, if he didn't want to face it, he must have been guilty. No, that's not what we are.
Yeah, we're not saying that.
Specifically,
Go ahead,
you know,
Samira.
being specific to what you did should be what stands, not what you have done in the past.
Exactly. It's like, okay, maybe he ran and maybe he doesn't want this to come out because, like I said, explaining the Freudian plea, maybe for him to truly make a defense, he's going to have to admit to his children and everything. Oh, yeah, you know, the one time I couldn't go to your one recital? Yeah, that's because I was fucking my secretary. And then, you know what I'm saying? I could have made it there on time, but halfway there, you know what I'm saying, my chauffeur was looking kind of hot and he wanted to give me a blowjob. And so I said,
all right, we good.
Who the fuck wants to tell
You
their
know,
kid?
she was driving me, and Genuine song came on, and I was riding the pony. That's it.
Right, yeah, you know. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, honey. I couldn't come to your sweet 16 because I was off of PCP and sucking dick. Who the fuck?
I knew we was gonna go too far. I said rule of thirds. It always goes too far. Go ahead.
No, but that's literally like when you're like, oh, well, where were you on this date? And first of all, 40 years ago, I don't think any of us had nope, none of us had Google Calendar. So you're literally on like freaking doing those calendars that you did at school to try to make sure that you didn't miss your appointments. So God knows where you were, but if you were at some point where you were like, oh, I remember that head that I got and it was amazing on Valentine's Day of what's 40 years ago, fucking 1980.
God damn.
That one was it was mind blowing. It was goddamn amazing. I remember that Valentine's Day. It was a parking lot of Applebee's. Like, who the hell remembers this shit? Like, what is your defense gonna be?
If
like
you can remember the exact time and date of a blowjob 40 years ago, you know what? I have more questions. This is going to be a long trial. This is going to be a real long trial.
Exactly. Like, well, what did you like? That's like it's again. Like I feel like we've had these conversations where I'm the one that I'm like, okay, no, I'm not gonna fucking judge, and it happened with Tank. It happened with Tank, and I was like, I don't know what, like, and then what did she do? She just it disintegrated into fucking thin air, and everyone's like, oh, I guess it didn't happen. It's like, no, y'all wanted to crucify this man. So until everything comes out in court, until all evidences, until that judge and jury decides that he is guilty, I'm not going to say, okay, well, he ran. Okay, well, maybe he just doesn't want to deal with any of you. Sorry, not sorry. Because if he's here, guess what? TMZ and every other freaking blogger out there is going to be at his doors, bothering his kids, bothering his life. Like, I'm just going to live out here until you guys decide you guys want to sue me. Great. Like, fine. It's a civil. Okay, go after his money. His money's in the U.S.
Nah, he moved that.
He moved it to where?
Oh, he got it in international accounts.
He liquidated all his assets. He took all his money out of America and he moved out the country.
He a Bitcoin billionaire.
I don't know about all of that, but I know he was fucking with Bitcoin for a minute, but he's definitely took all his money out of America too. They can't just freeze his assets and freeze his money. Like,
well, that's smart. I mean, I can't say it's not smart.
He got the fuck on. That's what Foodie was talking about. He's gone.
And
when he comes back in, like, that nigga comes in probably on a private jet just visiting. Like, they gotta know he coming and be waiting for him at the PJ.
He's right now. He's living like the CEOs of and the family that owns the beers and them different diamond companies.
They ain't looking for
blood
him.
Diamonds.
They ain't looking for him like a terrorist. You get
yeah. They're not looking for him, but if they catch him, they have the right to, you know what I'm saying, bring him in for questioning.
There's no charges though being filed, and he's still not in the country, like as a resident. Far as I know, he still is an American citizen, but his
Wait, you said it's a civil case, not even a criminal case.
No case. It's no case.
No case. He just got allegations, and so he just got ahead of it. And that's what Foodie's alluding to, where she said, I know he's guilty because he did that. And that's where I kind of disagree with her, because I could think of 1,000 reasons why a nigga might want to. If you got the means to get low, Mark, you said it best. What's the whole point of having fuck you money if you can't say fuck you? And not to bring you guys into this, but just to, all right, Nonito, Rachel.
No, Cliff's always trying to bring somebody. Yo,
no, for real. Like when you got to a certain level in your life.
Early, I was like, pause. I was like, yo, I'm like, bro, don't be putting my name in it. It's like, yo, me and Mark.
Hey man, listen.
I'm like, no, we won't.
Listen. In all aspect, when it comes down to all of this stuff, I mean, you know how big the parties get. You know, everybody's there. Everybody's drinking. Everybody's doing drugs. Everybody want to fuck everybody. That's just how it is. And that's 40 years ago. That's just how it goes, man. Especially when you're in a fucking high level of people around you. I mean, bitches are everywhere, you know, and all this stuff are everywhere. I mean, as a man, you're gonna do whatever you need to do, whatever. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not an excuse or anything like that. But I'm saying, in a big party in where everybody's impaired and all of that stuff, everybody's having a great time, and you know, shit happens, and it's not an excuse. Yeah, if it happened to you, then you know what, go to the fucking hospital, get your shit checked, and then put a case on it, Mark.
See, you said go get your shit checked.
Thank you.
Hey, get that, man. Nah, but what I was saying was, on some seriousness, with Nonito and Rachel, when you reach the point in your life of success where you had more money and more resources, certain things, if you just could avoid dealing with them, didn't you use your money and resources to not have to deal with them?
Yeah, 100%.
I played the DIDDY.
Thank you. You feel me? Like you can't just say that that's an admission of guilt when that was the whole reason why you get your wealth, and you do. That is the reason why there is.
Oh yeah, because you know how much like first of all, like civil or criminal, like the trials, like you saw how long. What is his fucking name? Pirates of the Caribbean guy.
Johnny Depp. Yeah,
Johnny Depp.
Deal with the circus.
Yeah, that's a whole circus. We saw it. There's a Netflix documentary on it. Like everyone was following this whole fucking circus of it. But if you were like, you know what, this is not worth, because you have to show up. You can't not opt out to not be there. Like, if that's not worth your time and effort, because you're just like, dude, this is just like, this is just a shakedown right now. Whatever, like shake down whatever you want, but I really don't have anything there. It's like everything's protected. Well, then have your circus. Like, play the game. Like, the thing is like, we talked about P. Diddy, what, 2-3 weeks ago? Now this is the new story. We forgot about what Diddy did, or what he, you know, like the whole circus of that. Like, we just move on to the next. That is what it is. And a lot of these guys know that with a blink of an eye, they're back out of the circus.
Sometimes you got to wait the storm out. Sometimes you got to stick your ass inside and wait the storm out. And that's just how life goes. So I'm not going to all of a sudden stamp a man. I've already said, and I know she got a little irritated because she thought we was defending him. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to be clear. I've said several times, I think there is a there. Just from reading his autobiography, in his own words, how he would talk about how he partied and wild out. I could see him doing some wild out shit that, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I could see if the 1,000 accusers, he ain't worried about accusers 1 through 750, but somewhere between 751 and 945, there's probably about 20 or 30 bitches who got some true stories.
No, 100%. I just feel like again, like what I stated when we first came on. This whole Me Too movement, I'm not fucking behind, because, like, could I have been like, oh yeah, a coach tried to take advantage of me. Oh yeah, a manager that I was working for, like when, and I worked at a high-end, a chain grocery store, and I was the accountant, the cashier at the end of the day. I had to stay until midnight. when I was 18. No, but I had to shut down all the registers.
It's really a classy joint in the South. I'm just
No.
Okay, right.
No.
Bet the Piggly Wiggly. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sunoco.
So it was a grocery chain, and I had to shut down all the registers, and then I had to balance all the books at the end of the night. But you're looking at 11, 12, midnight. And at the end of the day, did that manager like sit there with and play with himself while when I'm trying to count the money? 100%. Did I fall for, oh, well, you can be more than, the what I don't know what I fucking was, customer service head at the end of the day? Do you want to be like assistant manager, night shift, blah, 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 blah. I could have played that game. All of us are propositioned, and it's up to us to make that decision. And I don't get these games that we play. Like we're the problem with the generation right now is that there's no fucking accountability. No one wants to say, yeah, I took that trade. That was a trade I took. And it made me a freaking, I got, what is it, the Golden Globes or whatever the fucking Grammy nominee shit. It got me there. But what I had to do is I had to, do some stuff. Okay, well, that was your trade. That was your payoff. Why are you mad now?
Because no, because nobody really wants to say that, because it takes away from you saying you got there on your skill, your merit, your acumen. Nah, people like nah.
No accountability. None of these people that actually got them.
Though some people might be a little delusional,
but he got it.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like most of these women that are saying these things, like, were you the freaking best actress ever?
Well, we don't know everybody. You talking about?
No.
About the people in the Weinstein case?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So who are the ones on the Weinstein case?
I don't know. Off the top of there, I can look them up real quick.
Who are the actresses in the Weinstein case on the hashtag Me Too movement?
Let me put my glasses back on. I got to do some Googles. I was just over here trying to smoke a joint. Go ahead. I'll find it real quick. But okay.
No, I'm trying to look it up.
Harvey Weinstein accusers.
Yes, please.
Okay, but go ahead. What was your point though? While I'm looking this up,
you literally didn't just get paid. It wasn't just like a transaction of like, okay, well, here's your 5,000, go away.
Yeah, like ask the judge or the judge.
No, I know what you're alluding to, Rachel. Rose
McGowan, Ashley Judd.
Not a great fucking actress. Keep going.
See,
Ashley Judd, huge.
Ashley Judd was
Jennifer Lawrence, Gwyneth Paltrow, Ashley Judd.
Wait, go slower. Jennifer Lawrence.
That's what it says over here.
Would never have gone in there. She's not that cute.
Okay,
Continue.
So Rachel, you just want to name these names just to shit on all these. You about to shit on all them anyway, and that's why
I'm actually going through this because I'm telling you, like, would I have ever considered them to be someone who have gotten a main role?
Well, the thing too is that in the beginning, everybody got to kind of grind, right? So even if you're a great actress now, back in the days, would you be noticed?
You would have grind on my lap.
grind it.
No. But he said they came for among accusations. They were forced. He forced women to massage him and watch him naked. He also promised to help advance their careers.
Wait, what? He promised to advance their careers, and all of them did.
I'm just saying, of the names you named, even Rachel McGowan, these were women who were very successful, and we found them in a lot of movies in a short period. Like Jennifer Lawrence is still relatively young.
Ashley Judd had a run. Jennifer Lawrence
she had a crazy run.
Yeah, Gwyneth Paltrow.
I mean, Jennifer Lawrence, think about it. Hunger Games, the X-Men reboot. So when they
Angelina Jolie.
Man, I mean, come on. They definitely got something out of that. They got more. I'm not trying to be rude, but they got more than dick and bubblegum.
Bacon sell. There's a lot of them, right? And the thing too is like you can really say if they did it or not. If they did, they got there. If they didn't, they might have not gotten there. You know what I'm saying? Like the accusing wife, because they're accusing him of doing this stuff, but he's promising them to get to the top. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden they're like big names. So could they have made it? Because I know I've known so many people who has so much talent, but they never get there.
That's very deep. It's like I know I got into a deep conversation a while ago about Tupac and the Illuminati thing when I was like, I always thought it was crazy when you were handpicked by Ted Fields and brought into the industry by certain people who are known gatekeepers, movers and shakers and kingmakers. But then now you want to talk about kill Illuminati. It's like you can't in your accusation say that this person did this to me and said they're going to take me to the top and then deny that you took a ride on the elevator. No one's seen you on the stairs. No one's seen you on the stairs. You were just at the top. So you obviously took the elevator. In your allegations, you're saying he offered you a ride on the elevator. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Go ahead. Y'all jump in.
No, well, so like, as far as both the thing is with the manager and like for me, the manager at the grocery store and the coach that had tried to proposition me as well. I was fucking 18. Be like, what are you talking about? Like, so what is it? Like that's when I was 18 and barely recently, like maybe 5 to 7 years ago, is the gymnast and well, that's a whole different story, but all the other ones that were saying like, I can make you great. Right? Like, okay, well, I mean, I didn't take those propositions. And, when I was younger, I was,
I propositioned you, so you took that one.
when I was in
Hey, Nonito, you said you're going to take it to the top, huh?
Yeah, I told her, I got you. I'll take it to the top.
You You kept your end of the bargain.
I did. See, she's happy. So, yeah, that's it.
That deal's a deal. No backsies, right? No backsies. Shout out to the
yeah, see, I'm true to my word. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, look, this is a Me Too that actually worked out.
Oh, yeah.
Because Rachel's crazy. That's why she put a gun on my head. That's it.
Oh, my God.
Morning Joe right here. Y'all this thing actually worked out. But here's the deal. A lot of times, though, he's right. 40 years later, people do have a different recollection of what happened. And I like the fact that, like Clips was talking about, he read the book, and Foodie had a good point. She was like, shit, you might be reimagining things, Like, you don't remember showing up naked with a condom? Maybe because, like you said, you were sniffing about an 8-ball a day or something like that, an 8-ball an hour, whatever. I'm freestyling. But the nigga was on a lot of cocaine. He admitted to having 3 and 4 women all the time. I've had more foursomes than most people had with just a regular relationship with one woman, Millions of dollars in the 80s, hundreds of millions when he finally said, hey, look, I'm stepping away from the game. It's a lot of power. It's very possible he probably did some of this shit or none of this shit, but regardless, the accusations alone, shit, man, it's hard to disprove some shit 40 years ago.
40 years ago, and I love how you keep bringing up money and power.
It's important because he had a lot of it. That's why, like, Russell ain't no fly ass nigga like that back in the days. Like, where
but my point,
he had the bald head where he had the side still grown out.
So if he was broke right now, would we be having this discussion?
Exactly.
Nope.
He just be that creepy nigga that these chicks don't talk about.
He got money.
Yeah, how many uncles were never reported? How many uncles were never reported?
I'm telling you, Foodie, Rachel, but
What?
he does. But he does, and we are talking about him. He's not just a regular rich and powerful guy. It's a rich and powerful guy that owns a renter center somewhere.
I get that, but what I'm saying is, if he was your uncle, how many of them are they getting reported?
No, that's not my point. He's the news because he's Russell Simmons. He's the founder of Def
Because of the money.
No, not just the money.
No, but listen,
Hold up. Russell Simmons founded Def Jam. It's the premier rap label. This
Money.
is a gemstone.
Yeah, we understand. We understand all that stuff. But what if he did that and he still didn't have anything? What if he got zero money? Would this girl be coming after them if he was on the fucking street because he squandered it all over the place or whatever? They won't do that.
I think y'all miss but he does, and he's Russell Simmons.
But that's exactly what I'm saying. But because that's exactly what I'm saying. Is like he has the power, he has the money, and there's something to gain. When the motherfucker don't got nothing, there's nothing to gain.
Also, I think the middle ground, what both sides here are missing, is that the Me Too movement is a movement. It's also become an agenda and everything like that. And so what Mark is saying is that he does have the money. What you're saying is if he didn't have it, but what I'm saying is in the middle, what Mark is alluding to, he's Russell Simmons. His name alone is a big trophy on the mantle of that movement if they could take him down. No, if you got to understand what Russell Simmons is to the culture, and the argument has been for a while that hip hop culture and
I get that, but how many? Okay, so we know that. Let's just take Mike Tyson for example. We know his history and what he's done with women, right? There are many of boxing legends right now who barely have a dime to their name. Let's just talk about Riddick Bowe. Let's talk about Riddick. You gonna sue Riddick? Is anyone gonna sue Riddick? And that was the same era. And
he was a guy that had a lot of money who knocked or who beat Holyfield.
And I'm not saying he did anything. I'm not alluding to that. But I'm saying, if you know there's nothing on the back end of that, are you really going to go for a civil case when you know when you win a civil case, you're suing for absolutely fucking nothing?
Lawyer wouldn't even.
You don't have a civil case though.
I mean, we're going for what? A civil or a criminal? Like you're going to go for a criminal case?
You don't have no case.
Exactly, Rachel and Nilnito. That's what me and Mark are getting to. And
the allegations are been damaging enough.
Exactly. He's getting dinged up off allegations, and so that's why. I mean, I'm not being facetious unless this is serious stuff, but I am trying to balance, balance it with a little levity. Yeah, he got the fuck up out of there. The allegations alone. He's not even been brought to court. That's what I kept bringing up about, and even what Russell even elaborated on the significance of that date. You know,
this motherfucker got some vocabularies, man. I gotta fucking search this shit on fucking Google and shit.
Yeah,
I'm like, hold on.
You have to bring it down to kindergarten level.
Yeah, pause that shit up, man. Get it in the streets, motherfucker. Shit, I don't know what the fuck you just said.
They on his ass. They on the nigga ass.
There you go.
He already know the shit's real because he seen the way they getting at motherfuckers. But that date came that it was the D-Day for all these allegations in the city of New York. They got puffy. They even came after Andre Harrell, and that nigga been dead. You feel what I'm saying? And so he like, you know what, fuck this shit. He's gonna take his losses on the allegations alone, and he's getting the fuck out of there. And then he's bringing up the fact that the date came and went, and no civil cases, no criminal cases still. Why am I getting beat up with these allegations? And I'm saying he has a point.
There's that some weird YouTuber like.
What I will say is I haven't heard of his rich ass suing nobody for lying on him neither though.
Right. Another great point, Mark.
Again, like to go through that court case, do you understand how long that shit takes?
I might cripple your ass. I got fuck you money. What's the point of saying fuck you money if I can't say fuck you?
Because I have to show up.
Nah, I ain't gotta show up. My lawyer.
Yes, you do.
Y'all
and that goes back to my point of rabbit hole probably gets deep. No, Mark, on that goes back to my point about the rabbit hole gets deep, and this motherfucker just wants to close it. He wants to hurry up and bury it. He want, you know what I'm saying? He's trying to throw some goddamn dynamite in down that mine shaft and cave that bitch in because he ain't even trying to sue none of these motherfuckers for defamation. He do got the fuck you money to before this case gets any wind or steam, he could have his lawyer subpoena and motions all on this bitch.
CBS for printing lies, like
right. He could have
had. We did this whole thing over in the Philippines. Do you know how long that fucking suit took?
Oh my god!
Fucking 5 fucking years.
More.
If
the guy that we went after,
he died.
If the guy that we went after didn't die, we would have been still on that motherfucking case.
5 fucking years for a defamation suit, and we had to show up.
I understand.
And that was a lot of money too.
On clips, let them go. Go, keep going.
Yeah. So I mean, like, are you really gonna like? Doing a defamation suit, like, it looks pretty, like, that's great, like, you're gonna do a defamation suit, but literally if you continue this, it's going to continue to be in the media for 5 fucking years. That's how long it's gonna be. Or you just be like, you know what, fuck you, there's someone gonna be in the headlines next week, so I'm just gonna disappear. It doesn't matter. Bye.
And that, I think, is the ultimate fuck you, and the point of fuck you money is, I can liquidate my assets to where y'all motherfuckers can't freeze my assets. You can kiss my black ass. You can't, you know, you can attack my legacy, but you can't attack my companies because, for the past 5+ years, I haven't had nothing to do with my goddamn companies. Oh, yeah, by the way, you want to try to arrest me? No, nigga, I'm in a country where, no, you don't have permission to even come looking for me. Okay, so fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is definition of fuck you money in my mind.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like, everyone's like, "Oh, do a defamation case." How long does that fucking take? It's not an immediate. Like, and we all know this. Like, we want answers right fucking now.
But he got the money to do it though, and he got the money to hire the best. He could do that.
But you still gotta show up.
Yeah, but you can start the paperwork though.
You could start all that stuff, but I'm telling you, it's gonna take forever, and you're gonna be like, "What the fuck am I wasting my goddamn money for?"
You got to show up to
You're gonna show up to court, you know, or else all that shit that you spend for gets in their fucking favor. You know, you're what the fuck are you spending all this fucking money for 5 fucking years for what? Just because you missed one fucking show up?
Yeah, defamation, shit like that. You gotta show up.
It's stupid.
And then more.
Yeah, so why?
So
why?
if you got the shush money, just shut the fuck up and just leave me the fuck alone.
No, well, he's not even. What they're saying is he doesn't have money in the U.S., so he just left, and he's like, "Oh, you can go."
Well, I'm just saying, this is just another, option, I guess.
No,
you know
but if when we drag this on,
you would have to show up though. That is the part.
Yeah, he would have to show up, and then also, like I keep saying,
go ahead, man.
In the course of a civil case, whether it's for defamation, whether it's for whatever, whether they take Russell to court, whatever, if Russell goes in them courts, a discovery will have to happen.
And shit comes out of discovery. Like a lot of shit.
Thank you. And the whole point of him being on the run or doing all this is like I said, he's trying to throw he's trying to throw bombs in the box.
Yeah, because there's going to be investigation and all that stuff. There's going to be all that fucking shit that comes out of it.
This is the exact same as what I said about, like, P. Diddy. If they were to do a discovery and they're like, anything that mentions chick, I don't remember her name. She's so far off my mind because this is 3 weeks ago. This is what we do as, like, news gets uncovered.
That we look at people's dirty laundry.
Yeah, but I don't even fucking remember her name.
Cassie.
The girl that was okay. So Cassidy or Cassie.
Yeah,
okay, so I said in Discovery, if there's anything that they were talking about, because they'll pull out the fucking records. Like, even if, let's just say, P. Diddy was like, "Oh, I loved it when you put that dildo in my ass." That's allowed.
Public record now.
Yes.
Now we'll have that. Now the public, now all YouTube, everybody will have that text message of yo when you put the dildo. Like, you feel me? Like, come on,
oh, my man.
Yeah. Anything that you talked about sexually will any communication regarding her name when they do discovery will be uncovered in addition to your messages with her. So there's a lot of people that's like, dude, like, because it's not under, like it's not considered.
There's not a gag.
Yeah. Then, so any of these things that we talked about, like, oh, you want me to do you dirty? How do you want me to do you dirty? Well, I want you to piss on me and like pee in my mouth. Like, okay. And then like eventually, like, I want to, like, you know what I'm saying, right? Like, these are private conversations.
I got it. The discovery, right?
You want to talk about peeing in her mouth? What's wrong? What's wrong, Mark?
Well, Mark goes by the rules of thirds when we start talking spicy.
Right.
You get
Can make
three.
you feel comfortable?
Yeah, you get
Sitting
three
on her chest, or her shitting on his chest, or something.
What the hell is going
Take
on?
that.
Men are not here tonight to be played with.
Bad boy, baby. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, I'm
Change
bad
in
boy,
life,
baby.
and they want to change in their community.
What the hell? Hey, you know what? Hey, y'all gave me an idea, man. I'm gonna buy me a shiny suit for my next orgy, man.
I mean, like, shit, like, you, like, literally, like, saying bad boy, you could be like, okay, like, you could put that in Discovery, and then when they pull your phone records, it's like, anytime you mention bad boy, it's like, oh, yeah, I want you to call me a bad boy every time you spank me with a belt. Like, what the fuck? Like, what are you
talking about?
What
the any fuck? Of these keywords.
No, like that. Once that discovery starts happening, if the prosecutor wants to be a dick, and if that judge, and like, you've seen it, some judges respect their. Some judges respect their bench, and they'll use judicial jurisprudence. Which means they'll use discretion. But some judges, as we know, especially nowadays, they're messy.
It's on the table.
Thank you.
Ask them about all of that, especially if it goes into a criminal case. It is the court. Even your lawyer is an officer of the court, nigga. Like,
yep. That's what people forget, especially once it goes to criminal. That's when you got to really remember, even your lawyer is an officer of the court.
You can have your asshole judge. You be like, fuck it, take it up on the pill, bitch. Like, I'm letting it fly. Straight like that.
Thank you. Just because he wants to hear it.
Ooh.
For real, judges will do that just because they want to hear it. You know what? It's 7 a.m. I'm bored. I don't want to be here anyway. Oh no. You know what? Yeah, let's go through these text messages.
Yeah, and they'll do those keywords: bad boy, Diddy, Cassidy,
exactly,
tying up, beating up. Like, he could have said, I'm gonna beat your pussy up. Guess what? That's gonna be read in court, because guess what? It came up in the discovery.
Mm-hmm. And then I won't be so descriptive. But if you know anything about the allegations, I'm trying to give Mark the warning because I ain't going to go that far, so don't trip. You know what I'm saying? But if you know anything about the allegations, about what Cassie said P. Diddy had him doing, so we're going to get text messages of them scrolling through different males' pictures of him and Cassie picking which male escort they're going to have join them in their freak off. Like, that'll be public knowledge. No, fuck all that,
man. We got that. We
settling that. No, that shit ain't going.
What I was trying to say is, the worst part too, though, is when she says, though, the criminal shit, like the nigga blew up Kid Cudi's car.
Yeah, exactly. And
go ahead, man.
No, you're right.
Yeah. Him blowing up that dude's car. That's crazy. Like, and according to the lawsuit and the paperwork, she said he tried to blow up Kid Cudi's. Well, he did blow up Kid Cudi's car when he found out they was fucking around or dating while they was on an off break. Like, bro, this started going towards those Tupac allegations now too, that QFD and everybody been talking about. Like, this shit is crazy. Like, P. Diddy had one of the craziest years. Like, only person I seen fall off this much probably was Derrick James.
You're so
man, I ain't seen nigga fall
Wait,
off.
can I since you brought that up, can I go to topic 1 because I missed it?
Go for it.
Why are you saying Crawford Spence too? Because of what they're saying of why Spence was running up the mountain?
Nah, I think all this talk right here is helping build Crawford and Spence too. I think all
What's
that.
weird though, I mean,
Even with the allegations, because the Spence fans, they have some hope now. They be like, okay, well maybe he just don't need to run in the desert. Maybe it was the weight. Maybe it was, they have hope. And all of this shit is building Crawford and Spence too, in my opinion.
but that literally came from Victor. That wasn't from anybody else because no one understood it.
But it was on Marty's channel.
My question is,
he said, he got that disease called what do you call it?
Altitude sickness.
Altitude sickness.
Altitude sickness. He got altitude sickness.
Have you heard of that, Rachel and Nonito?
Yes. So what we did when we were over with Victor, there's what is it called? The hypoxic machine? The hypoxic machine, now he has a dome. Before it just used to be a machine. And I think if you go back to Nonito's social media back in the day, Nonito would sit there and there's a mask on him. And he's looking at his oxygen level as he's sitting there. And they're bringing him up in oxygen, an elevation. And then eventually at a point where Nonito can take 100% at a certain elevation, then they'll have him start to walk or run on the treadmill and they'll monitor his oxygen level and to make sure that he's actually sustaining at that level. The thing is, at the end of the day, Nonito was the one who founded Mount Charleston. And Mount Charleston is the hill or the mountain behind Vegas, and everybody runs it. But the thing is you go from fucking damn near sea level to 8,000 within 5 miles. So it's not a joke. But if you're not,
is this the second night in the row that y'all don't put up on a topic that you are personally have personal experience? So like, yo, I made that shit famous. Yo, Mount Charleston, that was my shit. Like we was talking about fighting of the year the other day. You put up, we're
just saying facts because we did start
crazy. Like
we started Mount Charleston,
bro. You
I'm the one that started.
You the Forrest Gump of boxing, nigga. Like you've been involved in everything.
Dude, I don't know how
old as hell.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like it's
Mount Charleston. You guys were the first ones to start.
Yeah, and I introduced it to everybody.
Then everyone ran it, but.
Did y'all get introduced to it? Like, how did y'all just find Mount Charleston? Gotta tell us that story.
Well, there was the what's it called, the
ski lift.
The ski lift that they do the ski and snowboarding up there, and I was inquiring what the height was, and I was like, oh shit, this is a place to go, and so I went and made a route to go run up to the ski resort where they have this parking lot, but in the morning there's nobody there, so you're going up from 6,000 and then in a 3 mile radius, a distance, you go up to from 6 to 8
real quick
in that height. So that's why I run that, and then when you get to the top, there's this sprint area that I do my sprint.
But the thing is we have a hypoxic machine, so Nonito can train himself to, like, how does it feel at 8,000? Am I going to get sick? Is my oxygen level depleting? Am I down to like 60%? That's not good.
But I can't let this go real quick. Like, 'cause that's so dope to me. Like in real time, like you guys didn't have the machine. He just said, hey, look. What's the distance? Right
no,
here?
we've had the machine since.
Well, we've had the machine, but when we moved,
Mark's asking when you first came up with the trail about Charleston in real time, you was just like, oh, what's the height? You know what? Let me do this.
Right, and it's different. It's different. So the thing with the hypoxic machine is, yes, you're breathing air at 10,000, maybe 20,000, if you want to, right? But you're sitting down. You ain't really doing nothing, right? At that time when they introduced the hypoxic machine in 2008. And then when I came to Vegas, I ran that hill because it's a different thing when you're engaging your muscle to to get your oxygen level all over your body, right, in that height, as compared to just sitting down.
So he's already doing 10, 20,000 like elevation.
But it's different when you're running it.
And then he wanted to do it with the mountain. And considering it was 8,000 and we've already hit the top of the hypoxic, then he wanted to test it against that. But we've already done that. So you see boxers all the time. Like that's like all these boxers that run up the cold hill that has like snow on left and right. That's Mount Charleston.
Crazy. All right. That's dope.
So he did that. First of all, like Vegas, like you should know, like Vegas is a very dry climate. So coming from Houston and then coming here, like it's very extremely dry. And then now you're playing with an elevation change.
Well, it's difficult too, because if you go, like for me, I can go to a high elevation and I'm okay because I got the hypoxic machine, right? My body is used to getting in that high elevation, breathing in that high elevation air. Now, if you're coming in and you don't even go up to a high elevation and you want to try it and you haven't done it in like years, it'll mess you the fuck up.
So what you two are saying is there is a there with what Victor Conti's saying?
Well, from my he, she, what were we talking about? X? What were we?
Well, you saying that is that a legitimate now I'm not going to say an excuse, but a legitimate reason.
If he's never done it.
Well, if he's never done it, his body's not used to it, right? It's legitimate in terms of how body works. Sometimes some people just get used to it. Some people don't, you know. But if you haven't had any experiences in running in high altitude at 8 to 10, just 8,000 to 10,000, I mean, that will mess you up because your body's trying to change your system to accept.
Well, not just that though. You know when he like supposedly did it?
What?
July 25th.
And what was
like,
that?
He said like 7 days before the fight.
Oh,
So
see that'll mess you up, man.
Okay, so yeah, so what you're saying is,
hold on. So my question is, how long does it mess you up for?
See, that depends on the body, right? Because it depends on because everybody's body is different. You know, some people will get affected. Like, say, for instance, some people will go to the Philippines or in Asia and they come back home and their time is still in the Philippines or Asia for like 2 months. You know, some people get it in a whole day. So it just depends on how his body is. And especially when you're cutting down weight, it messes you up, right? And you know, for other people, it might be good for them, because I do remember going up and fighting in Colorado Springs back in the amateurs. I would run the shit out of that, right? I would run and break my lungs open, you know. And then when my lungs was open, my body was like, okay, I'm ready to go at this elevation.
Yeah, you had to train to like break your lungs at that point, because like when like the same thing when he was saying like he fought at Springs, like when I would fight at Springs, I would go there a week early and I would make sure to do sprints. I would fucking hurt.
But that's the thing, is if you're cutting down weight, you ain't gonna do sprints. You're just gonna be chilling to cut the weight.
Shouldn't
you
do
know?
sprints the week of your fight.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, for me in the amateurs, it was not a 12-round fight, but I would run the shit out of that fucking hill and and break my lungs open.
If he's never done that, he's always just staying.
Break your lungs open for the people who don't know what that means.
So in elevation, you get really thin air, thin air that's coming into your lungs. So your body has to kind of open up so that you're accepting more air to get oxygen into your bloodstream. Now, if your body is not, if you're cutting down, it's not, your body is not going to be compliant to opening up, So that could have affected him. That could not be affecting him or whatever. But all I'm saying is, like, everybody's body is different. But from my personal perspective or experience, is when I wasn't cutting weight when I did it. I mean, I cut down the weight on the day I was cutting. I was weighing in early in the morning. When it was an amateur, we fought like 5 times for the whole week or more. It was every day we fought.
But you break your lungs.
But when we got there, we had to run my ass off because of the fact that I need to get used to. I have to force myself to get used to the air. Now, if you're coming up to the elevation and then you go back to to sea level, you know, your body is like confused, especially if it's not used to it. So there is a sense of, you know, of truth into all of that. But again, it all depends on how the body is accustomed to running in high elevation. And if he hasn't done it, it could definitely had affected his body.
But so
elevation in Texas though, like we got some, but the air is different, of course. But
the air is different. Like ours is dry.
Elevation.
I mean, if there is, that's good. Then he's used to it, you know. But if he didn't, then
but it's
you know,
breathing in too, right? You're breathing in that dry desert air versus.
I mean, if you're getting to that level at a high level, high altitude, then you know you're gonna get used to it because it's high altitude. High altitude is high altitude. You know what I mean? It's not like sea level where in Houston or whatever. It's humid, you know. But if you're going up in a high altitude, it's still a thin air that you're breathing in.
It's like you're sucking through a straw.
I was just gonna say I am familiar with the term break your lungs, and I'm familiar with that. But my point when it was brought up earlier was, if that's true, what Kanti's saying, that goes to speak to the disarray within the Spence camp. Because why would you put your fighter through that if he's not used to, like me, I know about training in elevation. As a kid, I was trained in elevation. You know what I'm saying? To where that's why I'm familiar with that term, where sometimes we in the morning we would start, you know what I'm saying, and we would hike our way up that mountainside. And as we would get to that higher elevation, he would force us to run. You know what I'm saying? Like he said, break your lungs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%. I understand all of that stuff, but sometimes a lot of people don't know, you know, that kind of I mean, they're gonna say, oh yeah, it's good for you, you know, because your body's gonna get used to it, and you know, it's like depriving your body from the air, and it's a good workout for you. But if they don't know the how it affects the system, you know, a lot of people don't know how it affects the system, you know, especially you're cutting the weight and all of that stuff. Then you know, it could damage the fighter. And again, you know, not to make any excuses or anything else, because I've done it anyway, but I'm so used to high elevation. But ultimately, when it really comes down to it, there might be just the feeling, because a lot of fighters do whatever they want to do, because, you know, everybody's doing it. I'm like, you know what, I'm going to do it because everybody's doing it.
Right.
You know what I mean? But they don't know how it affects their body.
So
Yeah. Like, so like whenever I broke my lungs, it was always, I wasn't cutting it. And the same, like you said, right? Like you weren't cutting on the days that you were breaking it.
Yeah.
So like I would come into Colorado, like really hydrated, make sure my blood circulation is going. And I have enough movement in my circulation because I'm hydrated. I'd break my lungs and then allow the white blood cells to increase after that. And then like again, like the day before weigh-ins, then I would start to cut. But I already broke my lungs.
The red blood cells.
I created already the red blood cells for the oxygen.
The thing about the thing is you don't just create all of that. See, the hypoxic is high elevation training is you got to do it for a period of time. You don't just get it by, oh yeah, I ran one time, right? No. The thing about it is when you're running in high elevation, you got to do it for a period of time because it's like blood doping. You know, it increases your red blood cells in size and in numbers, meaning that when you take in all of the oxygen, there's a lot of oxygen molecules that attaches to your red blood cells. And because of the size, there's much more that's coming in. Therefore, you're in shape. You feel like you're doing like blood doping because, you know, it's like you're pumping more blood into your system. It's kind of like that, you know, but you're doing it legally. You know what I mean?
Natural, legal way to blood dope, as well as when you're doing it that way, the muscles you're developing when you exercise in that fashion become fast twitch muscles. But they're
100%.
They're still long, not short fast twitch muscles. They're long.
Right. My man Abdul said Spence been to Vegas a few times, and I'm sure he ran that mountain before. His hype train came to an end. Let me ask y'all this. Speaking of hype trains, I don't know if y'all heard the clip I played earlier. Teddy Ellis spoke about Mike Tyson and said maybe he was never great. Did you guys hear that?
I read about that.
Yeah, we read.
What you guys think about that? Right after that, he goes on to compare Mike Tyson to Max Baer, Joe Louis. Say he's one of the best to switch hit. Power on both sides of the plate, and he compared him to a lot of greats. Said he had a lot of great attributes, but he said he was never tested. And
I think that's it's interesting because we were talking about like the fighter of the year, right?
Right.
And I think like people have asked me like, don't you think Inoue? And I was like, well, I mean, if you're talking about fighter of the year, no, but if you're talking about pound for pound, like what he's done in his career, yes. And they're like, well, where do you think he can get stopped? I honestly think unless he fights, I think Robeisy will give him a good fight at 26. The rest, I don't think is really like an issue. So I think he can grab a championship there. Like it's all about timing and who's playing right now. Like I think, like the matchups and who's in the divisions. I think 22 right now is a very shallow fucking ass division. Just is. And that's not his fault. He's going to fight the best in that division. But when you look at the quality of the opponent, then like I think that's what Teddy Atlas was alluding to.
Well, the thing, and you don't have to be talented to be great, right? You got to have the heart. You got to have the weapon. And Mike took away everybody's weapon because they were so scared of him. How can you test somebody when you're not willing to test yourself, right? And I understand what he is saying because he felt like he couldn't be tested, blah blah blah, this and this and that. Well, he did. When he fought and lost, he was tested. He tried to do whatever he needed to do. I mean, he's not the greatest or whatever, but if he cracks you, he'll crack you. And he was one of the scariest men being inside that ring for a little guy in that division. You know what I mean? And to I think Mike is such an amazing fighter because for what he has done in his stature, in his body, in his in 5'11" and short guys, comparing to these guys who were like 6 feet something, he went and made them run. He went and knocked them all out. He went and made a name for himself as the scariest dude in the division and in the world.
Now, hold on. No need on. You really think Mike's 5'11"?
Well, I've been around Mike.
I'm 5'9". I've been around him as a kid. I'm 5'9" now as a grown man, and I think he's probably about my height or shorter.
He's old now, okay? So I'm gonna give him that. But I think he was like 5'10", okay? He was like 5'10".
Now he's old.
He's shrinking, okay? He's shrank because I've been around him for a while, and I'm like, I don't know, but I don't think he was 5'11", no.
He definitely.
But I'm just saying it from the just say for a small dude in that division, he did what other people couldn't do. You know what I mean? He went and knocked dudes out. I mean, if he had fought in the cruiserweight, no one could have touched him.
He would have murdered people in cruiserweight.
Because everybody was on his height. I mean, he had to jump and hop like the Punch Out gang.
Hold on.
Little Mac, you know what I'm saying?
Let me play this clip for the people who don't know what we're talking about.
Mike Tyson is considered by many to be one of the great boxers, one of the greatest boxers of all time, heavyweight boxers. What do you think on the positive side made him great?
I don't know if he was ever great.
That's all. Damn. He just jumped right there. I don't know if he was ever great.
I'm great.
I don't know if he was ever great.
Shit.
I know he was sensational. I know he was the greatest.
You're sensational. You're not great. Okay.
Of maybe speed and power ever. I know he was one of the greatest punchers from either side of the plate, left or right. There's been great punchers with just the right hand, like Ernie Shavers and Deontay Wilder and Max Baer. I don't know if there's ever been anyone who could punch as good as he did on either side with either hand, other than Joe Louis and a few others. I don't know if there's ever been such a combination of speed and power to that pure level that he had, and it was a pure level. I don't know if there was ever as good a fighter as Tyson was, where maybe one night he was great, where he wasn't tested, but he might have been ready to be tested that one night against Michael Spence when he took him apart in 90 seconds. I think I saw a great fighter that night.
Truly great.
I don't think you can be great unless you have all the requirements of being great.
What does it take to be a great fighter? Truly great.
To not rely on someone else's weakness to be strong. To be strong. Too often he relied on other people's weakness, whether it's by being intimidated or whether it's because his talent.
No, come on, man.
That it was like putting a monster truck in there with a Volkswagen, and the
What's your problem, though, Nito?
Sorry, we're mad.
No, it's just it's a shallow argument. It's and you're comparing him to this people, to Joe Louis. Joe Louis was great. To be mentioned in that name is greatness, but he was this little dude who made people scared. And what can you say about that? That means, how can you take away somebody's weakness or do this or that, and take,
let's take it step by step. He also mentioned Wilder just now.
Well, I mean, he was just saying about power wise, right?
Power?
He was just saying about power. He had this and this and that.
Of Wilder?
I mean, like power, like he can crack and
guys that can crack from the right hand,
they
have the stands, but
he was just saying names.
Wait, let it go. Say it again, Rachel.
Wilder? No, power? What are we talking about? Like, we're talking about one-handed. Do we all know watch it on Day of Reckoning?
Hold on, y'all missed what he said. He said it's been guys that can crack, and he named some guys. He said, but going and hitting from either side of the plate, nobody's been able to do it like Mike Tyson.
So what does that say?
Says that he can knock you out with the left or the right. And
but he's not great.
So what does that mean, though?
Right?
If you can do that and you're the little guy in the division and you're taking away people's heart and their balls, they don't want to open up to you. What does that say?
Well, he said
how can you take away that part of being great if you don't account that ability that he has in intimidating somebody?
No, but landing the plane though. No, landing the plane when he said he's like all he did was capitalize on the weakness. That's what you're supposed to fucking do.
Yeah.
What are we what the fuck? Like you're not supposed to battle their strengths. You're supposed to expose
that's
their
just that's just banging yourself, especially when you're the smaller guy, right? Okay. You cannot fight somebody's fight when you're the smaller. You're gonna fight the way you're gonna fight.
What I mean? What is the main tenet out of the art of war? Turn their weaknesses into what?
Your strength.
On other people's weakness, whether it's by being intimidated or whether it's because his talent was so much greater than theirs that it was like putting a monster truck in there with a Volkswagen, and the Volkswagen was going to get crushed. No matter.
So what does that mean?
There goes Volkswagen.
So what does that mean?
Hold up.
He was going to get crushed. The monster truck was not going to allow it to be a contest, and to be able to find a way when your talent wasn't enough. He didn't find a way when his talent wasn't enough. And I'm not making statements if I'm not ready to put some evidence, like if we were in a courtroom, Exhibit A, when he fought Buster Douglas, Buster Douglas matched his will and didn't get intimidated, stood up to him. He didn't do what most people did. He didn't submit.
Basically, he's saying all Mike Tyson losses are against guys who stood up to him.
So all the wins that Mike Tyson had were against a bunch of bitches?
I don't know. I'm letting y'all
No, this is how it is. During his time, there were great fighters. It wasn't the division the way it is now. Back in the days, they fought. They knew how to fight. It was the golden era of boxing in the heavyweight division. It wasn't now where, it was just like this and this and that. I mean, I that's my personal opinion, of course. No disrespect to all the fighters out there, but I do believe during Mike's time, it was in the moment that the heavyweight division fought everybody and everybody got skilled.
Why didn't we call him out and ask him, so who's the Volkswagen? Like, tell us who the fucking Volkswagen is, since you're being disrespectful and you're saying that these guys didn't have the will. That you're saying that Buster Douglas had the will. So the other guys are Volkswagen bitches, and because he intimidated them. He intimidated them. It wasn't he's not even he's really just saying, oh, because he talks shit the best. Like, that's really what he's fucking saying.
In a weird way, that is, yeah. In a weird way, I can actually arrive at the same destination that Rachel is, and that's why I was clowning earlier. Like, damn, Teddy's points are peppered by his personal little shade towards Mike.
Yep.
Yeah, and I add to that, Clips, like, and echo Rachel's point, like they were intimidated because of what he did to the guys in front of them.
Amen.
They weren't intimidated because of he just looked scary and built like a little.
He said he was going to eat your children.
Yeah,
had the list.
How to talk. They was intimidated by what he did to all his other opponents.
Yeah, not you know what I'm saying? A little levity, but a little 5'10" pudgy nigga with a lisp is not scary talking shit. 5'10" pudgy nigga with a lisp
intimidation was
shit
earned.
after he just knocked out 5 niggas with one punch.
But that intimidation was earned in the boxing ring, not in the press conference.
100%, bro. 100%.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what we worried about.
Yeah,
I wasn't worried about him. I wasn't worried about the lisp. I was worried about the fist.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Your clips, you need to like quote that. But that's the weird part. Like, so who's a Volkswagen? Like, why don't, like, if you're gonna downplay him to be minuscule, then who? If he's not a great, then whoever he fought was even lesser of a great. So who were the Volkswagens?
I just hate the fact that he makes it seem like when you took a loss, like because he's the same guy that he builds up Loma and he gives Loma so much props. So does that mean when Loma lost to Haney, T.O., Salito, the first time he had a fight, he actually lost it? Like, I was talking about this earlier, and I'm sure you guys can attest to it. I was like, people think just because you won the fight and it looked easy or it looked a certain way, you won't test it. It's like, man, they was tested in training camp. They was tested with the sparring partners. They was tested with the heart. They might have had a sore knee or a back injury. Just because they won the fight and they knocked the guy out doesn't mean they didn't pass the test that night. Every fighter's battling their own test. Can y'all speak to that?
Let me just break it down as a fighter. Every fucking time you go in the fucking ring is a fucking test.
Thank you, bro.
You go in there and your mind is playing games with you. Your mind is telling you this. Your mind, what if this happened? What if that happened? You're constantly being tested. Why do you think people who have great talent who never become anything is because they were tested and they failed? Why do you think there's so many talents out there that never become any great, never become nothing because of the fact that they got tested and they stepped back?
Fucking BJ Penn is one of my favorite examples.
Look, they said no to Russell and Diddy at the party. That's what happened.
BJ Penn is one of my biggest examples.
He made it up there, though.
No, but he had talent and then he squandered it, right? So talent only takes you so far.
Yeah.
BJ Penn on camera getting knocked out at club fights. I'm like, damn, like, why are you losing to civilians, nigga?
Yeah.
Knocked out.
Yeah, that was bad.
Well, he's great. He's great at jiu-jitsu. When he grabs you, that's he grabs you.
You're done.
But all I'm saying is, like, I've seen so many people in the gym growing up who had so much talent, and yet when they came into a big stage, they don't show up. I've seen so many people, including my brother, who was a gym champ. He was unstoppable in the gym. He'll beat the shit out of me in the gym. But when it came down to fight, he froze. So every time, and I can attest to this, every time that you go in the ring, you're always going to be tested.
I just want to know who the Volkswagen people are.
Like, still on that?
Yes.
Because Rachel's got a valid point. Because if Teddy's not hating, and he says he's giving valid receipts, he gave us examples of the times where Tyson came up short. Give us examples where Tyson stood tall.
Exactly. Give us the Volkswagens.
Well, he did say it was a time where he thought he had a potential to be great, but he didn't meet any resistance.
Yeah, he was talking about the Spence fight. So Spence is the Volkswagen.
He knocked him out in 90 seconds. He said he could have been great, but I saw glimpses of a great fighter, but he wasn't tested.
So he said Michael Spence was a Volkswagen.
Yeah, more or less.
But you see how backhanded and like he kind of threw the rock and hit his hands, you know what I'm saying, type shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? He didn't walk
You
up.
could literally do an audio clip of what you just shown, and then hashtag it that Teddy Atlas called Michael Spinks a fucking Volkswagen. like you alluded to that. Like, there's no other fucking way.
I mean, everybody's a Volkswagen of all the people that he beat. Pretty much what he's saying.
Yes. So we could go down the list and call like this. Teddy Atlas called all these people Volkswagens. And bitches. Because they're intimidated.
Yeah. Razor Ruddock was scared of
I'm
him.
not making that a clip.
I'm gonna make it a fucking clip. Fuck it, I don't care. 2024 is gonna be me unhinged. I don't care anymore.
There you go. So she ain't scared of no goddamn Teddy Atlas.
Rachel, you got some smoke for Teddy?
I have smoke for anyone who wants to be capping on shit. Like, I'm tired of, like, you have to remember, like, we are growing in the YouTube game, right? Like, so the first one we were like in the Philippine game and we were very like PC. Then we came into the US and still PC, and I'm arguing with certain people, but I'm being PC. But there's people I want to call out for the fucking cap. Like, I'm sorry, not sorry. Like, this is what you fucking said. I should be able to do a video reaction without any type of haywire because this is what you fucking said. And I shouldn't have to hold my tongue because this is what you said. I'm holding you accountable. That's it. Like, I'm tired of like playing pretty princess to not hurt your feelings.
She said two pretties. Her princess.
Pretty princess.
You pretty. Not just one pretty, two pretty. Okay.
Let's let you know. You know what I'm saying? You need that Django drop. She ain't like these, and you can't treat her like these because she ain't like these.
No, I was listening to Marcellus Waller. He actually spoke about that too. He said, as you know, Marcellus Waller, he's a former football player. He used to be on ESPN, Fox Sports. He's been everywhere. He's on YouTube now. He said, yo, part of the space here is I don't just talk about the news. I talk about the people that report the news too. And some people don't like it because he's got that Stephen A. Smith, guy that Shannon, Skip. Like, he talk about other people as well, you know, not just the people who play the game. He said, yo, I played the game. I talked about the game. And then I can talk about the people that I work with too. Like, so yeah, I ain't mad at it. Get your shit off this year, Rachel. Get your smoke off, because I'm letting you know you got a lot to offer to the conversation, because, you know, firsthand experience with a lot of these individuals, I think, separate you guys from the pack. Go ahead, Clips.
Well, no, that's a great point right there. I mean, the beautiful thing is what they're bringing to this YouTube space, and just the space of people giving their opinion on boxing and the greater industry and culture of the sport, is that they're giving firsthand experience and they're offering authenticity. You know, it's you know, they, you know, of course they have their decorum, but, you know, as you see, they'll speak on it. A lot of these motherfuckers, you know, y'all the motherfuckers at the party keeping your mouth shut, waiting for 40 years later. Then you're talking about somebody grabbed you by the pussy. No, God damn it. They gonna tell you right now, I was at the party last week and that nigga a freak. I ain't never going to his party no more. And that's what I love about the donators. They keep it real. Like, they gonna stand on what they standing on. And, you know, that's just what it is. And, you know, if you've been on bullshit and you've been on some shady business and out there and you've been moving wrong and playing dirty anywhere in the donator's orbit, you know what I'm saying? Just know that, hey, they ain't with that shit. They might put a case on you.
Bum.
Hey, you need that Denzel Washington drop. I'm putting cases on all you motherfuckers.
I mean, that's exactly it. Like I said, like it's more so like I'm like, ooh, like I hear things, I see things, and I'm like, okay, how can I be politically correct about this? But there's certain things that I don't super agree with, and, you know, behind the scenes, like, I'll argue with my friends about it, about the, the things we talk about on YouTube. And I'm like, no, like fucking accountability. Stop this shit. Accountability, 100%. Like, stop it. Like, we're fucking playing with like, oh, well, what happened was, no, shut the fuck up. Nope, accountability. And I mean, it's been talked about a lot of the times, like on a lot of the YouTube spaces. Just accountability in this day and age is like, it's someone else's fault. It's always someone else's fault. Or you're not good enough because of this. And you really don't have a reason to say why. So again, with Teddy saying that, oh, well, he intimidated them. Okay, great. Like, he said he was going to eat his children. He was never really going to eat your children. If you were actually believing that, then you're stupid.
I mean, it just,
I don't know.
people can say that.
I don't know. When I was in Hawaii, I grew up around some, like, you know what I'm saying, some like gang members from Cambodia, like from the, like jungle out there in Cambodia. When they would say wild shit like that, I believed them. Like, like, you know what I'm saying.
But my question is, though, what Rachel was talking about, I feel like sometimes you got to be careful when you start being the accountability police. I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but sometimes you got to ask yourself, does this need to be said right now? Does it need to be said by me? Is this the right place, the right time, and all of that? Because once you start, okay, accountability, I'm gonna hold everybody accountable. You can put yourself in the crosshairs of certain things where, okay, I don't want to talk about this, or I shouldn't talk about this. People gonna be like, nah, hold them accountable. Yeah, you need to hold it. Like, cause that's why I don't even be responding to like goofy niggas on the internet. Cause once you start responding to one, you almost give it validity. And now you'll find yourself, or people expect you to respond to everybody. Well, you responded to this, why not respond to that? You held them accountable, why you hold it? Like, yo, you can never be beholden to like, oh, I just want to call this person out on their bullshit. Like, is that my place right now to call them out on this bullshit? Like, or is that important to me, my audience, my goal, my mission, what God's plan is for me at the end? Like, is this gonna matter in 5 minutes, 5 days, 5 weeks, 5 months, 5 years? I don't know. I just feel like once we start saying accountability, like no, just say, let's just keep it a buck. I took umbrage with what you said, and I'm gonna speak on that. But when we start saying accountability, come on, fam, niggas ain't even accountable.
I'm gonna give you pushback real quick, Mark, on that.
I won't even finish, but go ahead. Fuck it.
Well, it's like, that I do think that accountability, and I don't want accountability to become a trigger word. I want accountability to be the word to bring everybody back to a middle ground and a calm place where let's just, all right, we are adults. Okay, we are adults. Let's not act like certain things took your agency away from you. I really do believe that the A in adult stands for accountability. We are an adult. And so I think some of these things, whether the allegation be true or not, when you listen to these narratives being said, the truth or the falsehood of it stops becoming the story. It's like I was explaining Liberty Valance, that's saying it's a Liberty Valance effect, because the legend now is this victimhood narrative.
Yeah. And
we were not even talking about truth or false. Like I was saying earlier, okay, Russell may have, from 751 and, there's about 20 other in between that 1,000 that he might have done some shit that, you probably need to go to jail for. But if they're not the ones that we're bringing him to trial for, that's not really our place to really be on him. That's up to God. God needs to bring accuser 751 and move her heart to press charges, because all these other bitches lying, and he's not wrong if he's saying these other bitches lying. But I'm not mad at Russell for getting the fuck up out of here, because he knows 751 is floating around out there somewhere.
No, I think like for me, like what's been triggering me lately is, the accountability of the steroid usage, or people who are getting caught in our sport. And I feel like everybody wants to like point the blame at other people or other people around them. And at the end of the day, like no one's dropping you down to take steroids. Like you're literally like you're accepting to get a needle in your fucking arm.
Not just once, but more than once.
Yeah,
Not- you know
like
what I'm
I
saying?
don't know how many, 3 times a week or once a week. I don't know what it is, but you know, whatever that the consistency of how many times you have to get these injections.
You still gotta have to take it, right? You gotta have to decide that, oh, okay, you know what I mean? It's not just like, oh, hey, what is that? Oh, why'd you shoot me with something? I'm like, you know what I'm saying? It's like you're not gonna let somebody to just shoot you something. You know what I'm saying? You're like, oh, hey, what is that? You know what I mean? And I think accountability is just owning up to it, right? A lot of people don't own up to a lot of bullshit or a lot of shit in the first place, and you know they'll point fingers everywhere, and I just can't, you know, I just don't flow with that, because ultimately when it comes down to it, every decision is made by you, regardless if somebody had a gun in your head. You know, you're gonna say whether you shoot me or, you know what, I'm gonna do whatever you need me to do, but you're still gonna make that decision.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is that like, you know, when it comes to that, like a lot of these people, like they'll look at whoever's around their camp or who's suspect, and why aren't you fucking looking at the goddamn athlete? Why not? Like that's the fucking person. I mean, let's just say that there's someone that's like, hey, I'm gonna inject you with fucking steroids. Who is going to gain financially? Is it the steroid person, or is it the person who's winning in the boxing match? It's the person who's fucking winning in the boxing match.
I'll get the advantage of it, right?
Yeah, they're getting the most advantage, and they agreed to it.
Yeah,
And yet we
pretty much
play
the
this game
accountability
where,
and all of that stuff, you know.
yeah, but we take the blame of like, oh my god, they were influenced by XYZ. Like they're not someone that can actually have a
I
conversation.
mean, an
and
example
make
of this, right? An example of this, you know, I grew up in the street, being a fighter and all of that stuff. I'm like, you know, you hang out with your friends and all of that stuff, and they're doing drugs and all that. And why didn't I never do it? You know what I mean? When it's all around me, I made a choice not to do it. You know, not everybody made a choice to not do it. You know, I made the choice to just, you know, just in case there's a testing and all, I'm not gonna fuck with my shit. You know what I mean? So that was my choice, not because, you know, I mean, he was all around everybody, you know, from all the fighters. It's all around. It's, you know, and it's up to you as a fighter to say no. You know, not just anything. I mean, it could just be drugs. It could just be any fucking thing. You know what I mean? You know, and that's, you can't blame the drug dealer for it. He's gonna try to offer you bullshit. It's gonna be up to you to decide whether you want to take it or not. You know, whether you're enticed with the outcome of what is given to you.
Yeah, when I was when I was trying out for the Olympics, and then also when I was in the military, like X was a big thing when I was growing up, and like weed was here and there, but it was more X. And I was like, okay, well, all my friends are doing it. They're all going to parties, and everyone's like offering it to me. But even to this day, if someone's smoking weed, and I don't have an issue with people smoking weed, but I've never done it myself, and I don't want to take it. So I'm going to sit here as a fucking grown-ass adult and say, you know what? I know what alcohol does to me. I don't know what weed does. And I'm okay with this. And this is my decision. I'm going to be accountable for the decision that I'm making.
You know, and I agree with you on that. I came up in a weird school of thought growing up military. You know, there was a lot of alcohol use amongst the adults around me because, you know, military breeds out a lot of alcohol. I don't know why.
Well, because you can't, like, you don't get tested for it. You get tested for everything else. Alcohol is one of those things.
Yeah, so cops, I know cops, firemen, and military. If you grew up in any of those type of families, you're used to seeing motherfuckers drink a lot. And drugs were always around me. And so people always say, oh, how come? Yeah, I smoke weed. You know what I'm saying? But, oh, I don't get into the hard stuff. Yeah, I may have whatever, you know what I'm saying, to make money. But as far as me using any, no, like they like Nito, like Nito, you allude to, you at some point you've got to make your choices. At some point you've got to say, this is what I do. I've always believed that people distinguish themselves by what they do, but even more so, you distinguish yourself by things you don't do. To where you could call me this type of motherfucker or this type of motherfucker or whatever like that. But there are certain things that can nobody try to lie to me or lie on me about. Because if you know anything about me, you know I'm not on that shit. You feel what I'm saying? That shit's not going to fly around me. And so, you know, that's just how I've always lived. I feel like, you know, because at the end of the day, I'm such a champion of free will. I'm not going to rob nobody of their journey. If you want to do that, that's what you do. Regardless of what my opinion of what you're doing is, that's what you're doing. You know, my opinion, and I might do something about it if that's what you're doing is starting to affect me. Other than that,
you know, and that's the thing too, that is like, if you did it, fucking just, you know what, you did it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean,
good for you.
You know, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, there's so many shit in the world that we do, and we make those decisions, and you just gotta pretty much own up to those, and that's accountability. It's not anything else trying to prove any fucking thing. It's just, you know what, I did it. you know what, I ain't gonna fuck with it. You know, it's as simple as that. But unfortunately, you know, that's not the case how it is, and people want to take advantage.
Yeah, I mean, like I've been on girls' trips as an adult, and you know, like we'll all share a room, and they're like, "Oh my god!"
Like, as would say they are from a female's perspective. Now that you're the female on the panel, Rachel, don't get yourself in trouble. Your husband is right there. Watch her like a hawk when I ask this question. Are those girls?
Wait, he's asking me a question. What?
Are those girls' trips as bad as they say they are?
Are those girls what?
Are those girls' trips are they bad?
As bad as they say.
What they say.
It seems like it to me. Like I'm always the one that's like fucking like again so I go on those trips and they're doing whatever they want to do, drugs or not. And usually when they're like, oh hey, like we're gonna do a line of coke, and I'm like, yeah, so I'm gonna go hit the gym. And they're like, oh, so you're gonna judge me for doing a line of coke? I'm like, are you gonna judge me for going to the gym? You know, like you're like, that's my high, right? Is being in the fucking gym. And whatever else that you're trying to do outside of drugs. Like again, like, well, I'm not fucking involved. I'm leave me alone. But that's a choice you make. Like I think people have gotten so used to like even alcohol. Like they're like, oh well, I was drunk, babe. I fucked her. I cheated on you, but I didn't mean to. I was drunk. You have to be accountable. Like you didn't just like fall and your dick slipped in. Like, come on. Like Eclipse, you're muted. You're muted.
It might have been slippery. It might have been slippery.
It might have been.
I slipped. My bad. Oh.
It's supposed to be just a tip, but you know, like
the tip ain't cheating. The tip ain't cheating. Shit. My tip rub kids up.
You know, like that's the thing is you're making a decision. You're making a conscious decision. I don't care what the fuck anyone says. Like alcohol inhibits your like thinking capacities, but you know.
Yeah.
Right? You know. Like why is it like, okay, so if that was the case that like we're gonna say like, oh well, I was drunk, so sorry, I cheated on you, like okay, well, you're drunk, you don't go stabbing some guy at the fucking liquor store. You know your lines. Like you know what you are trying to get away with, and saying that is the reason, right? I'm going to use that as I wasn't accountable for what I did because it was slippery.
Devil made me do it.
No, I mean, you know, we've had enough experiences in our life, how drunk we get and how we are when we're drunk. And, you know, you got to be accountable to know exactly how much you're drinking. You know, yeah, you're having a good time and all that stuff. Like with me, I'm like, okay, I know how I am when I'm drunk. So I'm just going to be like, you know what? I'm just going to chill here. I'm going to have a good time. You know, I'm going to have this intention. I'm not going to be doing all stupid shit. You know, I'm a happy drunk. But You know, everybody gets stupid, you know, at times. And so with me, it's like, I'm just gonna have a good time now. But sometimes when you don't know yourself enough and you don't have enough respect for yourself, you're just gonna go crazy and shit like that and just do stupid things because you just, I mean, don't get me wrong, I've been there numerous times, and you know what, I don't feel shame. I don't feel any guilt. I'm like, you know what? Oh, my bad. That was on me. You know, I'm just gonna be like, you know what? Next time, I learned my lesson. You know what I'm saying? I've done stupid shit. This is how I am. I mean,
I feel you. I've had
He
times.
starts wrestling when he's fucking drunk.
Okay,
Like,
depends what I drink, bro.
He'll grab a motherfucker and try to DDT him. I get it.
Like, why is it when guys get drunk they start doing like MMA shit? I'm like,
well, because
stop.
you got to understand that in most men, if the man is a sigma or an alpha male or even a B plus beta, a man naturally we size up things. That's why we all men think we're carpenters. Oh yeah, that's about 2 feet. Oh yeah, that's, you know what I'm saying. You size shit up if you got that in you. Okay, so even a peaceful dude at random times is thinking about, man, I'll stone cold stunner this motherfucker right now.
Yeah.
How many guys do you see in the parking lot and they're friends? It's not like, you know, but all of a sudden they start doing an MMA fight in the parking lot. They're fucking like,
because I got challenged. When some motherfucker challenged me, I can't step back. I don't give a fuck if he's a fucking MMA dude. You know, I was like, come on, let's do this.
All right, we're sitting outside the bar, and I'm just sitting there. You're standing out there with this goofy ass look on your face and shit like that, just looking all goofy, staring at the wind. I might just motherfucker just goofy ass.
Right? Exactly. I mean, you know, we just having fun still.
You know, it just happens. That's you know, girls play patty cake, boys slap box.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what they do in the fucking parking lot.
That's exactly it, man.
But here's the thing: you will not see 2 40-year-old drunk ass women. Well, you might see it depending on where you're at, Burning Man, playing patty cake. But you will still see 2 40-year-old men slap boxing anywhere, Walmart, whatever. We don't matter.
100%.
Yeah,
we're big kids, man.
Like when Adrian Broner was in our suite at the WBA, like, they're over here fucking playing wrestling. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, stop. Like, stop. Hey, stop. It's 6:30 in the fucking morning.
Anito, you was wrestling, AB?
No, I mean, you know,
well, no, I already know. You ain't got to explain it. AB from Cincinnati. I know how it is. It's that mouth. It's that attitude.
And for me, I don't back up. I mean, you know, we got respect for each other. You know, he has great respect for me.
Him, but you want him to feel you and let you know that.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm like, you know, you smack the chest and stuff like that. How tough you are. You smack him here and there.
That's what guys do. Shit like that. You hit him on the arm, like, all right, nigga, yeah, that was fun.
Yeah. And then you start grabbing him and shit like that. I'm like, how strong are you? You know, you bumping off with the shoulder and shit like that. You know, pushing here and there, and it gets rough. You know what? We're having fun.
At 6:30 in the morning.
Yo, let me ask you. I got y'all here before I let y'all go. What you think about the idea of AB and Rolly in 2024?
What happened?
Let's do it.
What y'all think about AB versus Rolly?
That's a good fight. They was hanging out. Actually, Rolly was the one that brought AB in my suite.
Yep, actually. Yeah.
And then it fights broke up everywhere.
It turned. It turned.
It did.
It turned real quick. Then all of a sudden, like,
everybody started fighting everybody.
Yep.
How did y'all get cool with Rolly? How did y'all like?
Well, when we were going to the WBA, Rolly sat next to me, and
but I knew Rolly before.
Yeah, we did know him already because we're from Vegas and all that, you know. But we never really got to hang out. But then we had this 5-hour-long flight, you know,
15
and
y'all. Right?
Huh?
But there's a big age gap there, though, right? So how did y'all like?
We're the mom and dad of the group. You understand this, right?
Yeah, we're like, exactly. And you know, everybody has a lot of respect for us. But yeah, he sat next to me. We was chopping it up, and you know, the guy's very intelligent. He's just rough in the way he speaks. But you know, I got to know him, and it was just, it was an experience, a conversation that lasted for a while. And I'm like, I'm really not the kind of guy. If it's not interesting for me, I'll shut the fuck up. That's just how I am. You know, you won't hear me talk. But the conversation me and him was having, it was really, it was very mature.
Yeah, so what happened is like I've always talked to Rolly. Like Rolly's always been respectful to me, and he's always like, "Oh, we should hang out," blah blah blah, and like, and I was like, "I don't know." And then the WBA came, and I was texting Rolly because I saw some stuff between him and Clarissa, and I was like, "What the fuck did you say to Clarissa?" And he's like, "I didn't do anything." I was like, "What do you mean?" And then so I'm seeing the ... on Instagram. And then I look up and I'm texting him like, whatever, you probably started something. And before I send that, I look up and he's like right there. And I was like, what's up? And he's like, hey, holy shit, I was texting you. I was like, I was just texting you. And Nonito had a seat next to him because I had the two boys next to me on the 3 row. So it's 3 and 3. And he's like, can I sit next to you, champ? And he's like, yeah. So then I was like, this could go bad. Or you go like, well, right? And then I guess like the whole fucking flight from Vegas to Orlando, they talked, and yeah, and then he kicked it with the kids. Like he's a big gamer as far as that's concerned, and
yeah, I mean, because I don't like bullshit, and if I don't got nothing to say, if I don't have nothing to say. But surprisingly, the conversation we had was just really was really mature, and for me, guiding him to what in this level has to be. There's going to be a bunch of pros and cons and stuff like that, and this is how you got to be in terms of how you protect yourself emotionally and all of that stuff. I mean, it was a good conversation. I never expected to, for me to have that conversation with him, and it just gave me a lot of respect for the kid.
Oh. And AB, y'all know AB for a minute too, like so.
Yeah, AB came into. I've met him, and he's always like, man, Nonito, man, I've watched you, man. I'm such a.
He has an older brother.
Huh?
AB thinks of you as an older
brother.
Yeah,
he's like he looks at me like I'm the older brother. It's like, man, Nonito, champ, man, it's crazy because I get these guys who wants to talk to me because like when everybody left already, AB stayed up for a little bit and hang out with me, and we would just kind of try to talk to about life and stuff like that. And it's very difficult when your mind is in the streets still and try and you at the other side of you is trying to change, and so for me, I was just kind of trying to guide them that in life, you just gotta make that choice. You can't look back and pretend that life is gonna be the same as it was 5 years ago. You gotta grow up and become a better person, and that's how you're gonna be a better a successful man and an athlete or a fighter. And so I was just kind of talking with him about it. I mean, it's just everybody got their own issues, and I've always been open to everybody to just kind of have that conversation with everybody.
A lot of the boxers do have like mental issues.
Yeah.
I mean,
they got their own issues.
Funny, but they punch people and get punched for a living. I mean, that's not like
right.
Not normal.
UPS is hiring. Like you got, so you got to kind of be a little different. You got to be built different to say this is what I'm gonna do.
And that even goes back to what you always say, Mark. Not to cut you off, but like we talk our shit, but let's not be remiss. Any combat athlete or just somebody who really does this shit, like really does this, not just sit on YouTube and talk. Like respect to you, because there's no cowards in this. Because at any given second, it could all go bad.
Yep.
Yeah, we got to respect these athletes, man. All right, let's close it there, man. I'm gonna see y'all later on for New Year's Eve, man. Final thoughts from anybody on anything we talked about. You got anything you want to plug and promote? Please do it now.
I'll do it. No, that was fun. That was a great recap, and it's always fun when we don't know the topic you guys are talking about, like the Russell Simmons and all this other stuff, because or even the Teddy Atlas thing. Like you're getting our live reaction, and you always have a great panel, Mark. Like it's always such a great time to come here and hold the space with you. Eclipse, The only thing I have to say about you is your language is a little bit too high IQ for Nonito. So he's having to look up some of the words you're using.
Hey, at least I'm accountable for that shit, okay? So I tell him, like, hey, dumb it down for a little bit, smart guy.
But always, Mark, it's always great to be up here, and thank you again for holding the space to have these free conversations. Eclipse, you know I love you. Talk to y'all later, and I guess we're doing the New Year's Eve party.
Yeah, no, I just want to say thank you guys. That was fun, man. And Eclipse, man, nice talking to you, brother. You know, you're very intelligent, man. I appreciate that. Just go out there, man. For everybody out there, just live a life that you can be proud of. You know, it's never too late to change. It's never too late to create. You know, we are powerful beings, and let us be powerful, but you got to believe in your power. You know, to the new start of the year, be powerful, because that's who we are as human beings. So to everyone out there, Happy New Year's, and start creating, man, because that's who we are. We are creators.
I hear that. Amen to that. Shout out to the champ. No. Talk to me, Clips. Take us home.
All right. First of all, let me say that as we end this year and start a new year, we've got to always remember that there are no happy endings. There's only transitions. And so let's keep this in mind as we transition and allow this to be a positive transition into growth, and realizing that that is a process, and perfection is an ideal, not a tangible thing to be attained, because if we think that we are perfect or we can't work on something, then we have definitely failed in our growth and our development. And blessings to everybody who for making out of this year. Since, you know what I'm saying, send prayers to those who didn't make it out of this year, and I hope to see y'all a year from now in better spirits, shining, laughing, having a successful 2024. And I'm so grateful to be able to spend another year in this beautiful neighborhood with you beautiful people. It's been a blessing, and I'm forever grateful, you know, not only to all of you, but to our host, MARQnash, and to the Most High for allowing me this opportunity to spend this time in this space. With that said, hey, fuck with me, I fuck with you. God damn it. You know what I'm saying? That guy Eclipse, you see my name, ECLIPZ. You know what I'm saying? Follow me on all your streaming music platforms. I got music out there, and I got a new album dropping. It's a surprise. I ain't even telling you when, because if you're following me, you just gonna look up. Could be in a few hours. I don't even know. You never know. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. You know what I'm saying? So fuck with me, I fuck with you, man. Catch you in the neighborhood. I love you. I'm gone.
All right, salute. Shout out to that guy Eclipse. Hey, man, dreams require your sleep, goals require your effort. You can go to marqnash.com, or go to the link in the description of this video. You can support this show that way. Copy some merch, get you one of these hoodies or something. That's it, man. Hope y'all enjoyed this episode, man. We had a lot of good discussions here. Hopefully you guys enjoy that on the playback. Hey, look, respect is free. Disrespect costs you everything. Your family, your freedom, your finances, most importantly, your life. So let's show each other love. Let's show each other respect. And if not, let's show each other some space and get the hell on and go our own separate ways. You feel me? It takes two people to argue, but you can let people be mad all by themselves. Remember that. Hey, look, that's it for me, man. I'll see y'all later on tonight or going into this morning right before New Year's. I'll pop a bottle of champagne with y'all, talk some shit. Then we're going to go into the game night, and we're going to hang out with our people on the West Coast until New Year cracks in for them. All right? So let's get it, man. See y'all later on, man. If y'all missed this playback, man, this was a damn good one. It's a damn good one. All right, hey, look, man, sometimes we're going to agree. Sometimes we're going to disagree. But one thing's for certain, two things for sure, homeboy, homegirl. Never forget this.
I built this shit. Me. Brick by brick. And I'll be damned if I let you tear it down just because you don't like the way another nigga talk.
And I mean that shit. Drive, motherfucker.
Hey, it's Antonio Tarver Champion. You watching MARQ at Breaking Beach. I usually don't do drops, but I'm gonna give you one, bro. I'm gonna give you one. I love you, champ.
This that squad side. This is me,
Damn, y'all niggas still here. Go to bed, man. Go to bed. It's over. It's over, niggas. It's over.
Subscribe. I don't care how many subscribers he has. Support him. So he made all this possible. He made this possible.
Nah, Dr. Mark, God made this possible. And so did viewers like you. Appreciate y'all, man. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to entertain y'all this evening. Hopefully you were thoroughly entertained. Peace.